Morning, morning. What do you think? What do you think? It's Christmas jumper day. Look, 12. Very, very exciting. Now, these have been available on pre-order since 7:30. If you've had any problems with ordering it, we've had so much demand. A lot of people have said, I can't get it on the website. It's all fixed now. It's all fixed. Available in medium, large, extra large and extra, extra large. It's got 4 different sizes. I will go through the whole size range with you. So excited to show this. But we've got to start with the early bird. We'll do that first because we always have to have an early bird. Very, very exciting early bird. It's this amazing pair of scissors. How gorgeous are these? Beautiful steel. They've got these... I can't remember what this is called. Is it like, it's not a rubber, right? It's a coating on the metal. Red handles. Look. Beautifully sharp, heavy duty tailor's shears. So if you need a new pair of scissors because your dressmaking scissors just aren't up to the job, or you just want an extra pair of scissors, they're also very good because you can cut flat, and that's the main thing. So shears, the difference between scissors and shears is they've got one handle bigger than the other so that you can cut them like this. Now, price for these, I think, to be honest, beautiful quality, £24.99 is a good price. But it is an early bird. So what are we reducing the price to as it's Christmas jumper, Sewing Street's Christmas jumper day? £9.99. That's ridiculous. £9.99 for 8-inch heavy-duty tailor's shears. How mad is that? That's Secret Santa price, isn't it? That's treat yourself to a brand new, beautiful pair of scissors. £9.99, and they are super sharp. I do like the red handles as well. They're kind of like your traditional scissors, aren't they? Beautiful. Absolutely love these. Aren't they gorgeous? Oh, they also come with a protective sheath, just in case you need to know. And obviously, if you want to give them as a present and you want them beautifully packaged. You see, look at that. Take them out of the box. Secret Santa. Get some red ribbon, tie it round. All the pairs will come in the box like this. Beautiful. Aren't they lovely? 8-inch, heavy duty, tailor's shears, £9.99. What a bargain. Now, that price will only be until midnight even, or until stocks last. So this is a lovely, lovely Christmas gift to you or to somebody else, or just because you need an extra pair in your sewing room, or maybe your dressmaking shears just aren't up to scratch at the moment and you need a new pair. Remember, they will all come in this lovely box, which is important if you know they need to be gift wrapped. £9.99. Gorgeous, gorgeous. Do get these checked out. If you are brand new to Sewing Street, welcome to the Sewing Street family. If you're a regular viewer, so lovely to have you with me this morning. And my Christmas jumper, what do you think? It's got sewing machines. It's got thread spools. It's got stars because it's Christmas. It's got buttons. And, oh, sorry, watch my mic. And at the bottom, it's got balls of yarn. So it covers everybody, doesn't it? I'm going to be wearing this for the whole of December. Let's have a look at the menu so you can see that it's not only Christmas jumper today. There are other things, but it is a fabulous, fabulous day. Right, so for the Sewing Street jumper, if you want to buy it, we're just trying to sort out the size ranges. If you phone the call centre, they will be able to help you because we're just having a few issues with selecting sizes. But if you phone the call centre, they will be able to sort it out. What do you think? Look at me and my friends. They're beautiful. So I am medium, and this is large. I've got to get these right now. Extra large and extra, extra large. These are gorgeous. Now, our wonderful Ian Munro has spent months developing these, and I've been working with him. Every week I come in, he go, what do you think about this colourway, Bex? And and I go, oh, I like that. The first one he gave me didn't have designs on the sleeves. I was like, well, that's about nothing on the back. So he's been developing them. We're really sad that he can't be with us today. So we're sending him loads of love, Ian. These are gorgeous. These are his babies. And I think the web is so busy with so many of you wanting to buy this Christmas jumper. So thank you so much, Ian, for developing these. These are great. Now, Ian has... Oh, yeah, so we've got to do the rest of the menu. I'm forward into the Christmas jumpers. Right, 9 o'clock, we've got the wonderful Louisa Goult in from Sew Motion. She's got beautiful EPP Christmas decorations. I absolutely love these. There are 3 different colourways of kits. You can make 8 different cards, and the best thing is that the kits come with the cards, so you can give these as Christmas cards, and then when you give them to the person, they take the decorations off and hang them on their tree. It's like a card and a gift all in one. Absolutely gorgeous. That's at 9 o'clock. 10 o'clock, I will be here with Amber Makes. It is the latest in the sewing school, and this month we're covering FPP. So I've designed a sewing machine FPP block, and with it, I've made it to put onto a sewing machine cover. But the beauty of the sewing machine cover is that I've done it so it's made to measure. So I tell you how to measure your machine so you can make a sewing machine cover to fit your machine exactly. There are 2 different colourways, and I'm going to be going through FPP from complete beginner. If you've never done it before, this is for you. If you have done it before, you'll just find it easy. At 11 o'clock, Louisa is back with us, and for all FPP lovers, she's going to be continuing the FPP theme with her beautiful Falling Peaks cushion. Again, available in 3 beautiful prints. Are these not gorgeous? They are so in at the moment. The colourways, or the pattern of it. If you want to decorate your sofa or your favourite chair with a real zing of colour, you are going to love these. Again, Louise is a real FPP expert, so she'll be taking you through the process step by step. Then at 12 o'clock, it is a bit of a Christmas themed day, isn't it? We have got Steffi Stern from The Makers in with her exclusive Christmas stocking design. You cannot buy this anywhere else at the moment. It is exclusive to Sewing Street, and she's also got some of her other designs as well with a little bit of an offer as well. Always like a bit of an offer. So, the Christmas jumper. Oh, Ben's giving me a breakdown. So, oh, right, so we've had an issue with pre-order, because on pre-order, you can't select your size on the website. So, you can't add it to basket without selecting your size. But once these graphics come in, now, there we go, you can now select your size. So everyone who's bought it already has managed to do it on the phone line. Marvellous, well done. But now you can select your size. So if you go onto the website, go sewingstreet.com, click on Watch Live, and then when you see the jumpers there, you can select your size. So you select your size, whether it's medium, large, just like Ben's doing here, add to basket. Don't forget to check out. If you don't check out, somebody will have your Christmas jumper. Can you imagine how disappointing that will be? Those are all the different sizes: medium, large, extra large, XXL. So don't forget, you need to select your size, click add to basket, and most importantly, do checkout. Right, let me show you the sizes. So when I came in this morning, they put the sizes in, but they put the ladies' dress sizes, and I said that doesn't really make a lot of sense, because you need measurements. Well, I do. I don't want dress sizes because it depends what shop I'm in. You know, they've made these jumpers, that's up to them what sizes they put in. So I've measured all the jumpers myself. So we've put in what the suggested bust size, but it depends how much ease you want. So I've measured all the jumpers this morning with the actual size, and I measured them just once across the chest. So the size guide here is for ease. So the medium is for somebody with a 38 to 40 inch bust, large 41 to 44, extra large 44 to 46, extra large 47 to 49. But the measurements, the actual jumper measurements are: medium is 21.5, and that's from there to there, obviously not all the way around. 21.5 inches is medium. Large is 22 inches, extra large is 24 inches, and extra large is 25.5. So if you want to measure a jumper that you've already got, so you can be sure, because it depends, you might want a really big and baggy jumper, and then you'll want the biggest where might want a different size. I mean, I've got the medium jumper. I'm a size 14 chest, and this is, you know, it's not tight, it's not loose. I think, because I don't like a really tight jumper, I have to say, because I want to be wearing something underneath it. It's a nice length, actually, look. I mean, I am quite short. Ben, if you could come in, please, because we've got Ben in the large jumper, and it's got nice long sleeves as well. See, nice long sleeves, and I'm quite short, to be honest. So the good thing is I am quite short. So this is Ben in his jumper. That really suits you.
Thank you.
What do you think?
Are we live yet?
Yeah, we're live. Did you see our Facebook Live
really
this morning?
Good, wasn't it?
Rubbish.
It was really good. Yeah, I'm in a large.
Yeah.
I'm a quite slight.
You are, but it's a nice.
really,
But you're very tall, and it's still a nice length, isn't it?
Lovely length.
It suits you.
Thank you very much.
It did really suit John yesterday.
He looked.
I messaged him and went, "That really suits you."
I'm surprised he didn't take his.
I know. He had the extra large on, I
He
think.
did have the extra large.
But don't we look fabulous?
We look good.
Because when we first got them for Ian, they weren't navy. I think they were red or green. They didn't look right.
He has had so many.
Oh, I
samples.
can't. Every time I come in.
The amount of times he's had to go back and forth.
Well, we started off
get
and
it
the
right.
green was a bit teal. Just wasn't Christmassy, so we sent him back again. Yeah. And then we didn't have patterns on the sleeves.
Well, no. I'm going to take this off now.
Oh,
because you're gonna
message.
need it,
Yay, got my jumper. Thank
Well
you,
done.
Ian, from Neve. Oh, I know.
I was
Thank
so
you,
worried
Ian.
that something was going to go wrong.
I know.
when people couldn't put it in their last.
I know. Ian has spent months on this, honestly, and he's really. Oh, thank you very much for your modelling. He spent months fine-tuning it, making sure that the pattern's on the back, and then we discussed, do we need yarn balls on? Is it just sewing? We thought we gave everything. At one point, they were thinking about putting Sewing Street on, then thought, well, not everyone might want Sewing Street. They might want it to just be sewing themed. I've never seen sewing themed Christmas jumpers, but it's a beautiful shade of raspberry pink, and then you've got emerald green and white. So you've got your snowflakes as your nod to Christmas. So Ian first discovered that there was a factory in Leicester, in the UK, that made made any jumper to order. So they could, you sent the design in, and then they put it all onto computer. They would make you a sample, send it back. And because obviously in Sewing Street we have the buyer power, as long as you there was a minimum order, you could have whatever design you want. And they were amazing. And I think what most appealed to Ian, the fact that they were made in the UK, that they were designed in the UK, they were woven in spun and everything in the UK. And in fact, when Ian went to the factory, he made a little video, which we're going to show you now.
So a couple of weeks ago, I wore this Christmas jumper on the manager's specials, and you said you would buy one if we sourced it. Well, here I am today in Jack Master's knitwear factory in Leicester, and we're going to see how they make these Christmas jumpers, especially for Sewing Street. So stage one of the process is design, and I'm here with Rosa, who's just putting the finishing touches to the CAD design that will make up the Christmas jumper. So once we've had our jumper designed, the next process is knitting, and this machine is knitting one row at a time. So once the panels have been knitted, they're then steamed and pressed to put them into the correct shape. So the knitting machine has now made up the 4 panels, a back, a front and 2 arms, and then Mina is going to stitch these together, and all of this process from now on is hand stitched. Thank you, Mina. So now we are looking like a jumper. The next process is to add the collar and quality control inspection. Thank you, Nina. And there we go, finished product. And I bet you didn't think how many processes it goes in to make one jumper.
Isn't that lovely to watch? When do you ever get to see it being made? Now, I've had a few questions about the fibre content and washable, so I'm going to read the label out to you. They are fully machine washable. They are made from 60% regenerated cotton, so that's good, isn't it? Regenerated cotton, and 38% recycled polyester and 2% other fibres. So they're basically 60% cotton. 60% cotton. They can be washed on a 30-degree wash. Isn't it so lovely to see them being made? And they're even just as beautiful on the inside. Look. Now, even more exciting news than watching the video and seeing Ian there going around the factory, and the fact that they're 60% cotton, 30% polyester, is today we are going to, in celebration of Ian and Christmas, we are going to reduce the price. Because why not? Why not? Because we want everyone to be able to have a Christmas jumper. Look at that, £20 off, $39.99. Now, anyone who has already checked out, don't you worry, we promise, charge you $39.99. At midnight tonight, once your basket closes and your payment is generated, you will only be charged the $39.99. We want these with, I think Ian's main thing when he first brought the samples, and he first brought just the brochure into the office, is we wanted them to be affordable. This was about you guys having a Sewing Street Christmas jumper that you can wear, be part of the whole Sewing Street family, exclusive to us, designed in-house. I mean, Ian sent through the ideas that he had, and he asked the rest of the office what their ideas were, because he's worked so hard on it. But we wanted them so that you all can have one, because then you can all wear them. And on Christmas Day, we'll all be wearing our Sewing Street Christmas jumpers, which is fab. And it's available. It's not on split pay. Oh, apparently. Oh, we're just discussing split pay. Is it on split pay? When you come to order, you just need to choose the size. If you've got any questions about the size, you can phone the call centre or just message in and I'll let you know, because I measured them all this morning. I bought my special tape measure in so I could measure them. So this is the large size. So it's beautiful. So we've got sewing machines, obviously. Well, we've got buttons. And then we've got a nice rick-rack zigzag. Then we've got a line of sewing machines and then some zigzag. And then we've got spools of thread with the needles and all the thread coming out and zigzags, buttons, snowflakes. That's our nod to Christmas. More buttons, zigzag. Then we've got the balls of yarn, and then we've got the pattern, and it's got a nice rib across the bottom. The print, look how nicely that goes across the sleeve, down the sleeve, and obviously on the back as well. So you've seen them all made in the factory. You can see how beautifully made. But isn't that lovely? Even on the inside, they're so beautiful and they're not printed. You can see that they are properly woven. Right, we are down to 35 of the medium left. That's the most limited, is the medium. Quarter of the stock overall has just gone, just like that. And we ordered enough, we thought, to last until Christmas. It could be a complete sellout. I love to see how the design was created. So when Ian first created the design, he was given it with different backgrounds, and we all agreed, I think, that navy was the nicest. Because we love a Christmas jumper, but we want it to be a classy Christmas jumper. But it's been a real collaborative effort. Ian was sent lots of samples of all of their different sizes of jumpers. So we all tried them in the office. We had Scott in them. Hayley had one on. Ian had one on. We all had one on because we all wanted to make sure that the sizes. So every time someone came in the office, we managed to get different size people. From Patricia, morning, Rebecca, the fam all wear Christmas jumpers, but it's a theme according to an individual. One wears Star Wars, one wears Harry Potter, and I can wear sewing. Exactly. Got mine, so looking forward to wearing it. Thank you, Ian. I know, Thank you, Ian. When you get your Christmas jumper, please send us a photo. Put it on the Sewing Street fan page. I know Ian would love to see them. Now, if you've only just tuned in, let me remind you of the measurement. So these are the measurements of what they suggest, but it all depends on ease, you know, whether you want your jumper fitting or really baggy. So I measured the jumpers earlier. Now I just measured across the front of the chest, not all the way around, so you just need to double it. I measured across the chest. The medium was 21.5 inches from here to here. The large was 22 inches. The extra large was 24, and the extra large was 25.5. And that's from there to there. So if you're not sure, and you've got a jumper that's the fit you like, just measure from the one armhole to the other. And when you do that, don't stretch it out. Just throw your jumper down and pat it. Right, medium, 12 left. But if you are a medium, a large would be absolutely fine, because Ben was wearing a large, and he normally wears a small men's t-shirt. So a large is only, well, because it was a ½ inch difference, wasn't it? So it will just be an inch in full diameter, circumference even. I mean, it depends on the fit you want, to be honest. But a lot of people wear oversized jumpers. It's entirely up to you. But if you think like the medium, I'm a size 14, and it fits nicely. But I could wear a large and it would just be bigger. 8 medium left. You are going to need to be quick. £39.99. So we have taken £20 off the price. That's what they recommend. But obviously we can sell it for what we like, because they're only available from us. So we're not really competing with anybody at all, are we? Remember, they are 60% cotton, and that's recycled cotton as well. Medium's about to go. 30% recycled polyester. But if you are a medium, genuinely, shall I try it on? Can you just take my mic out a minute? Give me... Right, back now. Sorry, I had to take my mic off and I lost the end of it. I don't know where it's gone. Anyway, look, I'm wearing the large now. So it's fine, isn't it? The medium's completely gone. Can I come out the front? Just so you can see. So obviously remember, I am only 5'1", so it's obviously longer, but as far as the fit goes, it's just a little bit looser, isn't it? It just depends what what fit you want. So is the medium sold out? Right, so the medium is sold out. So there's only an inch in circumference, but ½ inch difference. But it's just a bit longer, isn't it? So that's what it looks like if it's the large. But I just thought I would just show you what. Yeah, shall we watch Ian in the factory again? Because I absolutely love that. These are flying out, and we want to give you a chance to check out before we move on to anything else. So let's watch Ian in the factory again.
So a couple of weeks ago, I wore this Christmas jumper on the manager's specials, and you said you would buy one if we sourced it. Well, here I am today in Jack Master's knitwear factory in Leicester, and we're going to see how they make these Christmas jumpers, especially for Sewing Street. So stage one of the process is design, and I'm here with Rosa, who's just putting the finishing touches to the CAD design that will make up the Christmas jumper. So once we've had our jumper designed, the next process is knitting, and this machine is knitting one row at a time. So once the panels have been knitted, they're then steamed and pressed to put them into the correct shape. So the knitting machine has now made up the 4 panels, a back, a front and 2 arms, and then Mina is going to stitch these together, and all of this process from now on is hand stitched. Thank you, Mina. So now we are looking like a jumper. The next process is to add the collar and quality control inspection. Thank you, Nina. And there we go, finished product. And I bet you didn't think how many processes it goes in to make one jumper.
Right, I hope you enjoyed that again. In case you've just joined, it'd be a shame if you missed the Ian special VT of going to the factory. I wish I'd gone. I really wanted to go. Look, anyway, so the jumper, $39.99. Now, I'm now wearing the large because we've got those in stock. The medium is sold out. Remember, I'm a size 14, and this is a nice fit, isn't it? It's not too baggy. I mean, it's only actually an inch in circumference bigger than the medium, but it's a nice fit, isn't it? I think it looks lovely. We have got more of these left, so you're all right if you still want one of these. We have reduced, but we are down to double figures of all of them. Whoa. We had thousands because the only way that we could get them to you at this price was to buy a lot. Because you know what it's like, the more you buy, then, you know, the more you save. So because we have that buying power, and because Ian persuaded everybody, well, we all knew that we thought that they would sell. He persuaded everyone that we needed to buy that number so that we could get them to you at the lowest price possible, which means we've been able to take £20 off the price. Because he said at the beginning, I really want to do Christmas jumpers. And some people were like, oh, is everyone going to want to buy them? But we were like, yep, they will, but at the right price. So we had to commit to buying a certain number so we could get them at that price. And then Hayley decided to put them on 3-way split pay as a hug. So Ian's Christmas gift was getting them for you at $39.99, and Hayley's was getting them on 3-way split pay. Sheena says it's like a blast from the past watching the jumpers being made. When I left school many years ago, I worked in a knitwear factory from Sheena. It is lovely, isn't it? You honestly think that places like in the UK don't exist like that anymore. The fact that they are made properly like that. That's the same message. Oh, new message. We'll have another message. I don't know. Susan has messaged to say she's looking forward to wearing hers. I'm not surprised. Tracy says, I've just ordered mine and the app is working now. Oh, thank you for letting us know, Tracy. There was just a few issues with it this morning. Jane says, got my jumper. Can't wait to wear it. Thank you, Ian. I know. I mean, Ian has championed this from the start. Carol says, morning, Rebecca. Got my jumper. Love the fabric composition as it won't be too hot, unlike acrylic. No, it's lovely. It's nice and flexible. And the beauty of it not being wool is you can just chuck it in the machine. Good morning. Got mine. Thank you, Ian. Great jumper. Honestly, he has championed this from the beginning. He was the one going, we've got to do this. We've got to do this. Right. Extra, extra large. There are only 21 left. Now, the great size about having all of these size ranges is you can get one for the whole family. Everyone can have one. Now, right, so the extra, extra large, 173 people have that one in their basket. Oh, in total. Right, 173 people, we don't know which sizes, have got them in their basket. And like, for example, there's 21 of the extra, extra large left, and there are 19 of that. So you can get one for the whole family, can't you? I think they're amazing, because I think it's lovely that it's that you've got the cotton, which gives it the lovely flexibility and the breathability, the polyester that gives it the strength, and that means you can chuck it in the washing machine. You can start wearing it. I reckon, well, from now really, you can wear a Christmas jumper whenever you want. Because to be honest, I think when we talked about it to Ian and there were the ones with the red backgrounds and the green backgrounds, I thought actually by having it like this, I mean, other than I guess maybe the snowflakes. They're not really Christmas jumpers, are they? You can wear them all year round. And why not? I'm going to wear mine all year round. 17 left of the double XL. Now, we haven't talked about split pay. So Hayley's Christmas gift was, let's spread the cost. For those of you who really want it, but can't afford or don't want to spend all that in one go, but would rather spread the cost, she's put it on 3-way split pay, which is unheard of. And remember, when we do split pay, if you've never used it before, if you're new to Sewing Street, we don't charge you to do split pay, and we don't charge you any interest either. So 3 equal payments of £13. No, it's £13.33, I think. £13.33. So if you pay £13.33 now, we will send the jumper straight to you, and then next month you pay the next £13.33, and the next month after that. So it just means that if you really want it, but you think, oh, I don't want to pay all of that in one go, you can spread the cost, but it's entirely up to you. So when you're ordering on the web or on the phone, at that point, you can choose whether or not you want that. We have 9 left of the double XL. I was trying to count my fingers then. 9 left. That's really funny, isn't it? 8, can do that one. 8 of the double XL left. So they are flying out. This jumper looks so good. I've ordered mine. I can't wait to wear it. Cheers, Ian, from Christine. Honestly, when you all get them, please, please post a photo of yourself wearing the jumper on the Sewing Street fan page. 6 left of the double XL. And I know when Ian is back, because we are so sad that he can't be with us today, he will love to see the photos of all of you wearing them, because he has been the one from the beginning going, no, we're going to do this, we're going to do this. And he said, I'm going to the factory, I'm going to film the process, because I think it's so lovely for us to support British businesses like this. So this company, they will create the Christmas jumpers you want as long as you can commit to the quantity, and that was how we managed to get them at this price. If we had bespoke jumpers, if we'd only had 10 made, I think they would have probably about 5 times the price. So it's lovely that Ian managed to do that, and also it's been really nice that it's been so collaborative, because I remember the first time we saw the jumper, it was really teal and it just didn't look right. So we went new colours. And I think the design is lovely. So we gave them the design and then they put it all onto computers. I quite like the fact that on the inside, you can see, oh, there's my poppy. Where's that gone? Anyway, after I lost my microphone on my medium jumper. The inside, you can see that they're not printed. Well, you've seen in the video, haven't you? But you see, if I show you the inside, you can see how they are properly. So that's why in the video, they all look pink, because they obviously fold them with the wrong side out. So when you look at the I quite like it. So you could wear it that side. I mean, obviously you'd have the seam showing, but you can see now, can't you, how they are properly woven jumpers, because they are perfect. Other than the fact they have seams, they are perfectly woven, aren't they? But you could wear them that way around. Right, how are we doing for stock then? 5 double XL left. Right, less than 60 of the large, and then less than 80 of the extra large. And bear in mind, we had thousands. That was the only way we could get them at the price. This is a TV exclusive, never been sold before. Once they're gone, because they took a long... It's a 6-week turnaround, so we won't be getting any more of these. So once they've gone, they've gone. That special price, $39.99, is only because we had so many of them with split pay. I'm wearing a large, just in case you want to know. The medium is completely gone. The large, if you think I mean, it's a nice size. It covers my bottom, actually. Quite like that. Like to have your bottom covered. Less than 50 of the large. I'm a size 14, and that's what it looks like. It's quite nice. It's got nice long sleeves. So if you're buying them, we've got 220 of you with them in baskets. So if everyone checks out, they've gone. I like the fact, just think, because I'm obviously short, 5'1", so if you are taller, don't worry about the sleeve length. I mean, they're fine, I can pull them up, I guess I could roll it back, but if you've got longer arms, they will be absolutely fine. So you can see can we show these pictures? They even fit men. They fit men and women. So just because they are unisex, they are unisex sizes and styles. But I just think that 2 of the XXL left. I think they're quite tasteful. I think it was a good shout of Ian's going with the navy background, because then it's not, because I know we don't want them really too shouty, do we? I think they're beautiful. And I was very keen as well when he said he was going to put yarn on as well. I think it's nice to have the yarn and the sewing machines. And they are totally exclusive to... Right, XXL has gone. So the XXL was 25.5 just across, and the XL is 24. So that means it's got a 48-inch circumference. Obviously, they do stretch. You know, they are stretchy jumpers. So if you've missed out on the XXL, the finished jumper has got a 48-inch circumference from the bottom of this part here. We can't get any more of any of the sizes. The XXL and the medium have gone now, and we can't get any more. There are 30 left of the large, and the extra large, less than 50 left. And we have 245 of you have got them in baskets. I mean, and they are just gorgeous. I love the idea. I quite like the fact that I'm standing next to all of my friends, because wouldn't it look great? In fact, if you've bought one for your whole family, I definitely want a photo. Wouldn't we look great? And you can just, all you need, a pair of jeans, you see. You can all look exactly the same, or your pyjama bottoms. You'll all have them on. How lovely to open this. Oh, 1 XXL has come back in stock. Someone's changed their mind on the sizes. So just keep an eye on it. If you've got it in your basket at XXL, check out very quickly, because one's just come back. Right, let's watch, in honour of our wonderful Ian. We are so proud of him, and thank you if you're managing to watch at all. I don't know whether you are, Ian. Thank you. We love them. We love them, and we know we all love them, because he's worked so hard on them, and we're sending you lots of love. Can we see the video one more time, please?
So a couple of weeks ago, I wore this Christmas jumper on the manager's specials, and you said you would buy one if we sourced it. Well, here I am today in Jack Master's knitwear factory in Leicester, and we're going to see how they make these Christmas jumpers, especially for Sewing Street. So stage 1 of the process is design, and I'm here with Rosa, who's just putting the finishing touches to the CAD design that will make up the Christmas jumper. So once we've had our jumper designed, the next process is knitting, and this machine is knitting 1 row at a time. So once the panels have been knitted, they're then steamed and pressed to put them into the correct shape. So the knitting machine is now made up of 4 panels, a back, a front and 2 arms, and then Mina is going to stitch these together, and all of this process from now on is hand stitched. Thank you, Mina. So now we are looking like a jumper. The next process is to add the collar and quality control inspection. Thank you, Nina. And there we go, finished product. And I bet you didn't think how many processes it goes in to make one jumper.
Oh, we have nearly sold out. Now, we do have some. There are 16 large left and less than 50 of the extra large. So there are some left. Thank you, all of you who have messaged in as well. We'll be passing all of your messages on to Ian. That's really kind. And your gratitude, because he has worked really hard on me. He wasn't ever going to let it go from when he brought that brochure in. And some people are like, oh, really? And he said, yes, we're going to do this. But then you see, to be honest, the advent calendar was Ian's idea. Yeah, back a long time ago, that was his idea. He's very good at ideas, isn't he? Amanda says, thanks so much for bringing us the jumper, Ian. I can't wait for mine to come. Oh, thank you, Amanda. And we will pass all the messages along to him because he would have loved to have been here today. But I messaged him and says, I will say everything. Thank goodness he did the video, so that's good. But they are lovely. Can't wait. And do you know what? You don't have to just save them for Christmas. As soon as you get it, wear it. Single figures on the large and loads have you in baskets. Remember, the jumpers are $39.99. Because Ian persuaded the buying to buy so many of them, we managed to get that price down to make it affordable. If you would rather spread the cost, we can do it for you at 3 equal payments of £13.33. So you can pay one payment now. We don't charge you an admin fee and we don't charge you any interest. And then you can spread the cost a bit. And then you go, well, it doesn't even notice, do you? So Ian, Ben was trying to get his own Christmas jumper commissioned for his Sober Boozers Club. And it was so yeah, so he would have had to, for him to just break even, he'd have had to sell them at £80. So they won't be available yet. Well, you haven't got the buying power of Sewing Street. This is the wonderful thing about Sewing Street, is not only do we get so many different products in and so many different designers, we also have the power of the buying, because when you're buying in quantity, the price goes down and we can pass that price on for you. And also, Ian can go into the factory and go, I want it like that, I want it like that. And, you know, you could go for, if you want if you wanted the medium, the large is absolutely fine. I'm wearing the large size now, and it covers my bottom very nicely. There's only 3 of the large size left. So if you've got it in your basket, 2 left. You need to get it checked out very quickly. So really, I think we're talking about the XL. So let's have a look at the XL. Remind me, is it... I think we need to get Ben out to model it. Because he's a slim man. Well, there's not much of him, to be honest. 1 double XL left again. It's gone back. People keep changing their minds about the sizes. Large is gone. Large is gone. There's 1 XXL just popped back in. It is worth checking. Right, Ben, could you put...
It's not going to look as good because I've put my shirt back on.
Yeah, I did say the shirt doesn't go with the jumper.
Shirt doesn't go with the jumper.
I know, I can hardly see him with that camouflage shirt on.
Yeah. Okay, so the logic is I wear a men's small. So
Yeah, because you are quite
so
small.
If you're more slender.
Small but tall.
But you're thinking an XL is going to be too big for me.
Right.
So we can see how it looks.
Okay.
I'm going to go off.
You do know you've got to come out the front as well so we can see the length.
Oh, yeah.
Luckily, he's got his matching brown trousers on. He looks like a tree today. Yay, I got my jumper. I love it. The perfect jumper for us crafters. So Michelle, congratulations, and congratulations to all of you who've got it. Hi, Rebecca. Please can we have a new jumper every year? Set a new tradition. Wendy, don't encourage Ian. Yes, once Ian has seen how well these have done, that's it, we'll be having a new...
Exactly.
Well, when we did our very first advent calendar, that was on Sewing Quarter, that was Ian's idea. I mean, obviously, absolutely love it. And this is his new idea. He's full of bright ideas. So can we have a look at you in the XL?
So here's me in the XL.
So that's got a 48-inch circumference, finished size. So that's not chest size.
You could do a French tuck, couldn't you?
Oh, is that where you do that? So would you wear that size?
I would, yeah.
Because it's,
Because
yeah.
I'm a very trendy boy.
Yeah. The oversized jumper.
Yeah, obviously not with a brown print.
Oh, I tell you, my son, Freddie, is 22. He's a little bit, so he would probably be a large person. He wears XXXL.
Oh yeah.
They all wear that, don't they?
Well, you want to be comfortable.
I
Like
know.
your Christmas dinner.
Oh, absolutely.
A tight jumper.
Oh,
Oh,
no. You don't want that kind of, you know when you have to keep going like that?
no.
You know? You don't want that. You want to be able to expand. You want to be able to undo your zip of your jeans, don't you? Without anyone knowing. Thank you very much. So we only have the extra large left. So the finished measurement of that, and I have bought my... I'm going to show you it. I've got my mouse tape measure. We used to sell these on Sewing Quarter ages ago. It was one of the ones that Ian gave me. So there you can see from that seam, so underarm seams, it's 24 inches across. If you need to know that. $39.99 for the jumper. It is available on three-way split pay. So if you only want to pay $13.33 now, then you pay the other two payments. You can have your jumper. Congratulations to all of you who've got it. Wouldn't it be great? In fact, if you could all wear them to the Festival of Quilts next year, we could have a group Christmas photo shoot. How cool would we look? Maybe we should have Sewing Street summer jumpers, spring jumpers. Right. We all turn out. So anyone who comes to the Festival of Quilts next year, wear your Christmas jumper. And we'll get Ian to wear his as well. We'll do a big group photo. 39 jumpers left. So the only size you can get now, I mean, do keep an eye on it. Underarm, what, to cuff? I will, because I have my tape measure with me today. Love this tape measure. So from the seam to the cuff is 20 inches. From there to there. Would you like to know the length as well? I should work in a clothes shop, shouldn't I? I do really. I do today. Oh, and I haven't shown you the label as well. I must show you the label because I really like that. 27 inches from the top of the neck to there. It's even got a nice label in it. Look, British Christmas jumpers made in Great Britain. And then if you want to know the composition on the label, it says you can put it in the machine, 30-degree wash. This garment has been made from regenerated cotton using pre-consumer textile waste cuttings and recycled polyester from plastic bottles. 2,700 litres of water are saved by one jumper. No harmful chemicals are used. 98% recycled raw material. That is good, isn't it? So it says wash inside out, wash at 30 to save energy. Do not use fabric conditioner. I wonder why not. Dry flat. 60% regenerated cotton, 38% recycled polyester and 2% other fibres. Made in Great Britain. There you go. Nice that you can put it in the washing machine though. I hate that hand washing business. I mean, I do understand with the wool jumper. Although I do tend to, if I knit now, I tend to knit using the super wash stuff that you can, even the pure wool, you can get a pure wool that's machine washable. Isn't it lovely? I like, there's 20, have you seen it's got buttons on? When you look at these from a distance, they just look like circles, but they are actually buttons. And I love the rick-rack and the balls of yarn. And look, it's got a little heart on the yarn label. And then look, spools of thread. And the sewing machine. I mean, it had to be. When have you ever seen a Christmas jumper with a sewing machine on? No. I think we'll have to get Ian to write a knitting pattern for us. Yeah, maybe we should do that. Next year, we should do a knitting pattern and another Christmas jumper. I think there's a lot of room because I've got an autumn jumper and mine has rows of like acorns and toadstools and autumn themed things. So I think we could easily have a spring Sewing Street jumper, couldn't we? We'll have a word. Could have like a pale blue background, couldn't it? And other things. Right. They're not itchy at all, and let me tell you, I've got a t-shirt on underneath, so and I am the itchiest person. The itchiest person. I have to have non-bio washing powder as well. everything, really itchy to most things, and this is not itchy. Right, for the last 20, extra large is the only size left. Do keep an eye, because sometimes people change their minds on sizes, and the odd one will pop back in. So if you particularly want another size, keep an eye on it, because sometimes people do phone in and change them over. There are over 300 people with this jumper in their baskets, and we have 20 of the extra large left. Right. Okay. We've got 10 minutes left, so I'm going to fly through some other things, and I'll keep you updated on how many extra larges. And thank you again to Ian. Let's do the Van Gogh. We've got some nice gifting things. Oh, I like those. Let's do the Van Gogh. This is a nice box, isn't it? 7 jumper. What, of these or jumpers? Oh, 7 of these. These are, look, they come in a lovely box. This is proper gifting, isn't it? Look. Right. Look at that price. $10.99. So it comes in a beautiful box. There are 2 in the box. That's a fantastic price, isn't it? Look. Beautiful. Aren't they lovely? So that's your Van Gogh sunflowers. And then you've got the Starry Night. That's gorgeous, isn't it? Absolutely beautiful. So you're getting 2. I'm just having a look at... Oh, these are very nice. The Leonardo collection. Aren't they beautiful? There's only left. They are made from fine china, microwave and dishwasher safe. I love the way it says wash before use. Can you imagine getting a mug out of a box and not giving it a quick swill? These are beautiful. Right, single figures of those. If you want the Van Gogh mugs, you need to get checked out. The budgies, I love these. Look at the purse with the budgies in their knitted beanies. Now, I guess we've got these because they've got knitted beanies on. $6.49. So cute. And look, it's even got a lovely cotton lining as well. And the outside is a really nice, stiffer sort of canvas fabric. Isn't that absolutely gorgeous? Budgies in beanies. Nice. Do you know what this is good for? If you're giving someone a gift voucher or cash for Christmas. Oh, a message from someone asking for the early bird. Somebody wants to see, yes. Can we do the tea towel? Look. The budgies in beanies tea towel. Thank you. Isn't that beautiful? I love that. See, what I would do with this is I made, when I went to Glastonbury last year, I bought, a friend of mine gave me a Glastonbury tea towel, and I made the tea towel into a rucksack. But they make beautiful, you can make them into tote bags, because all you do, I've made so many things out of tea towels. So I ought to write a book one day of what you can make from a tea towel. You can cut this in half, and then you can make them into tote bags as well. I make loads of things from tea towels, because you can use them. You can make, I made one half was the front of the rucksack, one half was the back, and then I used the bits left over to go around the gusset around the side. $7.99, I'm a bit of a tea towel collector. Right, early bird, if you weren't with me at 8 o'clock, is this beautiful. We were so excited about Christmas jumpers and the checking out. Now, these are beautiful scissors, heavy-duty tailor shears. They come in a box, makes them great for gifting. Look at that. We have taken £15 off the price. $24.99, beautiful steel. They're heavy-duty tailor shears. Obviously, they've got one handle bigger than the other, which makes them shears. They are flat enough so that you can put them on the table and cut like that. $9.99. And aren't they lovely? They've got this proper, I don't know what it is, like it's almost like a plasticky coating that makes them really nice to hold and to handle. But they're what the old traditional scissors used to be. They were dipped into the coating. I mean, these are lifetime, aren't they? Obviously, you know, after many years, you might need to get them sharpened again. But these are the sort of quality of scissors that you can keep for forever. And at that price, that is a beautiful gift as well. I know I keep talking about gifts because I guess we're thinking about that at the moment. but this is worth a multi-buy, isn't it? And also they're so attractive. They'll look lovely in your sewing room, won't they? If you've got one of those, I have one of those wooden scissor holders that we sell. I've got, and when I got it, so it's got about 10, 20 holes in it, I thought I'd never fill that. I have to have scissors sharing spaces now. How did I have that many scissors? Oh, it's like the little scissors, the medium scissors, the pinking shears, the big scissors, the applique scissors. I have so many scissors, but they look lovely in that, and I'm quite fussy about how nice my scissors are in my scissor holder. $9.99. That's a fantastic price, isn't it? Right, we're going to go for a quick break. Before we do, how are we doing, Ben, on the jumper? Quick drum roll. There are 17 extra large left. And one large has jumped back, because I did say that what's happened, because people change their minds on the sizes. Oh, the large is gone now. I would keep a check, because every now and then people swap them back in, and so keep an eye on the web. But we have 307 of you in their baskets that need to check out. When you check out, you can choose whether you pay the reduced $39.99, £20 off price in one go, or if you want to spread the cost, 3 equal payments of £13.33. So I will leave that with you. We're going to go for a quick break now. Congratulations to all of you who have a beautiful Christmas jumper, and massive thanks to Ian, who has championed this through from the beginning all the way through, even went to visit the factory. It was his great idea, but it's been a really collaborative journey with the whole team choosing the colours and the designs. So I'm so pleased that I could bring them to you today. Do keep an eye on the website to see any sizes pop in. We have 10 jumpers left. I'll see you back here in a few minutes' time with the wonderful Louisa Goult, who's going to be doing EPP for us. Oh, they're brilliant. If you want to make your own cards this year that come with Christmas decorations, you are going to love the next hour. So get your Christmas jumper on, and I'll see you back here in a few minutes.
Shopping with Sewing Street couldn't be easier. You can shop via our website at www.sewingstreet.com, where you can watch our live shows and see all the products from that day. We also have a huge amount of products on our website, from your sewing room essentials to fabrics, sewing machines, and much more. You can download and shop on the go with our Sewing Street app. Simply head over to your app store and search Sewing Street. Alternatively, you can contact our UK-based call centre 24 hours a day on 0800 001 4433. Shopping made easy at Sewing Street.
Every day, our experts will bring you a wealth of knowledge. They'll take you through the steps of making projects, and we feature fabulous tips along the way. Whether you're new to sewing or a seasoned pro, you're sure to learn something new. We're live every day from 8 AM till 1 PM, and you can also watch back all of the demonstrations featured on the show on our YouTube channel.
Hi everyone, Andy here with some exciting news. On the back of our first Craftopia weekend retreat in conjunction with Hobbymaker, Sewing Street and Jewellery Maker, we're pleased to announce that tickets are available for the next one, taking place this November. Tickets are now available for the weekend of the Saturday the 9th and Sunday the 10th of November at the Abbey Hotel in Redditch, here in Worcestershire. Now, if you've been to one before, you know what to expect. But if you haven't, what can you look forward to? Over the weekend, you'll be taking part in 4 exclusive workshops with some of the best tutors in the business. From Hobbymaker, we have Carla Bagshaw and Julie Peplow. From Sewing Street, we have Jenny Jackson. And from Jewellery Maker, Debbie Kershaw will be joining us once again. Your tickets include your accommodation, all workshops, all materials, all refreshments, lunches, dinners and Saturday night entertainment. Plus, you'll get an exclusive 20% discount just for you to use across any of our channels over the weekend. We have single, double and for the first time, day tickets available.
To buy those tickets or find out more information, check out the website below or call the call centre. Now remember, as always, spaces are limited, so make sure you join us for the next Craftopia event, taking place on Saturday the 9th and Sunday the 10th of November at the Abbey Hotel here in Redditch. We'll see you then.
Did you know at Sewing Street that on various products we offer split pay? That means on certain items you can spread the cost over 2, 3, 4 or sometimes even 5 interest-free monthly payments. Just pay the first instalment when you purchase and you're away. So shop your way with split pay.
Here at Sewing Street, we only charge one P&P throughout the day. You can add as many items to your basket and check out and still only be charged once. Once you've checked out the first time and want to order again, you simply add the item to the basket and click on the Combine Order button. Remember, standard P&P is £4.95. Charges may differ for outside the UK. Or upgrade to our premium option for £6.95 on certain items. Shopping made easy at Sewing Street.
Never miss a show by watching on the go with the Sewing Street app. Head over to your App Store now and search Sewing Street and simply download to your smartphone or tablet. You can watch the shows live and see your favourite presenters and guests. Click on the Today button to shop all of the products that are featured in today's show. Want to know what's hot? Then click here to see today's bestsellers and highlights. Have you missed a show or want to watch one back? Then click the schedule button and you can go back 7 days to watch and shop, and you can also see what's coming up over the next 7 days. Want to say hello or ask a question to our guests? Then send a message to the studio. You can also keep in touch with all the latest news, events, product launches and much more by clicking here for our social media pages. Never miss a show by watching on the go with Sewing Street.
Welcome back to Sewing Street. Still got my jumper on. We have still got a few left of the extra large, but not many. 15. The XL is the only size we've got left, and we've got 15 of them. It's lovely. 314 baskets. Anyway, I'll leave that with you to think about. Now, these are fabulous. I absolutely love these. So we've got the wonderful Louisa Goult with me. Good morning.
Morning.
How are you feeling after the show?
A bit worn out.
Was it
My
a
feet are
busy one?
hurting. It was busy, yeah.
The creating and
It was good.
crafting.
Yeah, creative
NEC.
crafts shows, yeah.
So was that all Christmassy or not?
It was half Christmas, some card making, arty, and then some sewing. So they brought in the sewing from, they normally do it in March, and they were bringing it in for the autumn.
Oh, I see. So it's the first time they've done this.
Yeah,
Oh.
sewing for pleasure. So,
Busy though.
Yeah, it was busy.
Good. Well done for coming in today.
Thank you. All the sake of saving some petrol, because we were nearby. I was like, I'll
You
just do
may
it
as
on
well.
Monday.
I bet you never thought about the fact that
No.
you've been there for 4
Of
days.
course
had
not.
no sleep. Bad. Now, these are, absolutely love these. These are brilliant. So they're all EPP. And now what I love about them, so in each kit you get 4 designs. You can you can make them into little Christmas decorations like this, but in the kits you get these cards. So what you can do is you just sew it to the card, then you send the card to somebody and they've got the card and they can keep it on there if they want, or if they want to undo the stitches, they can hang it on their tree. I think that is absolutely genius. So this is a beautiful way of you having a set of Christmas cards or decorations or both. So in the kits, there's enough to make 4 different designs.
4 different designs, 2 of each.
2 of each, so 8 Christmas cards, and we've got them in 3 different colourways. So Louisa, why did you decide, how did this happen? I love the process.
It was a customer, actually.
Okay.
Because I do the jewel one, which is the star.
Right.
In a bigger version as bunting.
Okay.
And the customers, I think it must have been a festival or something, she said, oh, do you do it in smaller sizes for Christmas cards? Because I make Christmas. So finally, a year later, I was like, oh, yes, actually. And then a couple of the other designs. So the big round one.
Oh, right, this one here.
That's my sunflower design. So they're existing designs already. So that goes on a pin cushion.
I mean, it works
traditionally.
beautifully as a Christmas wreath.
Yeah, exactly. And in the mini version. So yeah, and then the other one's a lotus flower that I've used before or something.
So you could just make these as decorations for your tree, or you could use them to send to your 8 favourite people.
Or you could hang them on a one long thing for bunting.
Oh, that would be nice, wouldn't it? Now, there's 3 different colourways, so we're going to go through those. What do you want me to start with? Traditional. That's traditional. That happens to be the one I've got. So traditional, let me show you the traditional ones. So $27.99. That's an amazing price for 8 decorations and 8 cards. So you've got the wreath, you've got the little, look at the tiny hexy one. Oh, there's a picture of all of them. I've got to make sure I pick up the right colours. What's that
That's
one?
I call my lotus flower.
Lotus flower. It looks like a little star, doesn't it? And then the Christmas star. So those are the 4 traditional ones. That's what
the
you'll
bright
make.
you've got there.
Oh, have I got the wrong one?
Not that one, the other one, the star.
The star
the bottom
should
one,
be that
that's it.
one.
Yeah.
Mixing up my colourways. Look, there we go. And they are double-sided as well. So that when you hang them on your tree, there we go. So 20% of the stock went on pre-order before we even started. Now, in the kit, you get full instructions with photos. So could a beginner do these?
Yes, I think so. I mean, they are small pieces.
Yeah.
So if they're good with their hands, and
If
do
you've
knitting,
been
embroidery,
sewing but you've never
yeah.
done EPP,
I think
then
you'd be
you'd be fine. You get all of this fabric. Now, this is Macawa fabric. It's beautiful. It has gold metallic on it. Look how lovely that is. So you've got, that's a beautiful design, isn't it?
Lovely.
Love that one. And then you've got the red with stars, this beautiful foliage design, because it works so well in the colours. You've got the red and then the gold with the green with the gold stars. So you get all of that. You get, it's not just cards, it is envelopes as well, red ones. Proper Christmas. Proper Christmas. And they're different sizes.
Yes.
Depending on which card you're going to go to.
Yeah.
So you get, I presume, 4 big and 4 small.
Yeah.
So that's the big and small. And they come with the envelopes as well, which is fab. You get the ribbon so that you can then sew them on. And you get the EPP pieces. And can I open this? Try not to rip it too much. In here are all the EPP pieces. Look. And all the buttons as well. So you've got the buttons.
So you've got 8 buttons.
You've got 8 buttons. You've got white ones and red ones. You've got all of the EPP pieces, which are all on the proper card. Because it's important with EPP that your card's not too thin, not too thick. It's got to be exactly right. So you've got all of these pieces, and some of them are really unusual shapes. So they're all pre-cut for you. Easy peasy and full instructions. That's the traditional set. Okay? So you've got to choose your colourway now. Or, because you've got 8 in here, if you want to make more, you could get different colourways or you get lots of the same. Isn't that gorgeous? I'll just put that to one side. Right, the next one is Scandi. So let me show you the Scandi ones. So you've got the wreath, you've got the lotus flower, you've got the star.
And the hex.
Oh, and then you've put that one on there. And so look, they're double-sided, so they work perfectly to hang up. Or if you make them as bunting, remember you've got 8 of these to hang up. The Scandi kit looks like this. So those are what you'll get. And inside, full instructions again. You get Macao fabric, gorgeous. Let me show you the fabric for this. I love that. You've got the grey snowflakes. You've got red and white. You've got white with silver stars, and that's got metallic on it. This one's metallic. That's beautiful snowflake design. I guess with EPP this small, you need these tiny prints.
Yeah, on these pieces, yeah.
It works so well, doesn't it? Then you can get the little...
And then you can fussy cut the snowflakes.
Oh, of course, yes. So if you look at this, you see Louisa's fussy cut. The snowflakes are in just the right place on the things. Obviously, you get the 8 cards and envelopes. and the ribbon, and you get all the buttons and EPP pieces, which are exactly the same as the other one, so I'm not going to open that one because I've already done it. So you get exactly the same, all the EPP pieces and all the buttons as well. So that is the Scandi version. It's hard to decide. And honestly, when you make somebody a card, they always keep it. You'll be back there in August and it'll still be on the mantelpiece. But they do, don't they? When you make someone a card, they always...
Well, this one now can be kept for years.
And yeah, exactly. And I think it's lovely that they can then be taken off and hung up as well. Right, then the last one is Brights. So again, full instructions. This is the fabric. Oh, I love this. Oh, let me show you the actual items. So this is the wreath design, the large one, because this is on the card already. That's what it looks like on the other side. Then you've got the lotus flower, and that's what it's like on the other side. And then you've got the star. I love the fact that the prints are quite different on each side as well.
Yeah.
And then you've got the little hexes. I love this one. That's so cute. And then this is the fabric that you'll get. Again, it's Macara fabric. Beautiful. And isn't it lovely that it's all cut so you've got exactly the size that you need? You haven't got to go and find anything, so it will be exactly correct. Love these really vibrant colours. It's all Christmassy, but it's beautiful. It's a gorgeous, like, petrol teal colour. And look at that one. That's gorgeous. Little ranges. Is this all from the same fabric range?
Yeah, that's Christmas Bright.
Or is it just across there? And it works so well together. I love the,
Yeah, that one's lovely.
again, for your EPP, this is beautiful, isn't it? And obviously, exactly the same as the other kits, you will get all of the cards and the envelopes. You will get all of the EPP pieces and the buttons and the ribbon as well. You're only going to need a bit of time and a thread and some thread. That's it, isn't it?
Yep.
These are absolutely gorgeous. Now, they are all $27.99 for the kit. That makes 8 cards, everything that you will need. Now, if you just want the instructions and the EPP templates, we can do those as well, $13.99. So if you've got the templates, obviously you don't have the Christmas cards in there, but the templates are in there and the instructions, $13.99 if you want to make them using your own fabric. So we have those as a separate thing. So it's up to you. If you want to use the fabrics that Louisa's chosen and you want the cards and the envelopes and all the ribbon, then buy the kits. If you want just the instructions, the EP pieces, only $13.99. I think these are gorgeous, and also what a lovely gift if you want to give somebody a kit for Christmas. They can make their own. You'll see them there on Christmas Day. So you've got to get these done. So where do we start with these then,
Okay,
Louisa?
so as you've said, you've got 4 different designs. So some curved English paper piecing, so that's my thing, really. But I'm going to show you first, and then the other 2, the hexagon and the jewel, are straight EPP, straight edges, okay?
So is curved more difficult?
Not really, it's just a different technique.
Oh, okay.
So I'll start with the lotus flower. I mean, it's called a lotus flower because, well, in a different project it was called a lotus flower, so I'm sticking to the lotus flower.
But it looks like a Christmassy shape.
Yeah. So as you said, you can fussy cut with these snowflake shapes and the other ones as well. So you can, if you really wish, put it on a light box so you can see through it, and then position your paper on top of it. I'm just going to eyeball it and hope for the best. So...
Oh, yeah, hang on. We're going to have to move you over a bit.
Oh.
Da,
All
da,
right.
da.
Da, da, da. You can see me now. Right, so the trusty glue pen. So it's a temporary fabric glue pen. I'm sure you have them.
Yeah, we do normally, yes.
So you position your fabric face down, dab a bit of glue on the back of the paper. These are all symmetrical, so it doesn't matter which side you put it on. And then just position, because you can see the back of the fabric, position your paper on top of one of the motifs. So as I said, if you want to be really exact, you can put that onto a light box so you can see through it, or you can hold it up to the light that way so you can see your shape behind it to see if it's centred or not. And then you're going to cut it out with a generous seam allowance. So I go about 3/8 of a seam allowance, a bit bigger than a quarter.
Okay.
I mean, if you wanted to be exact again, you can draw around it, around the paper shape.
But it doesn't matter then.
But it really doesn't matter.
Because normally people do about a quarter of an inch. Is it easier if you do that
Because
bit
of the glue
extra?
pen, I think you just need a little bit
Oh,
extra.
okay. That's quite interesting.
So
So I bet that's easier to fold it round.
Yeah,
so.
yeah, and it doesn't fray as much when you take the papers out.
I can do that next time.
So then when you've got an inside curve, so just on the inside curves, you're just going to snip into the seam allowance, stopping just before you get to the paper. And then you're going to run the glue pen. I don't know why I'm doing this on the mat, really. Going to run the glue pen, not right on the edge of the paper, just in from the edge, just a thin line, and then fold your fabric over. So my papers are quite strong and sturdy, so as you said, you need the right weight card to do this. So you can push quite firmly and get that nice smooth curve. If I tried to do that with copy paper, it would buckle and I wouldn't get such a nice.
Well, I think that's the great thing about the kits, and the instructions, is that it's your template, so you know they're the right ones.
So then on your outer curve, you don't need to snip in those, just let that gather up itself on the back. But you just want that curve to be as smooth as possible. So if you get a pointy edge, just unpeel it and re-glue it and re-stick it down again and it'll be fine. So the same the other side. So you get that nice smooth curve, and then the straight edges just simply fold over, press down. So I find glue basting as well gives you a nice tighter finish. I wouldn't suggest you thread baste through my papers anyway, because you'll get very holy fingers.
Okay, but you...
But also, I think generally with glue basting, you get that nice tighter fold on your edge.
Yeah, and that's why these look so perfect.
Yeah. Right, so, and then that's that shape. And then your second shape is this one. So I'm just going to, again, glue that down, position it. I mean, again, you can fussy cut this, or you can just line it up with a row so it's centred. So you can see around the fabric. And again, cut it out with a generous seam allowance. Like so. And then again, you've got two concave edges or inner curves, so you're just going to snip the seam allowance, stopping just before you get to the paper, and then run your glue in from the edge on the paper, fold your fabric over so you get a nice smooth curve, like so. And just a little bit on that top bit, so the bottom bit, so you can just fold that over. And then again, let that gather itself on the back to make that nice smooth outer curve. So there's your two pieces. So you're going to sew them together using a flat back stitch or a flat whip stitch. So not your thread. So I'm going to do this slowly because people sort of say, see it and then go, what? So for a knot, you've got your needle, if you're right-handed. If you're left-handed, obviously just mirror me.
Okay.
Your mirror in your your needle in your right hand. Take the long end of the thread and put that onto your right forefinger. Roll the end, not the end, the full length of thread around the needle 4 or 5 times. And then take it through your forefinger and thumb of your left hand and pull it all the way through, and then you'll get a knot at the end.
Wow. Has that got a special name? You know, like all these knots.
I think it is a quilter's knot.
Is it?
I think.
Okay.
I think somebody would probably say otherwise, but I can't remember.
I think you should just call it the Louisa knot.
The Louisa knot.
Yes, it could be yours.
Right.
That's really good, and that stays together. That doesn't come out at all.
No, not at all. And obviously, the more times you wrap it around the needle, the better the knot. So.
Fabulous.
So there's Louisa's thimble. That's definitely important. Right. So I'm going to start. I'm going to start just by bringing the needle up at the bottom point of the bigger shape into the seam allowance. Just add a stitch just to secure your thread, and then you're going to take it across to the bottom point of your second shape, like so.
Okay.
Okay, so you're holding them flat to each other because obviously they're curved, so you can't hold them right side.
sew them right. Right. Oh, okay.
So you hold them with a flat, sew them with a flat back stitch. So you're going to hold them flat to each other. And the other thing I do with curves is I always connect my point with a couple of stitches, and then I'm going to sew from the other end of the seam towards it. So I know now that that's not going to move anywhere.
Right. Okay.
But what I am going to do in this shape, I'm just going to take my thread, just a running stitch across the bottom of that shape, because that shape's quite small. I'm going to leave the thread hanging there, so then that will then connect to the next
Oh,
point.
I see. Okay.
Okay, so I will probably just cut that there for now. So now you're going to start from your other end of your seam. So if I'm doing big shapes, I do big clamshell rings and apple core rings. I always connect that bottom point and then sew.
Yeah, because I guess you can't clip them together.
No, I've tried binding clips and pins and everything.
No, but
fall
this,
out.
yeah, that.
I think it's easier to do it when you're doing right sides together to put a clip on and hold it, but with a flat.
But then if that secures it, that means you
Yeah.
don't have to do any unclipping.
Exactly, and it takes the stress out of your shoulder because you're not hanging on for it for dear life.
Yeah, that's true actually.
hoping
And I
it
think,
doesn't
I mean, they're only little pieces. It's
Yeah.
worth taking that
Yeah, exactly.
30 seconds.
Yeah. So I've just connected that again like we did before, and then you're going to sew across the backs of the seam allowance. So where you didn't glue right to the edge of the paper, you've got a ridge of fabric there that's not stuck down. So that's what you're stitching into. So it's still a whip stitch, you're still going up and over, but you're going across the back. And because you're going across, I'll do a few of those.
Okay.
But because you're going across the back, you're not taking your thread through to the
So
front.
you just go, I guess because although the fabric's stuck on, you can still get the needle underneath.
Yeah, because you've not glued right to the edge of the paper.
So
that
you
bit
just
of
go
fabric
under
there.
the fabric on both sides.
Yeah.
And how far do you space those stitches?
Probably about a 16th, quite
Okay.
close. Quite close, as you would do EP.
Yeah.
Norm.
And how much fabric do you pick up?
Sort of 2 or 3 threads, I'd say.
Right.
I mean, you can go, I wouldn't go too far out because it will get a bit baggy, but about, again, a 16th, I
Okay,
suppose.
and then about 2 or 3 threads of fabric.
Yeah,
Right.
yeah. And because you're not going through to the front, your thread's not going to go through.
And also, there's no chance of you going through the card there, is
No,
there?
because you can feel it as well because it's fit.
Yes.
But yeah.
Because that's where I find EPP hurts my fingers.
Yeah.
So I have to use a thimble.
Yeah.
Because even if I try my hardest, I end up going through the papers.
Sometimes I catch the very, very edge, but you can just tear that away.
So you don't, it doesn't hurt your fingers?
No.
See, I always end up, I do it for about an hour and then I remember I need to put a thimble on because my fingers are really sore. This is fabulous. I love these.
So you go all the way down.
Oh, what a nice thing to do as well in front of the telly.
Exactly, exactly. So this is the full ring. So you connect all your pieces.
Beautiful.
And then when you're, oh, this is the one I was going to do. So you connect that to there. So that will connect your ring. So again, as we did before, actually what I'll do is, so I'll finish this seam. So you go all the way down.
So could you go round and connect all the bottoms of all of them?
Not because that shape is quite big. I wouldn't do a
Oh, no,
running
of course.
stitch through there.
No.
So only the little one. It was just the sunflower you can, because that is a small shape.
Oh, I see. Yes,
So I
too
do
far
do
to
that.
go across. Got it.
So just take that. So the last, when you come to the end of the line, the seam, just take your thread through the last loops, couple of loops of these stitches, just to secure it, and then you'll break that thread. So that's that seam done. And then you'll go back and rethread that length that you left before. It's just a bit of a time saving, really.
Okay. Half of the stock of the instructions on their own is gone. So if you want to buy just the instructions on their own, don't forget they do come with the papers as well, which is the key, really. It's the
Yeah,
papers,
it's the
because you've worked out exactly the weight
Yeah,
of the
these-
card and
yeah.
the card stock.
And these are all my designs, so they all fit together.
Yes. So half of the stock's already gone of that.
So then when you've rethreaded your extra length, your rolled length that you left before, then you can connect that again to your next piece, as we did before. And then this time I would knot that and break thread and then sew up that seam again.
Okay. Yeah.
Okay, so that would connect all your pieces.
Yeah, so that makes sense. So it's the connecting at either end
Yeah.
and that lovely flat stitch.
Yeah.
Oh, I do like these.
So then when you're finished, let's just pretend that I've sewn all of that together.
Okay.
You give it a spray with some Best Press,
Why is that then?
just so the
Do you wanna move
edges,
your- brilliant. Yeah.
just so you keep that nice tight fold once you've taken the papers out.
Okay.
Okay, so it just stiffens your edges. So I'll just spray that
And what if you haven't got best press? Can you use water? Does it do the same?
I think so. I mean, sometimes,
as
to be
good.
honest, I haven't had the best press with me and I haven't bothered. And as long as you are going to sew them together as soon as you take the papers
Right.
out,
Okay.
You
It's
should be
better to
fine.
do it with the synthetic starch, but
yeah, just to give it an extra bit of body, really, because you are playing with little fingers. Oh, that's hot. Okay. Okay, so then when you take them out, obviously this should be all completed. You just peel back the seam allowances. So if you've left the glue in for a while, which I have on this bit, the glue, the heat of the iron will soften the glue up again.
oh, I see.
So you just peel back the seam allowance.
So it doesn't matter if you've done loads of them.
No,
in
you can
advance.
do them all in advance.
So if you were like going on holiday or something,
Yeah.
you could do all
Just
of
do all the
those
glue in
if
at
you wanted
home
to.
and then take them.
It's a great thing to do on the plane.
Yes, it is.
I've done EPP on the plane.
Yeah.
As long as you've got a very, very small pair of scissors.
Yeah, or one of those cutters that.
Oh yeah, those thread. Yeah, that's
Yeah.
true.
So there you go. So this bit I've used. So the thing with this as well, you can reuse the papers because you've not sewn through them, which I've rown to.
And you're not going to really.
No. So what I am doing here, actually, I'm leaving the papers in one side and taking the papers out of one.
So if you get the kit, you get all the
make-
fabric and everything, but you can then reuse the papers.
Yeah.
And make
You
your
can
own.
make even more because you're going to get another set of papers because you're only taking papers out of. You're only leaving the papers in one
okay.
side.
There's
So
only
actually-
20 of the traditional Christmas kit left. Only 20.
I mean, if you wanted to take all the papers out, what I've done before is put a bit of wadding in the middle just to give it a bit of body.
Oh, so you keep the papers in one
I just keep in one
right.
side just to give them a bit of stiffness and body, really, so they hang.
But there's enough for both sides.
There's enough for both sides, yeah. You don't need to reuse any for the 8 cards.
Okay. So you could make 2 sets, actually.
Yeah.
So the traditional Christmas one is the one that has this beautiful traditional Christmas fabric in it. You've got these, I mean, I love the colour on this. It's like a dark green, but with a bit of blue in it
It's
as
a bit
well.
of petrol-y, yeah.
And red, and these are all metallic. And Louisa's chosen these because the scale of the print is perfect. I love the plain red as well, because it's like a mottled red, and the green. And then that lovely one with holly. So you've got 6 pieces of fabric. You've got 8 cards and 8 envelopes. So you can you sew them to the cards so you can send them. You've got all of the FPP papers and the buttons and the ribbon and the instructions. So the only thing you're going to need is some thread.
Yes, and a glue pen.
And a glue pen and your time, maybe an iron.
So, yeah, so once you've taken the papers out, give it a nice little press to re-flatten those seams. So again, that's where the best press comes in because you should have had a nice...
So we do have Best Press Starch Savvy. They're all available on the website if you want to get hold of that. Basically, you need a synthetic starch. So there's Soak, Best Press, Starch Savvy.
I only know Best Press.
Oh, we have a few of them. They're all a little bit different. They do the same job, but in slightly different ways.
So you're going to end up with a nice flat edge, all nicely iron pressed flat. Then, so what I was going to suggest, what I was going to do is do this one to show you how to sew them together. Actually, I've forgotten about that. Right, so this one, so there's your lotus flower. So basically what you do is you take the one with the card. Oh, actually, no, I'll do this one.
So one of them you don't take all the cards out of.
Yeah, one you leave in. So the diamond one, or the jewel one, is just your normal English paper piecing with straight edges. So if I'll just base this one quickly, just to show you.
Oh yeah, because when you've got those pointy edges, I think that's one thing that people sometimes struggle with. What do I do with the points?
Yeah. So you leave them in. Don't.
And do you just roughly, when you do it, do you ever measure or do you just
I don't
judge
know.
it?
I just
ish?
eyeball it. Yeah. I mean, the seam allowance does not need to be exact in this because you just fold
As long
it
as it's not
over.
too small.
Not too small and not too big, but in the
But
middle.
yeah, I guess if you measured it for one, if you've never done
Yeah.
it, and then you
Yeah, exactly, yeah. So when you're basting this one, you just, as before, just a thin line of glue. So just a thin line. You're not going to go backwards and forwards. All you need is a thin line. And then I just add a little bit on that bit of fabric there. So you're folding it over. So you're going to get a dog ear, as they call them. I don't know why. So don't trim that. Leave that in place because that is the integrity. If you trim that, it will start frying.
Okay.
Okay, so you just carry
And it
on.
always sort of feels wrong that you don't, doesn't it?
Yeah.
Because it's like, oh, normally you would trim things off, but...
So then that's that shape. And then again, with these, sewing these together, these are again small enough so you can do a running stitch all the way around to connect your pieces first. So that's what I suggest in the instructions for this one and the hexagon one.
Right, okay.
Connect all your pieces first and then go back in and sew in towards the centre. And again, you know all your matches, all your points are matched.
Now, there's only 10 of the traditional one left. Only 10. That's the traditional kit. So if you want this one, there you need to be quick. If you've got it in your basket, remember, there is enough to make 8 decorations, and there are 8 cards and 8 envelopes as well. I think it's amazing value for money. And it's a lovely little gift.
Well, it's a keepsake as well, isn't it?
Isn't
It's
it?
like you can keep these for years. I mean, especially if you make them with your grandchild or...
Oh, they are, absolutely. And I think it's lovely that to get a card that's actually got a present on it as well.
Yeah.
Or you can just make them into bunting, keep the cards,
Yeah, for something else.
and you could then just stick fabric, sew something else onto them.
Or even, I mean, I used to do a lot of card making, and to be honest, those cards are quite boring because they've just stuck them on. If I was doing it with more, if I hadn't sold all my card making stuff, I would do like lovely stamps, and in the middle you could put Merry Christmas.
Yeah,
make
yes,
them more
that's
of
true. Yeah, so if you
card.
were into card making,
Yeah.
you could stamp different
Yeah.
designs on it. You could stamp something inside.
And then have
it
that
depends
as
what you
the
like. But then I quite like this sort of-
Yeah.
this natural look. But if you're a hobby maker fan as well,
Yes, exactly.
then you can stamp all of your cards.
So with the straight edges, you can, where's my thing book? You can put these right sides together and sew over the top in the traditional way because they're at a straight edge. So you're just going to hold them tight. I mean, this is where your fingers do get a bit crampy sometimes. And again, I would probably connect or sew from that end normally, so you're not holding on to it for dear life and it comes out.
Well, the thing is, even if when you hold it, it still doesn't work, does
Yeah,
it?
exactly.
So with that one, you don't do the flap.
You can do. I mean, I do. I'm just saying that because
Okay.
it's a straight edge, you can do the
Which do you
normal way.
prefer?
I'd go the flat now
You know,
because
I've never tried it, but I think
it's weird doing it this way for me now. So yeah, I would go flat in. Also because you're not so there you can see that its stitches are on. Well, kind of.
Oh,
You
does
do
that
take
mean
your
you
thread
don't
through.
see you don't see the
as much,
stitches?
because you're not physically taking the thread through to the front
This is genius.
with the flat back.
I'm going to try this.
So you go all the way down, connecting all those. And then, so if I connect the button to one of these. So on the side that you haven't taken the cards out,
Yeah.
you're going to connect the ribbon and the button. Okay, so this one is for this one. So this is going to go on there like so. But so take the papers out of this one, leave the papers in this one. So you're going to cut about a 10 centimetre loop of
And all the ribbon is in your kit.
yeah.
If you get the kit, obviously you'll need to provide your own if you've got just the instructions. Nice ribbon as well.
Yeah. So then you're going to fold them over so they're staggered, so it makes sort of a loop.
Okay.
And then just dab a bit of glue on. So so this is up to you now. Some of them I've put them on the point, but you are going to have to play around with this dog ear while you're putting the ribbon in.
Okay.
So I suggest maybe putting them in the middle
Oh, yeah.
of one of the.
Well, it
inner
wouldn't matter,
V's.
would it?
No. So fold this over.
Oh, because that one there you've put in the middle.
Yeah, and then I think the other one I put. So it doesn't matter really. So hold that bottom in place, a bit of glue on there. So you kind of stagger in them a little bit so it makes that nice loop. And then turn it over and make sure it's in the centre. And then you're going to stitch through it and connect your button at the same time. So because you're going through the back, you're not going to see the join or any of this stitching because the button hides it.
Oh, they're so lovely, aren't they? And you could, well, if you buy just the instructions of the template, you could make loads of these.
Yeah, and I do sell the The hexagons and the jewels are new to me, so they will be on the website.
Right, so
packs
if you
at
do
some
want,
point.
once you've made several of them
Yeah.
and you want to decorate your whole tree, this is where you can change your colour theme. But it is a nice little thing. I also think, like, as a craft group, it would be lovely. You could
Yeah.
all make a few each,
Oh,
couldn't
yeah.
you? You know, maybe if you had a tree, like in the local church or
Yeah.
something, you
Yeah.
could all decorate the tree. And a nice thing, you know, we all go to these Christmas wreath workshops. How nice to go to one of these.
Yeah. Oh, yes. Don't give them ideas. I haven't got any time this year.
Yes, yes. Louisa will come and do workshops. All of them. Just give her a ring.
Next year.
No, but you could run your own because all of the instructions are in here. So you could buy a kit, one for each person in your group.
Yeah.
Get them all to buy a kit and you could all sit there together and have a Christmas sewing day.
That'd be lovely.
There are only 23 left of the instructions and templates on their own. 21. Just saying.
So when you connect the button, it's just by connecting a button. So you're going to go through the paper and the ribbon a couple of times and then come out the front and connect your button onto the front, like so. So that hides the sewing on of the loop and the button. This is where I do get holy fingers because I can never find the hole.
And I guess if you did them in a group, what would be nice is that you could then have complete beginners, more experienced, and then everyone could help each other, couldn't they?
Yeah.
And
yeah.
you would all come away with a nice little sewn decoration.
Exactly. So you sew that onto there and then you go into, so a couple of stitches, so that just holds that in place. You don't need to be a lot, it's only a loop. Unless you've got a cat that's going to...
Yeah, so just enough to hold it in. But I like the button. I think things when you put a button in, it gives it that really handmade look, doesn't it?
Yeah, and it's a nice accent. So I'm just going to get in a knot. Break the thread on the front back of that. Right, so now there's your button onto that one. So if I'd have finished that one, I'd take the papers out of that one. Because I'm confusing everybody, I'm going to go back to the lotus flower. So what I've done is take the papers out of the front one, press the seams as like we did before, and then glue. So I've glued this already. The glue takes, if you leave it alone for 10 minutes before you start sewing, the glue would be a bit more secure. So I've done this already. So I've just ran the glue onto the one with the card, around the inside of the ring and around the outside, and then positioned your points so they match each other, and then position so you can match your seams as well on the inside. And then you're going to sew this together with a slip stitch. So a bit quite invisible.
And that's just going around the edge.
And that's just going around the edge.
So you've got tutorials on your website for all of these
do.
techniques.
Yes.
Which is fab. So again, if you're getting this for yourself or somebody for a gift and they are a complete beginner, or if you've got a group of people, in the instructions, because I was just reading them, there's details of Louisa's website and where you can go to if you want more papers or you want to watch the tutorials.
Yep, sewmotion.com has got all...
And there's also on the back of them the templates. So if you did
You
lose
can,
any
yeah.
and you needed to make another one, just use something thick enough.
Yeah.
The templates are actually on the back as well.
Yep. So when you're doing a slip stitch, you just start off. So I've got the one without papers on the top and the one with the papers at the back, and I find that you can pick up the fabric with the one in the papers a bit easier and then bring it into the one that hasn't got papers, and then go back tiny little stitch. So you're going directly across and then coming out a bit further along. So that should mean that your thread isn't shown because you're travelling in the one with the card in, if that makes sense. So I do suggest that you do the inner circle first in the instructions, but to be honest, it doesn't make that much difference. All you want to do is try to connect those points.
Okay. But because they're all the same size
Yeah.
and shape, and because you've used the card templates, they will be.
And you've pressed your seams on the one that hasn't got the
Yes.
papers in. I mean, by all means, you can leave the papers in both sides. It doesn't matter. It's just that I thought, well, if I take one out one side, then you can make another card.
Absolutely, yes. So because then you could take them out of that size, and then if you were using your own fabric to make another set, if you
Yeah,
bought the kit, you could then take them out of that side to use for the other side.
So when you're doing the star, this is why I was going to show this one. When you sew the star together, you've obviously got those pesky dog ears to play with. So if I so pretend one of these has got papers taken out, and I'll stick that on there. So I was just going to show you how to get rid of them. So
Yes, because there you'd think, well, do I cut them off now?
No, don't cut them off ever,
Do not, under any circumstances, cut off your ears.
So what you're going to do is, as before, slip stitch, oops, up to the side. So what I'm going to do is fold those dog ears out of the way so they're both facing the other direction. Slip stitch up to the point, oops, without getting in a knot. Okay, so then add a couple of stitches just in that point just to secure it across both seam allowances, and then you're going to tuck in all that excess fabric into inside. So it is a bit fiddly, this bit, but it does make a nice sharp point if you just fold all that in like so, and then sew across the two to hold everything in place. So again, because you've got one of them, have got a card in, it gives it a bit of stability. So you can just sew across there, like so, and you'll get a nice sharp point. Ta-da!
Yeah, that's...
Then you go all the way down, and then when you're connecting...
Really good. So you just use your needle, really, to just fold it under.
And then when you kind of get to the ribbon, what I do is I just sew through the ribbon. So you'll sew in the ribbon in again, really. So that gives it even a bit more security. So you're just going to catch the very edge of the fabric going through the ring.
Yeah.
So you're connecting that at the same time.
Oh, it's lovely. It's just lovely, and it's so neat.
Yeah. So I was going to say, sorry.
I feel like that's achievable as well.
It is achievable.
Because the way you've created the papers and they're the right shape, and
yeah, they all
feel
fit
like
in.
you can't really go too wrong.
No, exactly. Exactly. So this is the other shape, which is, I mean, it probably is the fiddliest one.
So this is Christmas Brights, this one.
Yeah.
So the Christmas Brights kit obviously has all the fabric. Let me just show that a moment before we do that next stage. So in the Christmas Brights kit, that's the one that's on screen at the moment. You get 8 cards, 8 envelopes. You get 6 pieces of Macawa Christmas Brights fabric. My favourite is the one with the reindeers on. Love them. Beautiful colours. And because you're getting fabrics all from the same range as well, you know that the little stars go with the tealy petrol fabric within the larger print, and the red, you've got a beautiful star print. Love that one. You get all the ribbon for hanging them up, and you get the little bag which has all of the EPP pieces that you will need and the buttons. So the only thing, and full instructions, so the only thing that you're going to need is the thread. So that's the Christmas Bright ones, and that's the one that Louisa's working on at the moment when she shows us how to put the whole thing together. Right, the traditional has sold out, but we do have the Scandi, so I'll just go through that one. But the Scandi is very limited as well. The traditional one has sold out. Now the Scandi, let me just show you what the decorations look like for this. And remember, they're all double-sided, which I quite like, because they look, some of them, like, you know, this one, is red on one side, and red and white, and then white and red. So these are 1, 2, 3. Oh, it's on the card. I was thinking, what have I done?
Yeah.
And then this one is stuck to the card. Because remember, they're not stuck, they're sewn on. You can sew them onto the card. They come with envelopes. So there are 8 cards and envelopes. Or you can make them into bunting, or you can make them into your own Christmas decorations. And these are the fabrics. They are all Macawa fabrics. And the scale of the print is absolutely perfect for EPP. So you've got grey snowflakes. You've got red and gold snowflakes. You've got little grey stars. Love this one. I think that's beautiful with them. It's all metallic as well. Silver, but the silver with the grey with the red and the gold goes so beautifully together. And obviously, you get all of the ribbon and all of the EPP papers that you will need, and all the buttons and full instructions, so that if you get the kit, you can then use the instructions to make more of your own. Perfect for craft groups and workshops. Have everyone round to your house just before Christmas.
Open a bottle.
Open a bottle, yeah, and get everyone to make one of these.
Yes,
Such
perfect.
a nice thing to do, isn't it?
Maybe.
So if you've got friends who craft, you can get them to help. And if you've got friends who haven't but want to, this is a great way, because you can teach them.
Yeah.
And Louisa's got loads of beginner video tutorials on her website as well, and all the details for that are in the instructions.
So I just wanted to show you the sunflower,
Okay.
because this is where it gets a bit small, to say the least. So you've got the clamshell shape and the petal. I am going to just, so when you're doing the petal, again, it's the same thing, just a dab of glue, and then you can fussy cut it, put it on top of a star. But with this shape, just be very generous with the seam allowance.
Okay.
Okay, so it is a tiddly tiny piece, and it will look too big, but still go with a good 3/8 of seam allowance.
Right, so when it's a little piece, you...
Just because when you do take them out, obviously, you do, the fabric can fray a bit, so you don't want that too near to your sewing.
Right, okay.
Okay, so then when you're glue basting this bit, just again, same as before, both sides, press nicely so you get a nice smooth curve. And then up the top bit, or the bottom bit rather, so you get a nice, so there's your petal.
Oh, that's lovely. And then you put them all together. Fabulous. So if you've got these in your basket, you need to get checked out. Now, we've only got 10 minutes. We need to talk about the peg bag.
Oh yeah,
I
forgot about that.
So those are all the Christmas decorations. Now, this is a project that we've seen before, but has sold out before. It is gorgeous. I absolutely love this. When Louisa came on and launched the peg bag, we completely sold out. And they are absolutely gorgeous. Look at these. Oh, let me put it flat. So it's a little peg bag, but it's like a little cone. It's probably a special name for that shape. A cuboid triangle or something.
We'll go
Isn't
with
that gorgeous? So it's got a little hole in it for you to pop your pegs in, and then it has a clasp on the top so that you can hang it up. So how did this
I made
come
it,
about?
actually it was one of my subscriptions, so I do a subscription box, they're quarterly at the moment, and it was one of the projects from there, and well, my peg bag was an old plastic bag, so I thought this is disgusting. So I made myself a peg bag, and I use it every day, and it is a bit faded now because it's been in the conservatory, but yeah, so, I mean, people put binding clips in it, they use it for scrap.
Oh yes, it doesn't need. Yeah, that's yeah.
Cats
I mean, it'd be,
apparently like them.
I know. I said this morning to Louisa, she used to do like an extra big one for a cat. It'd be a great idea for like like fabric slap or clips or fabric clips would be brilliant or anything in or cotton wool.
Yeah.
In the bathroom.
Yes. Yeah.
Be nice, wouldn't it?
Or your threads, something next to your machine. Anything.
So it's just the instructions for this. They are $14.99, but that includes the templates, though. It includes the templates, which are obviously all of created by Louisa, all the little hexes, and the full instructions. Right, loads of you've got them in baskets because you remember missing out on it last time. So I guess you could, how do you choose the fabric, though? This is one version, which is just pretty ditzy prints, but this one... Look at that. That's really modern.
Well, you need to brighten your summer, your washing days.
You do.
Really.
So how do you, would you say choose a fabric range? Would you say
the
whatever
patterns,
you fancy?
the floral one was a range that went together, and that was just a random layout, just making sure.
Because they're all joined together. So I guess with this one, you just join them in rows. So it could be just the scraps.
Oh yeah. I mean, that could be a scrappy one, the blossom one. So yeah, the important bit is just to make sure that they're randomly spread out, they're not next to each other, and they're in that shape that's in the instructions, so that you can get. So the other sheets in there are the templates.
Right. Oh, so you really have got everything. Oh, that's fabulous. So once you've made all the EPP like this, then
you've
you
got to
use
be brave and cut it up.
Then you have to cut it.
Yes. I'm not going to mention Helen's name, but Helen has finally cut hers and made a gorgeous peg bag because she's been very brave.
Oh, I can imagine, but you probably do, so you make like a big rectangle.
Yeah, so you make the panel,
and
quilt
then
the panel,
cut it out.
and then cut it out.
Wow. So you could actually afterwards, if you wanted to make more of them, make them for gifts, you could use just normal fabric, not even
and you can
hexy
reuse
fabric.
all the papers, because obviously...
so all of the templates are on there, which is brilliant. And you can make this, and it's really unusual. And then it's just got like a lobster claws?
Yeah.
Just on the top?
Yeah.
These are brilliant. These are absolutely flying out. $14.99. You get full instructions. you get the templates, and you get all the EPP pieces. So is there anything that you need to think about when you're doing it that would...
As I said, just if you're going for the random one, make sure the fabrics are spread out evenly, and just follow the layout. So the pattern, the template that I've made up that you stick together, it's sort of a strange shape. So I've laid out the hexagons in such a way that you're not going to really waste them.
Oh, okay.
So you get 90 paper hexagons, that's all you need. And you're not going to waste any the way that you turn it. And then there's a flower around, so you position it so there's a flower of hexes around.
Alison says perfect for Christmas sweets.
And that, yes.
That is
yes,
a marvellous idea, isn't it?
Especially those round red ones.
Yeah, those round red ones, yes. That would be nice. Actually, what a lovely idea.
In Christmas fabric.
In fact, you could put them in the centre of the dinner table, couldn't you? Don't touch till you've had eaten all your dinner. It is such a lovely thing. I really, really like it. And it's fully lined as well.
Yeah.
And is it just wadding inside?
Yes, yeah.
It would be nice, because then you could use all your Christmas fabrics.
Yeah, perfect.
Oh, that would be such a nice thing for Christmas sweets, wouldn't it? So it can be anything you want it to be with a little hole.
Or it could have been Halloween.
Oh, it could
And
have
the kids
been.
could have just put the hands in and got...
Or Easter egg hunt.
Or Easter egg hunt. Wow.
There's so many
One
things
for
that you
every
can do.
season.
I know, so it's for your sewing room, it's for your bathroom. You could put all your hair clips in it.
Yeah.
Jewellery hanging them. It'd be nice hanging that in the corner of the bedroom. You could put all your earrings and everything in it as well, couldn't you? It's a really nice, and I think particularly this time of the year, we're thinking about making presents for people. And everybody loves a handmade present, and it's only $14.99. So I presume you reuse these, so you just take them out and reuse them.
Yeah. But there's enough to make one. You don't need to reuse them in the
Oh,
project.
okay. So then you can make one and then you just keep making them.
Yeah.
Oh, I think that's lovely. Make one for everybody this Christmas and have it on their place setting.
I mean, some people have made the hexy one and then have made just a plain version using just one fabric.
Yeah, so because the
you've got
templates
the
today, you
template.
don't need to do the EPP. I mean, do that to start with, because obviously it's going to be more beautiful. But look at the coloured version. I think that's gorgeous. But it can be as traditional or colourful or plain as you want it to be.
Yeah.
Oh, I think that's beautiful. Really, really nice. So the main thing is about the colour placement.
Yeah, I mean, the Spectrum one is made up in rows, and then the way that you cone it creates that different effect. And then you just position the template so you've got a flower of hexes around the hole, so you can see that they're positioned.
Oh,
so
let me
you get the-
give that to you, because it's probably easier for you to explain while you're holding it.
So you can see there's 6 hexagons
Yes.
around there. So you position that around the hole.
Oh, so you could, you could choose which one
So
to
it's
put
a
around there as well.
centered hole. So yeah.
I think it's genius, absolutely genius. So before I go back through the Christmas kits, is there anything else you wanted to show us?
No, I think that was it.
That's what I didn't want to.
Oh,
miss out
apart
anything.
from connecting it to the
Oh yes. So
actual
how do we?
card.
Because this morning I thought you'd stuck it to the card,
No, so once you've
and I guess it'd probably come off if you stuck it on.
yeah, and also they won't. I mean, it might damage it when they go to take them off.
Yes, that's.
So
yes,
that's
yes.
why I've just. So what you would do is just, to be honest, it's just quite simply lay your card out, position your decoration where you want it. When you've got the
love
round
that one.
ones,
That's
you might have to
beautiful.
position that there, and then when you've got the loop, just tuck the loop underneath it when
Oh,
you
okay.
post it, because obviously the loop will be a bit big for the card. And then what I did was just position that and then poke through the buttonholes through to the card. So you've got your 2 dots, and then you're going to, excuse my teeth, sorry. I'm going to damage myself one day, I'm sure.
Oh, it's only thread.
So you can double up your thread, put a knot in it. And then go
So does that
from
not
the
work
back.
with double thread as well?
Yeah, yeah, just this bit.
Yeah. No, well, I haven't seen that knot. But I didn't realise.
Oh, with the knot, yeah, yeah.
I think that's great, because they can just easily snip the thread off.
Yeah,
But it's
exactly.
really secure.
And it's not going to
then, isn't it?
damage the front at all. So secure your threads a couple of times, and then position back your thing, your decoration, bring up your needle and then bring it up against through the holes of the button again. Oops. Probably take quite a while to find the hole of the button.
Oh, so it goes through the button.
So you're going through the buttonhole.
Okay.
So then when you do disconnect it, you're just going to snip that bit of
Right.
thread there, and then it will come away.
Perfect.
So you're not damaging anything.
Oh, I think that's genius. I love these. So the traditional has sold out. We do have the Christmas Brights kit, which is the one, but we only have 18 of those left. And there's 17 in baskets, so you need to be quite quick. That means there's only one left when everyone checks out. The Christmas Brights kit obviously has all of this beautiful Macawa fabric in teal, or sort of a petrol. It's like a deep petrol colour, in greens and reds. Gorgeous. Full instructions, and it does have the templates you can trace on the back. Obviously, they're not in the right card, but if you need to trace them. You've got all of the EPP pieces and buttons as well. You've got the red ribbon, and you've got cards and envelopes as well. If you want the Scandi set, there is on full instructions. Obviously, again, the Macaw fabric in shades of grey and white and gold and red. 8 cards, 8 envelopes, EPP pieces, buttons, and Ben, can we put the Scandi kit on the screen and then the red ribbon as well? That's okay. That's okay. There we go. So only 20 of those left, so you need to be quick. That's the Scandi one. And now instructions on their own have sold out. So if you want these, you can only get them now if you buy the Scandi set or the Brights. The peg bag instructions, 10 left. I'm really not surprised because it's a lovely thing to have yourself. And I can say, well, my mind is whirring like, who am I going to make one of those for? What would I use? Oh, yes, actually, I could do it in just normal fabric and I can do it in the EPP. Anyway, so do check out because once everyone who's got them in their basket checks out, it's gone. It's gone. Oh, right, before our break, so we'll see you back here in an hour to do her cushion. Fabulous. I love these. Aren't they gorgeous?
Well, we're going to have a masterclass from you first.
Very short one. I'm doing a small piece, and then you're going to do the masterclass for me. It's quite good, isn't it, actually? Because if I know loads of you want to learn FPP, and I'm going to do a small bit of it. Louisa's going to do the main masterclass, and you'll all be sorted by the time we finish that. Sorted. Quick Christmas jumper update. 15 of the extra large left. That's it. 388 in baskets. Remember, the Christmas jumper is $39.99. We've managed to reduce it by £20 to make it really affordable for you. And madly, it's on 3-way split pay. 3 equal payments of £13.33. The extra large has got a 48-inch circumference, so it's 24 inches from here to here, 48 inches in total. Beautiful. Only 15 left. So if you want a Christmas jumper, all the other sizes have sold out. And if you've got your Christmas jumper, congratulations. Please do put a photo on the Sewing Street fan page when you get it. I will be back with you in a few minutes' time with Amber Makes, and I'm going to show you how to do FPP, but also how to measure your sewing machine to make a sewing machine cover that fits your machine. And I'll see you back in a few minutes' time.
Shopping with Sewing Street couldn't be easier. You can shop via our website at www.sewingstreet.com, where you can watch our live shows and see all the products from that day. We also have a huge amount of products on our website, from your sewing room essentials to fabrics, sewing machines, and much more. You can download and shop on the go with our Sewing Street app. Simply head over to your app store and search Sewing Street. Alternatively, you can contact our UK-based call centre 24 hours a day on 0800 001 4433. Shopping made easy at Sewing Street.
Every day, our experts will bring you a wealth of knowledge. They'll take you through the steps of making projects, and we feature fabulous tips along the way. Whether you're new to sewing or a seasoned pro, you're sure to learn something new. We're live every day from 8 a.m. till 1 p.m, and you can also watch back all of the demonstrations featured on the show on our YouTube channel.
Hi everyone, Andy here with some exciting news. On the back of our first Craftopia weekend retreat in conjunction with Hobbymaker, Sewing Street and Jewellery Maker, we're pleased to announce that tickets are available for the next one, taking place this November. Tickets are now available for the weekend of the Saturday the 9th and Sunday the 10th of November at the Abbey Hotel in Redditch, here in Worcestershire. Now, if you've been to one before, you know what to expect, but if you haven't, what can you look forward to? Over the weekend, you'll be taking part in 4 exclusive workshops with some of the best tutors in the business. From Hobbymaker, we have Carla Bagshaw and Julie Peplow. From Sewing Street, we have Jenny Jackson. And from Jewellery Maker, Debbie Kershaw will be joining us once again. Your tickets include your accommodation, all workshops, all materials, all refreshments, lunches, dinners and Saturday night entertainment. Plus, you'll get an exclusive 20% discount just for you to use across any of our channels over the weekend. We have single, double and for the first time, day tickets available. To buy those tickets or find out more information, check out the website below or call the call centre. Now remember, as always, spaces are limited, so make sure you join us for the next Craftopia event, taking place on Saturday the 9th and Sunday the 10th of November at the Abbey Hotel here in Redditch. We'll see you then.
Did you know at Sewing Street that on various products we offer split pay? That means on certain items you can spread the cost over 2, 3, 4 or sometimes even 5 interest-free monthly payments. Just pay the first instalment when you purchase and you're away. So shop your way with split pay. Never miss a show by watching on the go with the Sewing Street app. Head over to your App Store now and search Sewing Street and simply download to your smartphone or tablet. You can watch the shows live and see your favourite presenters and guests. Click on the Today button to shop all of the products that are featured in today's show. Want to know what's hot? Then click here to see today's bestsellers and highlights. Have you missed a show or want to watch one back? Then click the schedule button and you can go back 7 days to watch and shop, and you can also see what's coming up over the next 7 days. Want to say hello or ask a question to our guests? Then send a message to the studio. You can also keep in touch with all the latest news, events, product launches and much more by clicking here for our social media pages. Never miss a show by watching on the go with Sewing Street.
So a couple of weeks ago, I wore this Christmas jumper on the manager's specials, and you said you would buy one if we sourced it. Well, here I am today in Jack Master's knitwear factory in Leicester, and we're going to see how they make these Christmas jumpers, especially for Sewing Street. So stage 1 of the process is design, and I'm here with Rosa, who's just putting the finishing touches to the CAD design that will make up the Christmas jumper. So, once we've had our jumper designed, the next process is knitting, and this machine is knitting 1 row at a time. So once the panels have been knitted, they're then steamed and pressed to put them into the correct shape. So the knitting machine is now made up of 4 panels, a back, a front and 2 arms, and then Mina is going to stitch these together, and all of this process from now on is hand stitched. Thank you, Mina. So now we are looking like a jumper. The next process is to add the collar and quality control inspection. Thank you, Nina. And there we go, finished product. And I bet you didn't think how many processes it goes in to make one jumper.
Did you know at Sewing Street that on various products we offer split pay? That means on certain items you can spread the cost over 2, 3, 4 or sometimes even 5 interest-free monthly payments. Just pay the first instalment when you purchase and you're away. So shop your way with split pay. Every day our experts will bring you a wealth of knowledge. They'll take you through the steps of making projects, and we feature fabulous tips along the way. Whether you're new to sewing or a seasoned pro, you're sure to learn something new. We're live every day from 8 AM till 1 PM, and you can also watch back all of the demonstrations featured on the show on our YouTube channel.
Welcome back to Sewing Street. So, and congratulations to everyone who's got the Christmas jumper. You can see I'm still wearing mine because there are a handful left, just a handful. It's gorgeous, isn't it? Anyway, so this hour is Amber Makes Sewing School. So as you know, if you've been following Sewing School from the beginning, we have covered a new technique in every kit. But it doesn't matter whether you're a complete beginner, because I cover the technique from the beginning, or whether you already do that technique. I've also designed the project so that they make something that I think that you'll want. Well, there's something I want, so usually it's something that you want as well. So this time I decided to do FPP. We've done lots and lots of other techniques, but I've done FPP and I've based it around, if you've not done it before, it builds gradually. There are various templates, and some of the templates only have 1 piece of fabric in. Some of them have 18 pieces, but you can build up and learn because the technique is the same, whatever you do. And I thought also, because we always film a video tutorial for all of our kits, that if you are new to FPP, you can follow with me, because I've done it exactly from the beginning, exactly how you do it. So this time I thought, let's do a sewing machine. So this is the sewing machine FPP block. Now, the kit is available in 2 different colorways. This one is called Vintage Sewing. And that obviously depends on which colourway you have. So that's the vintage sewing one. Now, I thought, once I've shown you how to do the block, so you've learned how to do FPP, what should we do with it? And I know loads of you like to cover your sewing machines. I keep mine covered because it keeps the dust out. It keeps it all really clean, and the less dust in your machine, the longer it will last. And it also looks prettier, doesn't it? But the thing with sewing machine covers is that quite often you will see dust covers that only cover over the front and the back. Well, what about the dust that goes in the sides? The other thing is everyone's sewing machines are different sizes, aren't they? So how do you create a cover, a pattern to fit any machine? Well, you can't really. And this cover I made to fit one of my machines at home. I have various, obviously. And I put it on one of our smaller machines here, and it just swamped it. And that's useless, isn't it? Because then it will look really messy. And obviously if it's not big enough, it won't fit your machine. So what I've done is the instructions show you how to measure your sewing machine, how much to add to those measurements for seams and ease and all that. And I've made loads of these sewing machine covers, so I've worked out seams and ease, how to measure it, and then you can use the finished block to make your very own sewing machine cover. You could then use those measurements and that technique if you wanted to cover your overlocker or any other machines. The sewing machine cover has pockets in the side. You can either divide them to make 2 pockets, or on this side 1 pocket so you can keep your foot pedal in. It's a fully lined sewing machine cover as well, and you will fit your machine perfectly. So that is the vintage sewing. So let me show you what you get when you buy your kit. This is the panel. Now, the thing about FPP is that it's very important, obviously, that you use the right fabrics and you've got enough. And because I have designed this for beginners, I have given you more than enough. So what I did was I cut out all of my pieces of fabric, worked out how much you need, and then added some. So you have got plenty of fabric. So with the vintage one, you get your background fabric. This is the big piece of fabric that's used for the sewing machine body. So it's that, I've given it that kind of old sewing machine black. And you know how some of them used to have like little red and gold flowers on them. So that's the idea for that. And then you've got all the other fabrics and they are all numbered. So fabric 5 is for the outside of the machine dial. This fabric is that piece of fabric that's on the sewing machine that's being sewn. This one I love. I asked Amy when we designed this one. This is the centre of the dial. So I got her to print the dial on. So that you can also, that's another little technique of if you need to specifically place a piece of fabric, I show you how to do that in the instructions and in the tutorial. This striped piece of fabric, that's for the thread spool, so it looks like the thread. You've even got the wood, that's used for the balance wheel knob, and that's the wood that's because the old sewing machines always sat on a wooden base, and then a slightly darker wood for the bottom. And then you've got gold, this is the thread spool, you've got loads of more than enough fabric, because with FPP you need a little bit of room for error. If you're a beginner to it, you want to be cutting bigger pieces of fabric. But when I first started EPP, I always cut my fabric as I went along and was never absolutely certain and would cut all these little slices. So I've also explained to you, and I'll show you in a moment, cut all your fabric out to start with. I've explained how big you need to cut them. Cut all of your fabric, pin them to all of your templates, and then you can just whiz through it. And because you've got to concentrate when you do your FPP to make sure you've got the right side and the wrong side and stuff, you don't want to be fussing about with fabric. So if you cut out everything to start with and you've got oodles of fabric, so plenty. Now, you also get in your kit, clearly, an instruction booklet. So it's quite a big one this month because I had a lot of pictures to put in. So this explains exactly, I put very close-up photos of all the stages, so you can see exactly where you pin or stick it on, where you cut it, where you sew it. I've put loads and loads of photos in here, but also the tutorial, I film making 2 whole templates from start to finish, and then exactly how to join the templates together, and then how to make the sewing machine cover. So I've listed in the instructions exactly, like this bit says, how to measure your machine and what you need to add to it so that you can make your own bespoke sewing machine cover. I mean, it could be a cover for your toaster, couldn't it? Same method. Once you know how to do it, could be for your microwave. Be quite funny, wouldn't it? It could be for your food mixer. It's the same process. And I've also made it in a special way so that the lining doesn't hang down and you don't have to hand sew it to the top. So I've shown you how to sew the lining to the top invisibly, but it holds it in place. That's all on there. It actually fits this machine really nicely. It's a little bit big, so if I was making a bespoke, because it wasn't for this machine, I made it. If I was making a bespoke one for this, it would have been a slightly different size. Now, in here, block diagram is there. All of the templates are here. So what you can do is you can photocopy these. You can trace these. Now you can see Amy's coloured them all in, which makes life so much easier. So whichever pattern you're using, there's a little key that tells you. So that you can see that ginghamy one is fabric 10. So it's much easier. Also, when you buy the instructions, there's a link on there to take you through to our Amber Makes website. You can download these yourself. So it means you can print them off. but you'll only know what that link is when you get the instructions. So that means that once you've learned how to do it, you can do it again and again. Or you can just photocopy these. And then at the back, terms and techniques. In the instructions, there are certain words and phrases that I have coloured in orange, which are the technical terms and phrases that you might not know what they mean, or even what the FPP is. And in the terms and techniques, I explain those. So what is FPP paper? What is FPP? What sort of fabric glue do you need? What kind of erasable pen? How to use fusible fleece? Because we all say just press it on, but I've put the actual instructions that they tell you you're supposed to use, because this has got wadding in it. So I can't really tell you how much fabric you're going to need to make the sewing machine cover. And it depends how big your machine is. I used about a metre of outer and about a metre of lining. We have got this fabric available because I used fabric that we sell at Sewing Street, but until you've measured your machine, I can't really tell you how much you'll need. But obviously, I used about a metre of each. It might have been a bit less. So that is the vintage one, okay? Now, we've also got it, because I wanted to give you a sort of a pretty floral one. Let me show you. So with my block, my floral block, I thought, well, I'm not going to make it into a sewing machine cover because I've got one now. I just made it into a little bag. So it's only a little tote bag, nothing fancy. I didn't put instructions in for this because this is just a bag where I put mitered seams. And then I used the two fabrics to make handles. But that makes quite a nice little bag. So what you could do is make one for your machine, and then you could make a little bag. I thought it would be quite nice if you would take in your machine's place. You could put your foot pedal and all your accessories in it, or just take it shopping. So it's just a quilted bag. So this one is different. You've obviously got a really pretty floral machine. You've got a patchwork fabric that's pre-printed for the fabric that's on the machine, a little floral base. And you've got the balance wheel is in green. You've got the gold thread. And then the background fabric is in all this really pretty lilac spot. So let me show you the panel for this one. You also get on the panel, I forgot to show you on the other one, lots of little machines. So if you wanted to use them, you could use them, maybe sew those across the top of the pocket section on your sewing machine cover. So you get a large piece of background fabric. So there's a lot of fabric on here. You get the pretty floral sort of teal. That goes on the sewing machine itself. You've got the piece of fabric for the dial. That's the patchwork fabric. So now this is the beauty of having the fabric panel, is that we can print the piece of patchwork that's the right size and scale that will fit in the design. The dial, again, has been printed so that it's right in the centre. You've got the gold thread, you've got the spotty bit that goes on the wheel, and then this little floral piece for the handle, and more sewing machines. The instructions are exactly the same, obviously, and it doesn't matter which panel you have, because the key will still work because it tells you what fabric number is which. So you get everything that you need in here because you've got all of those walkthroughs. So if you are completely new to FBP, then I will teach you from the beginning what all the different things are that you need and how to do it. You'll have it cracked. A message from Margaret. Good morning all. Will the sewing machine cover be large enough to cover Juki UX8? Yes, Yvonne, the thing is that at the beginning I said that you measure your machine, because the whole point, I think, is that a sewing machine cover really needs to have sides if you want it to be definitely dust-free, and it needs to fit your machine. So what I explained to you is how to measure it. So it could be that you might want to cover your machine. Maybe your machine's got a hard cover, but you want to cover the hard cover. So you choose whether you cover your machine or the hard cover. It's up to you. And I tell you how to measure it, how to convert those measurements by adding seam allowances and ease, because I've covered quite a lot of sewing machines now. And then you make it to fit your machine exactly. So whether you've got a UX8 or a tiny little machine, whether you've got an overlocker or you've got a really big embroidery machine. And that's why I can't really tell you how much fabric you'll need for that sewing machine cover until you've worked the measurements out. But once you have, you'll know it tells you how to measure your machine, and width, depth, height, and then what you need to add to it. It's a fully lined. I've put pockets on the side of my sewing machine cover. You don't need to. You can do whatever you like, but it will fit your machine exactly. And then you can use that, you can use your FPP block to decorate the front of it. And how nice will that then look when you've got it on your table? Obviously this one, I haven't made to fit this machine. It fits one of my other machines. So it's not quite the right size, but when you've got it on a machine that it fits, it's perfect. And it has a nice bound bottom edge. And you'll also learn the technique of invisibly sewing the lining to the top as well. So that's the 2 sewing machine blocks. Those are the 2 brand new ones today. Right, now I've also, this is, where are we now? November. So we've been doing sewing school since February. So we've had quite a lot of projects. Now, several of them have sold out. I managed to persuade them earlier in the week or last week. Let me just bring my trolley over to anything from the trolley to reprint some of the ones that we had sold out on. So I didn't know, shall I start from the beginning or go backwards? Well, let's go back. What did we do last month? Was it I think it was the Goldilocks bag. I think it was. Right, so the Goldilocks bag, so this was last month. This was, this was bag making. And we completely sold out of this floral patch one. So the fabric is already printed on here. Now, the beauty of this bag is that the whole design is already printed on the panel. Yes, so this is called Folk Art Patch. The design and the shape, because it's got a really nice curved shape with a little darted bottom to give it that shape. It's got an optional, so if you want to learn how to do this special technique where you put a zip in the top and then it opens out completely so that you can get right inside the bag. The bag is fully lined and all of that fabric comes with it. It's lovely lining as well. It's really pretty pink. And it's called the Goldilocks bag because it's not too big and it's not too small. And it also comes with all the fabric to make a little padded pouch that you can put your phone in or your glasses or your sunglasses. And then you zip it all up. And that sits just in there. So the technique of how to put one of these zip panels in the top of a bag, you can then put your umbrella across the top of there. Couldn't you? That was Ollie's idea. Never thought about that. You just put there. And it has the handle, and the handle has been printed specially so that it looks, you've got the print running down. And then it's just the right size, you see. Just put under your shoulder. Anywhere. And that one completely sold out when we did it last time. But if you want to learn bag making, but you want to make something that's a little bit different, so you'll learn the sort of the basics of how to construct a bag, but you don't have to put the zip in if you don't like doing zips, but you've got all of the pieces there. And remember, there's a full video tutorial, there's all the photos. So it would be a really good way for you to learn to do that. That's what the panel looks like. So you can see all the pieces are printed to shape. So there's none of that template business. Just cut them out, sew it together, easy. It also comes in the retro colourway. Beautiful sort of teals and mustard. I love the flowers. And I like the zippy bit across the top, that panel. And the inside is really nice. And actually, because the outside and the inside are exactly the same sizes, you could actually, if you used your, well, it could, no, it's not reversible because of the zip, but if you used your own fabric for the lining, you could make 2 bags. But you could make 2. But it is so lovely. I really like the size and the shape of that one. Right. Loads of you have got this one in baskets, and they did sell out before. Right, the next one I'm going to show you is a zippy tray case, because again, these both sold out last time and the time before that. This technique was how to put in a zip, and this makes, so it starts off like this, little cube. You can put all of your vintage sewing as this one. you can put all of your sewing supplies, or you could put your makeup, or your art supplies, or your pencils, and, oh, very limited on that, I'll do it very quickly. You open it up, and it becomes a tray with sides, and it has a baby one as well. There we go. So you can put everything in there, and I show you exactly how to put the zip in, and then you just zip it up and it's done. So that's the vintage sewing one. It also comes in the Portuguese tile print. So only 3 of this one left. I'll show you very quickly. There we go. And it opens up to make a tray. Because I know there's a lot of you who have been asking for that one. Next is the bags. So this one was patchwork. Yes. So this is the shibori style. I'm trying to remember what the technique was. I think it was patchwork. It was patchwork. Do you know, I couldn't remember what it was. It was patchwork. So this is shibori style. So it makes a bag that's just perfect to take shopping. It's just the right size. It's got the handles are printed to look like leather. It's a lovely size. You can get your laptop in it. You can get your files. It's really good for taking to school. This style and shape of bag is really popular at the moment. Anyway, you'll learn patchwork for the front, and the back is already printed for you. Easy peasy. That's the shibori style one. It's also available in Portuguese tiles. So you patchwork the front. All the pieces are on the panel for you to learn. If you've never done patchwork before, you'll be able to. But if you just want to make a lovely bag and you have done patchwork before, it's fully lined in beautiful matching prints. I love these. And then the handles are printed to look like leather. And they've got the little dots on that look like where you would sew along them. And you will learn how to make that. But it's a really nice size. There we go. And that's the piece of tote Portuguese style bag. What's the next one that we did? I'm trying to remember now. What did we do next? Got the carry it all bag. Oh, and then I'll do the kitchen. This one, I'll do the sewing bee one to start with. Now, I designed this because I wanted a really big bag that you could take like for big shopping, or you could take on the beach, or if you were going to workshops and you wanted to be able to put loads and loads of stuff in it. But this is all EPP. So if you want to learn EPP, all the pieces are printed on the panel so that you can create it. It also includes this kit, by the way, all the paper pieces that you need for it, already cut out and in an envelope ready for you. That's the sewing bee, because it features sewing bees. And exactly the same one, but in Portuguese tiles. Again, this is all EPP, so that you create that. It comes with the back, so you don't have to do the back, because that's printed for you already. And it is fully lined as well. But lovely big bag. Carry it all bag. The storage of pots. Yeah, so the storage of pots. So this is the technique for this was working circular seams. And this is sewing room. And you've got all of the pieces to make, to cover 6 tins. And they're baked bean tins or golden syrup tins. There are labels. There are labels on the panels so that you can put whatever, you can choose what labels you put on them. So this is for your sewing or your sewing themed things to put in your sewing rooms. We've got notions and safety pins and oddments and buttons. But there's loads of labels on the panel. So you will learn how to make circular tins. They've even got little bases as well. And then you can keep everything organised. Now, we also did them in the other colourway of Natural Home because I know that This whole sort of natural textiles thing is everywhere at the moment. So exactly the same idea, but the tins this time, let's see if I go on to it's come out now. They're covered in like crochet prints, you kind of seagrass. So this one is for your office or your study, isn't it? That one's to put the plant in. I Will Survive. Pens as a tool one. So it's a really good way of recycling. If you want to sort out everything like in your office or your study, but obviously you've got labels and you can decide to put them on or not. But it's a really good way of you recycling all of your tins. So that's that one. Then we've got the door stops, and I think we have a few of those left. The giraffe and the elephant. So this one was all about making 3D shapes. So there's the elephant to start with. So it's an Indian elephant, obviously wearing all of the Indian regalia. And all of these pieces are printed onto the panel to size, so there's no templates at all. Also, all the pieces are labelled with like A and B, so when you join them together, I've made it really easy for you, so you just join A to B and A and C to C and whatever. There's a little knot in the tail, and then if you want, you can personalise it. This one's got Ellie on it, but you can write the name. So $17.99, and you've got everything you need. All of the printed pieces are on the panel. Again, full video tutorial. So it's a doorstop, or you can just have it as a decoration. But everything is printed, so you don't have to bother with all these templates. And if you've never made filled shapes, you'll learn how to. And if you have, that's your elephant. Then we have the giraffe. This is my favourite one. I love the giraffe. Look at Geraldine. All like her horns have got a bit squashed. So she's got ears and little horns. There we go. And knot in the tail. And again, if you want to, you can put the name. You can put the name. I've put Georgina on this one, whatever name you like. But all of the prints have been designed. Amy's drawn them all so that when you match all of the pieces together, all of the print flows around. So if you know anyone who loves a giraffe, that's a great Christmas present, isn't it? There we go. I love the face, because often the hardest bit when you're doing soft toys or filled shapes is getting that face correct. But Amy's already drawn it on there for you, so you don't have to think about that. There we go. That's the giraffe. The cushions. If you want to learn how to make a cushion, it's something that people ask me all the time. This is vintage sewing room. So on the panel, you get all the pieces to make 2 cushions, the front and the back. So if you used your own fabric, you could make 4. So what you'll learn is the very simple but important technique of how to put a zip in the bottom of a cushion. And you can see it's almost invisible. And again, because there's a video tutorial, you will learn that. But if you know how to do that already, then that's fine, but you will get a beautiful pair of cushions. This one is real vintage sewing, where your scissors and your tape measures. And that one's got the vintage sewing machine on it and all the flowers around it. And then its matching friend has a treadle machine on the front. And on the back, this one is an envelope cushion. So once you've made both of them, you will have learned how to do an envelope cushion and how to do a zip bottom cushion. And they match. So that's the vintage sewing pair of cushions. But we also did them in a William Morris print. This is the... it has the strawberry thief obviously on it. And again, look, it's got a zip in the bottom. So you'll learn a really easy, neat, fail-safe way to make a cushion cover with a zip on the bottom. Or if you just want them, you know how to do that, then you just get a beautiful pair of cushions. So you've got the strawberry thief in miniature on one side and larger on the other. And then its matching one, which I haven't got in a cushion pad, has got an envelope back. And I show you in the instructions how to either have a simple one or how to put loops on and put buttons for a posher, fancier look. And then you've got those prints. So on the panel, you also get, because there was space, 6 charm squares for free, which you can do whatever you like with. But there was a little space, so we put 6 charm squares on there. So that's the... that's it. And then I think the last thing, what I haven't covered, is the bags. This was the first one. So this was your kind of basic sewing skills. If you've never used a sewing machine before, basic, farm shop to start with. But I also designed these for those of you who already know how to sew. These are easy makes, but this is, again, I was thinking actually this would be a nice set of presents. Always keep your vegetables and your bread in cotton or linen fabrics. They breathe, and they don't sweat, but they also keep them dark. So you've got one big bag for your potatoes. You've got the next size bag for vegetables. That's quite nice for your carrots. Then you've got a small bag, really good for things like herbs, garlic, ginger, or broccoli, whatever you fancy. And then you get the bread bag. So I always keep my bread in one of these bags because in the plastic they do sweat. It's got a nice box bottom. So what you can do, once you put your bread in, it's got a drawstring top. They all have, and the drawstring is on there, is you can then roll the top down. And once you've got bread or rolls in it, it becomes a bread basket on your table. So this is a great way, a lovely present for somebody because, you know, when you've gone to the supermarket, it does look, it's a better way to store your food, but also it looks really nice. So it comes in 2 colourways. That's the farm shop colourway. And then we've got the grocers. So with this one, let me find the bread bag, is... has got all the breads on there, sourdough, ciabatta, bagels. So that's your bread bag. Then we've got the large one for potatoes. So we've got Maris Piper sweet potatoes, red potatoes, new potatoes, russets. There's all your potatoes. And remember, really big panel, because obviously you've got the front and the back and all the drawstrings. There is nothing else you need to make these. Then you've got the medium bag. Corn on the cob, carrots, I love these. Red onion. And if you've bought our Amber Makes supermarket bags, the Superb market bags, they match those. So you could take these to the supermarket, put your loose veg in them, then they're ready to just take home. And there's the little one for herbs, shallots, garlic, mint, ginger. So that's the other set. Again, it's a nice present for somebody, all as the complete kit, £24.99. So I think, other than the sun hat, which is sort of... yeah, we probably won't do that because it's not really sunny, is it? But there was the sun, there was hat making, that's the only one missing. Right, let's learn how to do FPP. Right, so the sewing machine, there are 2 colourways. There's either the vintage one, which is what this one looks like, or there's the floral one, which is look like that. The vintage one is really popular. I'm not surprised, really. Because you say it's lovely, isn't it? I like this. I like the floral one, though. I think that's really pretty. Anyway, those are the 2. So what you need to do to start with is you need to get the templates. This is the most important thing. You need the templates. Now, you can either photocopy these, keep the block diagram because you use that to refer to. Now, you'll notice that this is back to front to the finished one. It's in reverse because when you do FPP, you do it in reverse. So we've printed the block diagram in reverse to help you when you join it together because that's how you'll be doing it. But when you've made it, it will turn out that way. We haven't done something wrong. Then you have all of these little templates. If you look at them, you can see that there's an outer dash line and then in a solid line. The outer dash line includes the seam allowance. So you need to cut along the outer dashed line. Don't cut along the inner one, otherwise you'll have no seam allowance. Also, if you look at the templates, you can see that each one is labelled with letters and numbers. So, for example, this is the C template. So it's labelled C1, C2, C3, C4, C5 and C6. So that means that you make all of that template and the pieces, easy peasy, are joined on in numerical order. So you start with 1, then you do 2, then you do 3, whatever. Also, they're all coloured. So you know which fabric to use where. So if you look at this dark grey and you go to the key, dark grey is fabric 2. Easy. So you know exactly which fabric, and on your panels are labelled with those fabric 1, fabric 2. So start by cutting out all the templates. So if you're a complete beginner, it doesn't matter how many pieces you're putting on or how big or how small they are, the technique is the same. Then you need to cut out the fabric pieces. Now, what I do, the fabric pieces need to be at least 1/4 inch bigger all around. So I cut mine 1/2 inch bigger, then I'm safe, and there's more than enough fabric to do that with. In the video tutorial, I show you all of this. So if we look at let's look at A template here, right? So if we wanted to cut the piece for A4, and you've got to include the seam allowances in this. So A4 is 3 1/4 inches from there to there. So I would cut a piece that's 4 1/4, I'd round it up, 4 1/2, up that way. And then if I measure from the seam allowance to there, that's 1 3/4. So I would cut this 2 3/4, but round it up to 3, just to make it easier for cutting. So I'd cut a piece 4 1/2 by 3 inches, and then label it on the back. So all the pieces that you cut are labelled. And if you do that, it makes life a lot easier. Now, what I've decided to do, because I've prepared one piece earlier, is to make it easier. So let me show, well, I'll show you because this one's cut to size. So for the O template, and template O is this piece at the bottom of the machine. I've cut this one in advance because hopefully I'm going to have time to show this to you. And you can see O1, which is that fabric, which is fabric 11. I've cut that one already and labelled it O1. And if you look, if I place it on top of there, you can see it's a 1/2 inch bigger both ways. And I've labelled that one. And it really is entirely up to you, but I find it easier to cut out everything to start with. O2 is that one, and that's cut bigger. And then you've got O3, which is this one, and I've just labelled them on the back. And then O4, which is that little piece. So although it's such a little piece, if you cut it bigger, it just makes life simpler. As you get more experienced, you might be able to cut the pieces smaller, but I would start off by cutting them 1/2 inch bigger all round, and then label them all like that, all the way to the end, and then clip them to the template like this, and then you don't lose them. Obviously, if you want to cut them out as you go, that's entirely up to you. It really, really doesn't matter. So that's what I do to cut the pieces out. Now, I'm going to show you how to make one, but because obviously for you seeing it on the TV screen, I've enlarged my template so you can see it more easily. So this is the A template, which should be that big, but mine's this big. It's the same principle, but you'll be able to see it easier because I've enlarged it for you. So I've clipped everything together here. So there's my template. Obviously, I've cut it along the outer dash line, and you can see it's labelled A1, A2, A3, A4. So this is all to make the A template. A1 is coloured in light yellow, so that means I need to use fabric 1 for A2. A2, A3 and A4 aren't coloured in, and you can see on the key that means background fabric. So once you've done that, just looking for my, there we are, glue pen. Oh, I did bring that with me. Right, you don't have to have a glue pen, but I find a glue pen makes it easier just for one stage of it. If you don't have a glue pen, you can just use a pin. So what I'm going to do, there's my A1 fabric, and you can see I've cut it 1/2 inch bigger that way, and I've cut it 1/2 inch bigger that way. So that's fine. Now, what you're going to do is you are going to put, let's turn it over, this is the wrong side of the paper. Really important to remember this. And this is the right side of the fabric. So the wrong side of the fabric goes on the wrong side of the paper. The right side of the fabric is facing up, and the right side of the template is facing down. So if you just think wrong side of fabric, wrong side of paper. It's really important that this piece stays in place, and this is where your glue stick comes in. If you don't have one, don't worry, you can just pin it. But on the A, where the A1 is, you can actually see the lines through here. I'm just going to put a little bit of glue just where the A1 is. And then I'm going to place this piece. Now I can see through this paper. You could, if you wanted to, you could draw the lines because you can hold them up. You could hold it up against the window, but I'm going to place this centrally, right sides up, over the back of the paper. So that's in the right place now. Now, if you want to be sure, you can see, well, you can actually see through there. If you hold it up to the light, you can see that there's a little 1/4 inch all the way round. Now we're going to do some trimming. So I'm just getting my cutting mat. So take A1 and A2. Now I'm going to join A2 on. So what we've got to do now is you see this line here between A1 and A2. We need to fold the paper along that line. Now, you can just score it with your nail and fold it back. I find it with it easier with the ruler. Now, the add a quarter ruler is ideal for FPP. It's got a nice sharp edge that you can use for folding back. And you see this little lip? It's exactly a quarter of an inch wide. So what you can do is put your ruler on the A1, A2 line and just fold it along there. If you don't want to do that, then you can just score it with your nail and do that. It's entirely up to you. Once you've done that, take your ruler. Now, whether you've got an add a quarter ruler or whether you've got a normal rotary cutting ruler, you've got to cut the fabric quarter of an inch bigger outside of the fold. So quarter of an inch outside of the fold, like this. And you don't need that bit now. And now that will stay in place. If you haven't got glue, you could have pinned that into place. Don't worry about any of the other piece of A1 that extends beyond. We'll be sorting that out later. Now, here's my A2 piece of fabric. That's the right side of it. So you can see I've cut it ½ inch bigger all round. Now, obviously, you don't have to think about right sides and wrong sides because we've put that on now. You always sew with fabrics right sides together. Well, not always. Nearly always we sew with fabric right sides together. So once you've got this piece on and you've got the wrong side of the fabric against the wrong side of paper, you don't need to be thinking too much. Just always remember fabrics are right sides together. So we fold that back. Now this piece of fabric needs to cover that A2 section. So if you put it, you need to match up the raw edges and just make sure that this other piece of fabric extends beyond the edges. Now with a simple shape like this, and this is the first one you'll make, you'll find that really easy to do because you can see it extending beyond that edge. When you're dealing with smaller pieces or odd size shapes, that's not so easy to see. So hold it still and fold it back. And then what I do is pin them together along that line because that's the line I'm going to be sewing on. Now I know a lot of people don't pin it, they just sew it. And as you become more proficient, you can not pin it and just sew it. But I have unpicked too much FPP where I've got it wrong. And when you unpick it, it's not so easy to re-sew because you have tiny perforations and it comes undone. This is the way of you checking so you don't have to unpick. So if you've pinned them together along that line, then just fold this piece back because that's what you'll be doing and look at it and you can then immediately see, is it in the right place? Has it got fabric extending beyond the edge? Well, you can see it's got loads there. It's got at least a quarter of an inch there and there. So you know that that's right. And that makes it a lot easier. So I actually, even now, I always pin them just because I have unpicked far too much FPP. Right, what I'm going to do now is sew it. So what you've got to do is reduce your stitch length to about 1.5. This machine only does 1.4, 1.6. So, and the reason for that is because you're going to have to tear this paper off. And if you do a small stitch length, you get tiny perforations. It comes off easier. So I'm going to sew it together. Now, when you sew, if you've got the edge of a line within a template, don't sew beyond it. If the edge of the line comes to the edge of the seam allowance, you can sew into the seam allowance. You don't really need to reverse stitch because... oh, what have I done? Sorry. Because of the tiny stitch length. So lower your needle at the top of the line and then lower your foot. If you want to do a little security stitch, if you're not sure, I just hold, if you hold the paper and fabric still with your hands and don't let the feed dogs work, it will work a few stitches on top of each other. And then just sew along the line. So if you're not very good at stitching in a straight line, doesn't matter. Because I'm sewing along that line so I can see, and then just cut the thread. Next, turn it over to the paper side, and the first thing you need to do is press, because this will set the seam, because when you're sewing through paper it makes everything a little bit wrinkly. So if you press it, it sets the seam, and then fold that upwards and press it. And now you can see A1 is attached and A2 is attached. And if I turn it over, you can see now that it's A2, fabric is covering it all the way round. So I'm going to now fold. We're going to join on A3 because you always do it in number order, so you don't have to think. So you need to fold it along the line between A1 and A3. And as I said, you can just score a line with your fingers to do that, or if you've got one of these rulers or another ruler, it's easier to do that. So again, cut the fabric 1/4 inch beyond the fold. So this is basically to add the seam allowance on, because you need to add the seam allowance to sew the next bit on. So we're chopping that one off. Oh, I don't think I've got a very sharp rotary cutter. Oh dear. Right, now I'm going to get my where's it dropped off to? I've dropped one of my pieces of fabric. Well, let's hope that one fits. I've dropped a piece of fabric somewhere. It's oh, hang on. It's all right, I'm back. I knew I'd lost a piece. I've got them all labelled and one bit floated. So there's my A3 piece of fabric, labelled A3. So I'm going to place that, remember, it's always right sides facing, with the trimmed piece of fabric. Make sure that it's extending 1/4 inch either side, but to be absolutely certain, just hold it still, fold it back, take your pin along that line. If you're doing a longer line, oh, actually, I will have time to show you the next piece. If you're doing a longer line, use 2 pins. Make sure that's not, because sometimes you do that and you get a little crease, so just make sure that's okay. You can see that it extends. Let's make sure now that it fits. So if I fold it back, because that's what it'll be like when it's sewn. Yeah, look, I've got loads of fabric all the way around, so that's fine, because now I don't have to undo it if I get it wrong. Make sure when you put it on here that it's all laying flat, because sometimes when you put it down, you can get a piece that creases up, and that's really annoying. So this time I'm going to start from the seam allowance side, just because. So because that line extends into the seam allowance, I can sew all along here, and then I'm going to stop exactly on the line. Now, all of this is in all detail on the video tutorial, so don't worry, you don't have to remember all of this, because I've filmed this. I've filmed how to do 2 of the templates step by step, and then I show you certain bits from the others. Again, don't forget to press, because you can see how that's slightly puckered, just because you're sewing through the paper. That flattens it out again. Fold it over, and then press it. So you can see how easy that is, can't you? Right, now we need to do A4. So let's turn it back over. Again, we're going, because we're joining on A4, we need to fold along the line at the bottom of A4. So I'm going to use my ruler to do that. Fold it there. Then again, I'm going to trim. So use either your 1/4 inch ruler, or you can use your normal rotary cutting ruler. And do use a sharp rotary cutter. Right. Right, now I'm going to get my A4 piece of fabric. Remember, if you've only just joined, I have enlarged this to show you bigger. Yours will look smaller than this when you do it. It doesn't matter how big or how small it is. The technique is the same. It's just easier to show you. So again, right sides facing. Make sure you match up the seam allowance, and make sure that A4 fabric is extending beyond. Pin along the line. And again, always double check. So I put 2 this time. You could put another one in the middle. Fold it back, double check, yeah, loads of space. And that's because I cut it nice and big. Actually, I might pop another one in the middle just because it does help to keep everything still. And then with this one, because the lines come out either side of the seam allowance, you can sew starting right on one side of the paper and moving to the other. Just make sure you stitch along the line, but that's quite easy to do because it's printed on the paper. Now, you can use normal photocopier paper for this. The thinner the better. There is specialist FPP paper that I like to use, the Carol Doak foundation paper, which is thinner, tears away more easily, Yes, I buy so much of this. So if you you could trace the templates on that. If you photocopy them, you can photocopy it because it'll go through your printer as well. Fold that back over and give it a press. And that is template A done. So all you need to do now to finish it off is you've got to trim. You must trim along the outer dash line because you need. Oh, this ruler is this rotary cutter's not very good. So all you do is trim along this outer line. And then fold over. So make sure you're going along the outer dash line because you still need your seam allowance because you've got to be touching all of these together. So there's template A finished. It looks like that on that side. And if you do, it looks like that. Let me just show you, because I have made these in advance, what they look like. So this is what, once you've made them, this is what your template A will look like. And B and C. And then all you've got to do is join them together. And if you look at the block diagram, it shows you what order to join them together. So you can see A and B, but actually in the instructions I've said in detail, put A below, above B, then join C on, and it tells you the order. So all of these have now been made. This is what the one with the dial looks like. So as you can see, remember I showed you in the beginning how the dial is printed onto the fabric. And then I explain in the instructions and the tutorial how to centre the dial piece onto the FPP template, onto here, so that you've got it right in the centre. So you get an absolutely perfect finish. So once you've learned how to do A, which just has 4 pieces of fabric, when you come to do G, which has got 18, it's the same process. Stick it on, trim it, pin it, sew it, trim it, and then you just keep going. So it's a very methodical, nice, mindful, slow process. It's really lovely. You then join them all together. There are borders on, sew the whole thing together, and your block is done, and you will have learned how to do FPP. You can then, with your instructions, you've got those templates, you can use them again. You could make a whole quilt using of sewing machine blocks, because you could just keep repeating this and repeating that. So that's FPP. Remember, I know I've had to whiz through it, but it is all on the video tutorial, and the information and the links for that are in the instructions, and also the links for downloading the templates if you want to. So if you want to buy one of the kits, the vintage sewing one, it looks like this. So it's got all of the fabric pieces so that you can replicate that design exactly. So everything is printed on there, and that's all the background fabric. And obviously has the tutorial and the instructions. And then the floral one, this one. And then remember, in the instructions as well, there is all the information for how to measure your sewing machine. I won't tell you because it's all in there. And it is quite like, you know, you need to measure this and add this and do that to make a sewing machine cover that will fit your sewing machine, not just anything or a general one or one without sides. This machine cover will fit your machine exactly. Anyway, thank you for joining me for this hour. Don't forget to check out on everything that's in your baskets. I'm going to see you back in a few minutes' time with the lovely Louisa, who has got gorgeous FPP cushions using beautiful Macao fabric. She's going to go through it in detail, so that's going to be fab. And she's got some extra kits that have sold out previously. So I will see you back in just a few minutes' time.
Shopping with Sewing Street couldn't be easier. You can shop via our website at www.sewingstreet.com, where you can watch our live shows and see all the products from that day. We also have a huge amount of products on our website, from your sewing room essentials to fabrics, sewing machines and much more. You can download and shop on the go with our Sewing Street app. Simply head over to your app store and search Sewing Street. Alternatively, you can contact our UK-based call centre 24 hours a day on 0800 001 4433. Shopping made easy at Sewing Street.
Hi everyone, Andy here with some exciting news. On the back of our first Craftopia weekend retreat in conjunction with Hobbymaker, Sewing Street and Jewellery Maker, we're pleased to announce that tickets are available for the next one, taking place this November. Tickets are now available for the weekend of the Saturday the 9th and Sunday the 10th of November at the Abbey Hotel in Redditch, here in Worcestershire. Now, if you've been to one before, you know what to expect, but if you haven't, what can you look forward to? Over the weekend, you'll be taking part in 4 exclusive workshops with some of the best tutors in the business. From Hobbymaker, we have Carla Bagshaw and Julie Peplow. From Sewing Street, we have Jenny Jackson. And from Jewellery Maker, Debbie Kershaw will be joining us once again. Your tickets include your accommodation, all workshops, all materials, all refreshments, lunches, dinners and Saturday night entertainment. Plus, you'll get an exclusive 20% discount just for you to use across any of our channels over the weekend. We have single, double and for the first time, day tickets available. To buy those tickets or find out more information, check out the website below or call the call centre. Now remember, as always, spaces are limited, so make sure you join us for the next Craftopia event, taking place on Saturday the 9th and Sunday the 10th of November at the Abbey Hotel here in Redditch. We'll see you then.
Did you know at Sewing Street that on various products we offer split pay? That means on certain items you can spread the cost over 2, 3, 4 or sometimes even 5 interest-free monthly payments. Just pay the first instalment when you purchase and you're away. So shop your way with split pay. Never miss a show by watching on the go with the Sewing Street app. Head over to your app store now and search Sewing Street and simply download to your smartphone or tablet. You can watch the shows live and see your favourite presenters and guests. Click on the Today button to shop all of the products that are featured in today's show. Want to know what's hot? Then click here to see today's bestsellers and highlights. Have you missed a show or want to watch one back? Then click the schedule button and you can go back 7 days to watch and shop, and you can also see what's coming up over the next 7 days. Want to say hello or ask a question to our guests? Then send a message to the studio. You can also keep in touch with all the latest news, events, product launches and much more by clicking here for our social media pages. Never miss a show by watching on the go with Sewing Street. Every day, our experts will bring you a wealth of knowledge. They'll take you through the steps of making projects, and we feature fabulous tips along the way. Whether you're new to sewing or a seasoned pro, you're sure to learn something new. We're live every day from 8 AM till 1 PM, and you can also watch back all of the demonstrations featured on the show on our YouTube channel.
Our UK-based call centre is always on hand to assist you 24 hours a day, 7 days a week.
Not only is Sewing Street live from 8 AM till 1 PM on Sky 670, Freeview Channel 73, YouTube and the Sewing Street app, now Virgin subscribers can watch on Channel 754, which means there are more ways to watch your way with Sewing Street. Did you know that we can deliver to over 20 different countries worldwide, spanning 4 continents from the UK to Australia? Check out our website for the list of countries and delivery costs. Sewing Street, stitching the world together.
Keep up to date with what's on Sewing Street, as well as all the latest news and special offers by signing up to our email newsletter. Go to sewingstreet.com and scroll down to the bottom of the homepage. Type in your email address and click the envelope. That's it. You'll never miss out on the latest news and special offers ever again.
We're proud to have some of the most skilled and experienced experts in the industry. They're brought to you here every day on Sewing Street.
Welcome back to Sewing Street. Still got the Christmas jumper on. Actually, I'm really liking it now. Have we got any left, Ben? Any Christmas jumpers left? Last time I saw, we had 10. Yeah, we're going to check just to see whether we have any Christmas jumpers left. 7. 7, and only an extra large size, which is a 48-inch circumference, or 24 from there to there. Okay, how many, we've got to guess how many in baskets. So if we've got 7 left, say 50 in baskets? That's my guess. Dan, how many do you guess we've got in baskets? He said 200. Okay. Ben, how many have we got in baskets? 486. 486 of you have got this jumper in your basket. And there are 10 left. Yeah, that's weird, isn't it? Anyway, only the extra large size. But the extra large size is great because it's kind of the middle one. There we go. Hey, look, the extra large was great on Ben. So I'm going to wear this jumper until we sell it out. Now, this hour is all about Louisa's FPP. These are beautiful. Beautiful. Look at these. They're so original. Gorgeous. Let me show you 3 colours. 3 colours. Look. Aren't they beautiful? In fact, I'd like to have one of each. So what was your design inspiration?
Well, the fabrics are gorgeous to begin with.
They are.
And I just wanted something that was simple foundation, but not necessarily flying geese.
Okay.
So it is kind of flying geese. It is still flying geese, but sort of staggered. And I did start off...
I used to think, well, before I did FPP, because I used to hate FPP, and that was because I couldn't do it.
Yeah.
Because you have to hate the things
you have to get it. And
yeah.
once you've got it,
I know, I just thought, I can't do it, so I hate it. And I think the first thing I ever saw was a massive nativity scene.
Oh, wow.
Amazing.
Yeah.
So I always thought it was pictorial only.
Yeah.
And it was much later that I discovered that actually quilters do it.
Oh, yeah.
As a more accurate way of piecing.
Yeah.
Genius. This is absolutely genius.
No, it's great.
So
I love the simple. I love it. Half square triangles, I do using FPP.
Do you?
Simply FPP. So just using a paper template.
And would you
but as you say,
always
you get
do
your
that?
good points. Yeah, generally.
But yeah, see, and I would never have thought of that until I obviously working here, which is fab. It's so accurate.
Yeah.
And I honestly thought it was just for creating large nativity scenes or, these sort of pictorial things. But for basic patchwork, it's spot on.
Yeah, definitely. And it makes a nice design as well.
Well, it does, and it's that perfection. Obviously these cushions are beautifully made, but they're so precise. Isn't that gorgeous? Now, there's 3 different versions. This is the grey and yellow, and we have kits for each of them. So let me show you what you get in the kit. £26.99, great price. Now, this is a standard size cushion. You can buy these the cushion pads for them in Dunelm and other shops are available. They're a very standard size cushion pad. So you get the full instructions, and then this is very nicely packed. I don't even want to unfold it really. Beautiful Macara fabrics. What's this? It's a very nice range.
Yeah, it's Country Fresh from Andover.
Oh, it's okay.
Yeah.
Gorgeous. So you've got this pale grey. I like the fact that these shades. This looks like they've all been bought together like this. You've just collated them. Love the shades of yellows and mustards going into silver and charcoal. So that's for all your FPP. Then you've got the yellow fabric that's for the binding, and then you've got enough white fabric for the front and the back of the cushion. And you've got all the FPP templates.
You do?
So you don't need to do any printing.
Nope.
But I guess you could photocopy them.
You can photocopy them, and in the instructions there's also a QR code to access more.
So if you, yeah, brilliant.
So
if you want to download more, then you can get them. But that's in the instructions. You can't just go and do that. So all of the templates are in there. Fabulous. Oh, isn't that lovely?
So yeah, you just need a bit of wadding.
You just need a bit of wadding and a cushion pad. I think that's lovely. I think you might have to refold that. I'm not sure. That was really neat, wasn't it, when we took it out? And all the instructions that you will need, exactly how to make it, how to do all the FPP, but Louisa is going to show us this in a minute. So it's a really good way of learning how to do FPP, that it doesn't have to be for pictorial work. It can be for quilting or for patchwork. So particularly, either if you've not tried FPP and want to give it a go, this is a really good place to start. Or if you are a patchworker and you struggle with matching your seams and matching your points, and you find like that it puts you off doing it, turn to FPP.
Definitely.
It's not a problem then, is it?
Nope.
I think it's, and I'd never seen that before, that people had done
And it's
that.
a lot simpler. I mean, the thing that I couldn't get around FPP was the back to front, what you were just doing, with all the numbers and all the different shaped pieces and everything. But doing something like half square triangles or flying geese, it gets you the technique, because all the shapes are the same.
Yes, so you haven't got all that issue.
You haven't got the back, the
Yes,
1, 2,
the back
3,
and the front
4,
and all of the
everything.
numbers.
So it's all something quite regular, like flying geese. Is a good.
I know,
way
and
to
I
learn
think if you
technique.
can learn this, because it's such a great technique. I mean, and like I said, I never did it, and I decided I didn't like it, but it was really, I couldn't do it. You know, and that's always such a shame, isn't it? And then one day I thought, I'm going to learn this.
Yeah.
I'm going to learn this. But this is a great way to learn FPP, and you can then use this in lots of other designs.
Yep.
So this is the blue version. Gorgeous. Well, blues and greens. Now, this is what you get in your kit. I feel like I don't want to unfold this one. I failed badly with the other one. Full instructions. You've got that lovely, I love that royal blue for the binding, and all the white fabric, all the FPP templates. And then this is the print fabric that's used for your FPP. Really, really gorgeous. So you've got like light blue, you've got the middle. I like that design. That's
Yeah,
really
it's
nice,
nice.
isn't it? And you've got sort of a mid blue and a bluey green that moves into the green. So the colours grade very gradually. Can you say grade very gradually across the blues and into the greens? So you've got a modern design, but using a traditional technique.
Yeah.
And the two together go so well,
And
don't
it's
they?
a bit of a Bargello as well.
It does. I thought when I first saw it was Bargello.
I did design it as a quilt, and it was huge. And it went
okay.
the full thing, but I thought, I'm never going to make this in time. So you've
Oh,
got a
I
cushion.
see. Did it have bigger pieces, or were there
Yeah,
just more of
they
it?
were bigger, I think, slightly, and then just the whole spectrum.
Oh, wow.
So all of the fabrics, because there's a purple bits as well that I haven't
Oh, I
used.
see.
And you can just, and the way that they're staggered, kind of graduated. And
Yeah, no, it is beautiful.
So if you're adventurous, then you can.
If you're adventurous, once you've learnt this, you can make
Yeah.
yourself a whole quilt and just keep going.
Definitely.
That's the blue and green version. And then if you want the hot pink version,
My favourite. I think I like the hot pink version.
I really like that. Ben says he loves it in the pink best. But I think I like it in the blue-green best. Tricky. And then this one, oh, that's a lovely, bright, magenta-y fuchsia pink, isn't it? To go for the binding. And obviously you've got the white fabric. You've got enough for the cushion front and back. You haven't got to find anything else. And then obviously you've got the paper templates. And then the fabric, the oranges and the pinks, again, graduate beautifully through the medium pink, through to the fuchsia pink, and into the orange, and then into sort of the lighter orangey peach. So $26.99, I think that's a fantastic value kit. Because you think what you would pay, if you went into one of the shops, think of what you would pay for one of these cushions. I think you'd be going $59.99, I reckon, yeah. About $59.99?
Yeah, I'd say so.
Well, if it was printed to look like this.
Yeah.
If it had been patchwork, more.
Yeah, definitely.
But
I'd
one
hope
that was-
so. I'd like to think so.
I think definitely, definitely. Now, we do have the instructions on their own. if you've got your own fabric, I mean, it's up to you. You might want to use your own graduating prints. Would you give any advice on colour fabric choice?
In the instructions, you've got all of the colours that I've used to tell you which fabric's which. But
Oh,
then
I
you've
see.
also got
Yeah,
a
so
block.
you've got... Oh.
You've got a spare block, so you can put
Right.
your fabric in them. So yeah, choose 5. I mean, I sort of did it graduating, so it goes up and down.
Yeah, so
Then the
you
Bargello kind of
graduated
works.
through from one colour, dark.
Yeah, exactly. Have 5, but
Okay.
graduate from one to the other.
Right.
I did try a rainbow version, but it didn't seem to work as well. I mean, it probably would. But yeah, I think with 5, try and have a graduate.
Just graduate through. So you could cut little swatches of fabrics.
Yeah,
Because you
put
can
them
see how the graduation works and just keep swapping
Yeah,
them around and
yeah.
moving them around. So if you want the instructions on their own, £9.99. It does also have, it's not just instructions, it does have, I've taken that one out of there, it's got all of the paper templates as well. So you don't need to print them out. They are all in there. £9.99 for all the papers and the instructions as well. Right, I'm dying to see how it's made now.
Okay, right. So this is the template. So it's basically not 7 of these. So obviously you get 4 sheets. So you've got a
There are,
spare one
yeah.
if you need it. Okay, so as you can see, they're numbered 1, 2, 3, 4. So they're the order that you're going to piece them.
I think you need
Similar
just
to what you
move
were just.
right
sorry.
a bit. Lovely.
Similar to what you were just doing. So we're going to start with, and then they're also coded colour A, colour A, colour B, colour B. So that's in that key
Yeah,
on
brilliant.
the first page is what that relates to. Okay, so you're going to start with a white or background triangle. If you are using your own fabrics and the background fabric has got a right and a wrong side, make sure that that's face down.
Okay.
Place your paper template on top. And as you were showing before, you want to see, so you can hold it up to the light, or the pieces are quite big enough. So you just basically want a lot of excess of the fabric around that triangle there. Okay, and then use a pin. And then you are going to sew along this line. So you don't want to pin it anywhere near there because you're going to cross it, obviously. So if you pin it parallel to it, then you're just not going to get anywhere. Okay, so we're going to concentrate on just this line to start with. Turn it over. Oh, no, sorry, don't turn it over. Keep it that way up. And then I line a piece of card, just a thin piece of card, along that line, fold your paper over, so you get that, and fold quite crisply. So you get a nice sharp fold. And then use your add a quarter ruler. If you don't have an add a quarter ruler, use your normal quarters ruler.
Have we got the add a quarter rulers, Ben? Could you pop those in?
You
Because they're marvellous.
Oh, they are. So if you're using a normal ruler, just line up the 1/4 inch line along the edge, along the fold. But if you're using add an inch ruler, so the add an inch ruler's got a lip on the side, and that is 1/4 inch. And what that does is sits against the fold of the paper. So
on the screen, the £24.99 is you get 2 rulers for that. You get a 6-inch long one and a 12-inch long.
nice.
Because
Sometimes you just need a little one.
and sometimes you need the bigger one.
Exactly.
So it's much more economical. We'd like to say cheaper. It's much more affordable.
Value for money.
Much better value for money than if you buy them individually. So if you can buy both, £24.99.
Perfect. So butt that up against the fold, and then you're going to trim off that excess fabric. And what that does is leaves you 1/4 inch seam allowance in the excess.
Fabulous.
Okay? So then you unfold, flip it over to the front, and then we're going to start with the first colour, which is the light orange. So that's colour A. So you're going to line the longest edge of your triangle. So the instructions show you how to cut it all. I cut 3.5, well, you've got the 3.5 inch strips of fabric, and you're going to cut those into 3.5 inch squares and then cut across a diagonal.
Right, okay.
So it's
you've
quite
cut
easy
it all,
to
so
cut.
you've given all of that.
Yeah.
That makes it a lot easier,
Yeah.
doesn't it?
So much
I used to sort of
easier.
be randomly cutting chunks
Yeah.
off a big piece of
Well, because
fabric.
they're all same size,
Yeah,
same
that makes
shape,
it
so
so
you
much
can just
easier.
use the same shape. So then you're going to line the longest edge of the triangle up against that trimmed edge that you just cut, and then take it to the sewing machine. So I'm going to lower the sewing machine stitch length to about 1.8, which means that it's a smaller stitch which will perforate the paper a lot more, so enables you to take the papers out when you finish at the end. Okay, so then you're going to just start off just off the edge of the line in the seam allowance, and then sew it across that, along that length, along that drawn line. Why is this being so? And then come off and finish a couple of stitches off the end and cut your thread. Okay, so that's your first drawn line, sewn line. So turn it over to the front and open out your piece. So you can use a seam roller if you haven't got access to a iron.
Have we got the, I think I put the seam rollers in.
Or you can press it. If you've got one of the little dinky irons, they're lovely as well. So you can press that flat. So then now what you're going to do is you can remove that pin now because your first two pieces are connected to the paper. And then you're going to do the same with the line between 1 and 3. So we're going to connect this shape here. So you're going to line up your paper along that line, fold it over. If you find you've stitched into the seam allowance and there's a bit of stitch there, just pull it away. And then you're going to line up your ruler again. Trim off your excess. So that leaves you your 1/4 inch seam allowance. And then you're going to line up your next long edge of your triangle along that edge, and then take it to the sewing machine. Put your foot down, and then again start off edge of the line, finish off the edge of the line. So you've got your sewn line there, and then you're going to open it out again and press it flat.
See, yeah, because I think if you, the only other way you would do this would be half square triangles or flying geese. You'd never get it.
It would be
smooth.
tricky, yeah, exactly.
I mean, you might.
You might. I mean, there are
You
different.
tried really, really hard.
Yeah.
But
this just makes life so much.
oh, I know, I love it.
And then again, now you're going to sew
Do you
along
think this is
line.
what FPP was sort of developed for, or was it?
Well,
developed?
I don't know. I mean, I've always done flying geese with FPP.
Yes, I never have done. I'm going to give it a go.
Do it.
Well, only because it is so.
It's
much
just so
neater.
accurate. And I mean, as I said, half square triangles. So when I do half square triangles, I have a huge page of the template, and you put 2 pieces of fabric right size together, the paper on top, and you sew down all the red lines, and you cut all the black lines.
okay.
Have I not done that with you before?
No.
And then you take the papers out, and you've got an accurate half square triangle that you don't need to trim down.
No.
Oh yeah.
Because I hate doing that.
Yes.
The last time I did something, I had like 100 and something half square triangles.
To trim.
Yes.
Well, you don't need to do that. So if you want, say, 100 identical
Yes.
half square triangles, you can cut them and make them 8 at a time, 16 at a time, whatever size you've got.
This is genius.
I've got templates on the website.
Yeah, I've got to give
all
it
the
a go.
different shapes
But I
and
think
sizes.
this is great. I mean, I love the pictorial work. One day I'm going to do that nativity. I don't know.
Have
what
you
I'm gonna do
seen Pride and the woman in America that does those beautiful Joan of Arc?
with it. Yes. I know.
I would love to do something like that. She's just awesome. And she's just done a double-backed one. So she's got, I think it's a Native American lady with a quilt over her shoulders, and that's the front, and then the back is the quilt. So and then she's lined it up and quilted through both layers by lining them up at the same time. So I think she must have put a light box underneath her long arm so she could line them up accurately.
Wow.
I mean, there's some amazing people out there.
Yeah, that's very good, isn't it? It's nice to see things like that, though.
Oh, it
It's
is.
inspirational.
It's inspirational, exactly. So now we're going to do that line between the 1 and the 4.
Oh, I see.
So then that's gonna be your
work
peak.
out how it went upwards.
Yeah. So you've done your 2.
Yeah.
What I would. Which bits are the geese? I always forget which. Are
The
bits
body
are
is the
geese.
big piece, and the wings are the little pieces.
Okay. So I've got wings and.
Yes.
So there's not quite flying geese, I suppose.
Yeah, I think, well, it's split in the big pieces, the body and the little bits of
Yeah.
wings.
Yeah. So it's still a flying geese block. It's just that I've changed the colours up, so you get that arrow or peak. It's a peak. That's what it is. It's a mountain.
Yeah, that's true. Some people call them that. I always call them body and wings.
Yeah.
Because to me that makes think, oh yeah, body's the big thing, wings are the little thing. That's the only way I can work it.
So you're just going to carry on going all the way up. So I'll just do the next colour. So to be honest, these come to, when I was doing the 7, you can actually do the chain piecing. So I would do that one, on all the papers at once. Once you get into the rhythm,
Right.
you can do the cutting at the same time and each piece at the
Yes,
same time.
okay, I see what you mean, yes.
Okay, so colour B now. So you're going to just line up the long edge along that line.
Yeah, and I guess because you've spent the time cutting out everything in advance, then you can just pop it on, sew it.
Yeah,
you know.
yeah, exactly. So you can do that bit, and then you can bring up the next template and do that bit, so on and so on. And then take them all to the ironing board or whatever, and iron them and then trim them all. So it is quite a fast process. And because they're all the same, in theory, you're not going to get confused.
True. Yes, if you do the same thing at the same time,
Yeah,
it's fine.
and the
isn't
same
it?
colours
It's when
at the
you
same-
try and do 2 different things, and I always get it wrong.
Yeah.
Because I think, well, I can't remember which one I'm doing now.
Yeah, exactly.
Right, while you sew that on, I'm going to go through the kits again. So, the most popular one is the yellow one. The yellow and grey. Gorgeous. Right, so that's the one that's on screen at the moment. And this is what you get in it. Oh, let me show you the yellow and grey. Well, Louisa's just doing that. This is what the yellow and grey one looks like. So it starts with the pale yellow at the top, and then the peaks go down with the sort of the mustard. Oh, no, it's the light grey, sorry. The light grey's right at the top, and then you've got the yellow. Oh, okay. So you've got the light grey, the mustard, the deeper mustard. It's almost like an ochre, isn't it? Or
Chartreuse.
yes, what's that? Lichen.
Oh.
Lichen. I love that colour. It's really vibrant, isn't it? And then the grey and the dark grey. That's what you will make. And in the kit, you get everything for these. Now, we've got loads of you've got this in your basket. You need to get checked out. Do you remember in Louisa's last hour where we sold out of the traditional Christmas kit? If you've got this in your basket, you need to get it checked out or you're going to lose it. So you get white fabric that goes for the front and the back of the cushion. You've got this lovely sort of mustardy yellow that's for the binding, and then these beautiful pre-cut strips of fabric. So all you've got to do is cross-cut them, and these are used for all the FPP, and they're all Macara fabrics. Absolutely gorgeous. That's the yellow one. That's really popular. Please get that one checked out. I just wanted to let you know before we got any further. Right, Louisa, next.
Okay, so there's your finished panel.
Wow.
Okay, so I just did that.
That was really quick.
So I'm just going to trim it now. So you can see the dotted line, so that gap there is 1/4 of an inch. But I also tend to, when I'm trimming, line up the 1/4 of an inch ruler on that solid line and trim it down. So you're just going to trim that so it's nice and tidy. Oops. Like so. So you're leaving the papers in still, so don't take the papers out yet until you finish the panel. So there's your nice, look at that. I love that bit. That's the best bit. When you trim off all it, trim off.
I know,
the
and it
ends.
looks so neat.
And it's
So
so
the kit that, I'm just going to talk about this one moment, because I don't want anyone to miss out. The kit that's for the this orange and pink one, the one that Louise is demonstrating, this is the kit, £26.99, amazing value. So you've got all of the instructions, you've got the Macara fabric that's used for the FPP, you get all of the white fabric, you get the pre-printed FPP paper, so you don't need to bother, you've got the binding fabric, and you've got all these beautiful shades of pinks and oranges that make this finished cushion. Great kit. Also, lovely kit to give as a gift or make the whole cushion. It's really modern, it's really unusual. Just adds a massive splash of colour and really satisfying.
We need colour. This time of year,
We need colour. But this can be your very own workshop. If you're thinking, I really would like to learn FPP, or if, like me, you've never used FPP for standard patchwork, is there a word? Is that a thing? Standard.
Non-pictorial.
Non-pictorial patchwork, and you know, you trimming trimming half square triangles. I hate doing it, but I never thought about doing this. This is magic. But this is your very own workshop. This is how you learn how to do it. And then once you've cracked it with this, and because all the fabric's there, it's all chosen for you, it just makes life a lot simpler. So that's the pink and the orange one. And then the blue one, blue and green, this is your beautiful sea sort of colours. Isn't that lovely? And don't forget, they've all got these beautiful Macara fabrics. And we don't sell these, actually. So you've got to get the kit to get these. So remember, you've got, don't forget you get all of the pre-printed FPP templates. Well, not templates, the paper pieces. Well, I guess they are templates.
Yeah, they're templates.
They are. I was thinking, are they templates? Because you know they are. Templates. They're all printed for you on the right paper, so you haven't got to think about that. You can also, there is a link if you want more of them, but that will be in your instructions. You won't know that till you get it. You've got all the white fabric, and you've got the lovely royal blue that's used around the edges. But Louisa has chosen these specially, and we know, isn't it? It's not always just about the technique when you make a project. It's about the finished colours and fabrics. And sometimes not always the easiest thing to replicate yourself. But by having them already cut like this, also, it's a lovely kit to give to somebody. I think when you've got a kit that's got everything in it like this, it's a lovely gift. So look at all those beautiful blues and greens. And obviously, all the kits come with full instructions. So talking about full instructions, if you want just the instructions, because you want to use your own fabrics or you want to do, you know, a different colourway, then the set of instructions come with the templates as well, even better. So you've got full instructions and all of the templates are there as well. Right, so what do we do next?
Right, okay, so I've made up 3 here. So what you're going to do is you're going to, so as you can see on the cushions, they're staggered.
Yes.
Like so. Okay, so I've given you, that's the wrong way. So I've given you measurements just to add the white bits on the top. So they're not going to be even. I don't know why I didn't do them even, don't ask me why. It was just that you're going to trim it down after you've
I
coated
think
it
looks
anyway.
lovelier,
Lovelier.
doesn't it? Well, it's just you could have had it as one straight band across the centre, but this gives it real movement.
Oh yeah,
doesn't
well,
it?
yeah. Yeah, so, sorry, so they go like that. So your whites are just going to add to the top and the bottom.
Oh, okay.
But yeah, I meant the bottoms aren't
It's
even,
much
so it
more
doesn't
interesting
matter.
to do this.
Yeah, so you're just going to place that on top of there, and again, you're going to use your paper because you've got your 1/4 inch line there. You're just going to sew along that line just to attach the whites to the top and bottom. So there is a diagram in the instructions of which white bits to put where. Oh, my machine at home, when you stop sewing, the foot rises.
I know, I have that as well, and I forget.
I'm just sitting
And
there
I'm like,
waiting.
what's going on? And then I had a machine that didn't do that, and then I had another machine that did do it.
Oh,
and then
I'm doing it again.
You do get used to it, don't you? Now that, for me, that's a prerequisite.
Yeah, it would be for me now. I never knew it existed. And it also tells me when I'm running out of bobbin, which
That's
I've never
same for
had
me.
before.
No, I love that about my, the bobbin. And what I like, one of the features, is that you can put the walking foot on with any foot. So, you know, normally
really?
the walking foot is a separate thing, so
Yeah.
you can only have the foot.
Yeah.
But with the Juki machine I've got, the walking foot is attached. It's just a little bit that clips under, so you can put it onto a zip foot or any foot.
wow. Oh, that
So
is
if you want to put a zip in something with wadding,
Yeah.
you can walking foot the zip foot.
Nice.
Because it's just attached to the machine,
Yeah,
it just
that's
clips
clever,
down, and that for me is
Yeah.
genius. Just
Right.
machine chat.
So now you're going to sew them together. So obviously make sure they're staggered. So as I said, these aren't going to line up, so don't worry that the whites don't line up top and bottom. You'll trim it down when you've quilted
Oh,
it
okay.
anyway.
So you just make sure they're staggered.
So you just make sure these are staggered. Because you're lining up these points, that's going to keep
Yeah,
it
yeah.
nice and square. Okay, so the best way that I find to connect your points when you've got paper is to put pins through. So where are we? So we're going to start here. So if you put a pin through that point there and then take it through to that point there, oops. So obviously going through your drawn lines, leave that just like that for now. Oops. Do that all the way down your seam. So you're just going to leave those perpendicular, is it? Would you say that's the word? I don't know. You're a bit confused, aren't you? So carry going all the way down.
I like this method though. I think it's, and I do this with lots of things, not just this, where I want it to be precise.
Yeah.
And I know it's a fiddle, but...
Well, it's because the papers, if you put those pins in directly down, you've got a lot of seams there, a lot of bulk there, and you're going to destruct your seam. So if you do that, and then you put a pin in either side of that pin, away from all the bulk, and then put that down, then that's not fiddling with, that's not moving the fabric around too much.
Yeah, because you see, I always thought with FPP, because you're doing it on paper, everything's solid, and when you then sew it together, it's all solid. But it's not quite like that, is it?
No, it still moves.
Yes, so, and I couldn't get my head around that, so I always...
Is this why you didn't like it?
No, honestly, I like the look of it. I just didn't like it because I couldn't understand how it worked. So I thought, oh, I'm not going to do that. And then once when I understood it, but I quite like the precision of it.
Yeah.
And I find it, you need to have time, but...
You do, and concentration. It's not something you can do watching the telly.
But then it's a lovely thing to do, isn't it? Because you sort of like, you're doing 3 different processes.
It's very immersive.
It is. I absolutely love it.
So when you've done your pins either side of that pin, you can take the centre pin out. So you're just going through both lines, either side of the pin. And then, making sure you go through the line, obviously. All the way down. Oops.
Because I get, and also I suppose spending the time getting this right means I'm going to unpick it.
Well, exactly. So what I was going to suggest also, when I sew this bit, I increase my stitch length on the machine to about 3.5.
Oh, do you? What? So
as
whenever
a
you join
basting.
templates, you do it bigger?
Just to check that everything's matches up first.
Yeah.
And then if it doesn't, you've only got big
Okay.
basting
Do you
stitch to
sew over it
undo.
again then?
Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah. I mean, again, it's a bit of a faff, but again, it's
No, I'm with you because
it saves you time. and bother.
unpicking is really hard.
Unpicking a 1.8 stitch is not fun, especially through paper, because obviously you'll take the paper away
and getting
as well.
the loose threads out.
Yes, exactly. So if you've only got a 3.5 or a basting stitch as such to undo, then it's not such a pain, right? Now, I've done this in a hurry, so I'm not promising that my points are going to match. I'm just telling you now.
I know, but it's nice to see it exactly, because you can explain it, but actually seeing it, you can see the point of why you're matching up those points.
So if you increase your stitch length to 3.5, say, and then I'm going to use the 1/4 inch stitch, which is 06 or 08? Oh.
I'm not absolutely
06.
sure. Each one's each one of these
06,
machines is
it.
different.
Right, so so if you've got a 1/4 inch foot or 1/4 inch stitch, only because on the white bits you obviously haven't got the paper template to follow, so it's just for the white bits.
Good point.
And then obviously, and then you follow in the line on the paper for the rest of it. So all up that seam. Oops.
Right, while you're sewing that, I'm going to talk about the Flying Geese pouch. So if you are loving FPP, then you are going to love this. This is only $9.99, these instructions. They're absolutely gorgeous, and they're flying because they're flying geese. So this is the craft pouch. I love this. And, you know, we were talking earlier, Louisa and I, about flying geese. Never thought about that. I mean, I would be really impressed if anyone got it this perfect without FPP.
Yeah.
I mean, I know it can be done, and I would be well impressed. So just think how you'll impress yourself by doing this. It's just amazing because it's absolutely precise. It's a lovely pouch. It's got a nice open wide zip across the top. I like that because then you can open it. Oh, it's got coloured pockets inside. Nice box bottom, so you can. Well, it's used as a craft pouch.
I've used mine very, very much. So this is the original one.
Oh, okay.
And it's very, very well used. A very lot of mess in there. But yes, I've used it since. So again, this was another subscription box project.
Okay, so it could be a craft pouch, it could be a wash bag,
Yep.
it could be to keep all your chargers in, or your tablets, your pills, whatever it is you want to put inside. That's what the modern version is. Or you could make it like this. Depends what you want to do. You can do a nice, just neutral fabric. You could eau de coat it and make it a wash bag, or you could put a ripstop lining inside to make it a wash bag if you wanted to. It's a really good way of using up your favourite scraps, isn't it?
You don't need a lot. It's lovely.
Just little ones. Anyway, it's just the instructions. Well, not just the instructions. It's also got the templates, and that's key, isn't it? Now, if you already bought something today, your P&P is covered anyway. But if you are loving the idea of FPP, this is a great project. Look, all the templates are there. Learn how to do it. I mean, if you've bought one of these kits, you know, this is a really good way of learning FPP. This is like, again, the next stage because you're learning how to do flying geese, which I think is fabulous. All the instructions you need, only $9.99. I think that's great because honestly, to get that level of accuracy, I mean, you could, but I think it would involve a lot of unpicking.
Yeah, I mean, a lot of points to match. And I think that's the thing with FPP, again, you can use tiny, tiny pieces.
Yeah, really. So these, I mean, these could be all, you know, you can do it properly and have all these colours that you've done. But this really is a lovely way of using up your favourite little scraps. Okay, $9.99, so do get checked on those because they've been flying out this morning.
Literally.
Literally, flying geese flying out.
Okay, so I've basted along there with 3.8. Open it out. That, to me, I'm happy with that. If it's way out or you've missed a point and you're not happy with it, then you can just unpick that little bit and start again.
Yeah, that's...
If you've gone over and you're not happy with it, then go away, pick away. But, to be honest, life is too short. So, I mean, yes, I haven't quite got that point in there, but only
But you
I
can
will
make that
notice.
decision yourself
Yeah,
about if it's
exactly.
way out, you might redo it, but...
If you're happy with it,
Yeah.
to be honest. So then you're going to go back.
And do you go back over on the short
So now
stitch
I'm going to
length?
go, decrease it again now to 1.8 and go down the same line as you did before. So I'll do this so I can show you how to take the papers out. So
And the paper you've used, is yours, is it just standard?
it's just the
paper?
cheapest copy paper, so it's the finest copy paper really, so that I find the cheaper the better.
Yeah, it's great. It's
Because
the
you
only
can
time
tear
when
it.
cheap is good.
Yes, because so you can tear it out at the end. Okay, so there we go. So you've sewn your two pieces together, so they're all nice and secure. So you carry on connecting your 7 panels. So that would be the next one, that would be that one there. And then you have 4 more. Okay, so that would be your panel. Then, what did we do then? Then we take the papers out.
Right.
There are 2 side borders to put on, but I think I put those on after I took all the papers out.
Okay.
So first, I would press this seam open, just to reduce the bulk of all those seams there, because you've got quite a few meeting each other. So just press your seam open all the way up. Obviously start at the bottom, but I'll just do this bit.
So you could, yeah, like you say, you could do a whole quilt like this, couldn't you?
You could. I mean, you could increase the template size and not be silly and do small little pieces. And it's like, I quite like it. It's just like a bargello, isn't it? But with
Yeah, no, it really
geese.
is. When I first saw it, I thought that's what it was.
Ah.
It's an FPP bargello flying geese.
There you go.
So it's a new
Perfect.
thing. It's a new
It's
thing.
a new thing.
Invented.
Seen it here first.
by Louisa.
Well, you haven't seen it at all because Louisa didn't make it. Okay, so when you've finished your panel and you're ready to quilt, all you do to take the papers out, you're just going to fold each of the seams backwards and forwards a little bit, and because you've perforated it with the 1.8 stitch, you can pull the papers out quite easily. Okay, so this is where using cheap copy paper comes into its own. You can get proper FPP paper, can't you? That's a bit finer, which you can print off on your own machine. So as you say, you've got the QR code in there that you can print more off on if you wanted to. But to be honest, I find cheap copy paper works just fine. So you're just going to pull your papers away. So this is a thing that you can do in front of the telly and make a mess around
It makes such a mess though, doesn't it?
Yeah, so I'm told.
Even if you do it really carefully, you end up with all these little bits.
Yes, Justin's, he doesn't like it when, I did a huge quilt for Sewing Quarter once. It was
you?
all FPP and I was late, so me and him, he actually just sat there and just helped.
Oh, wow.
We were just covered in it.
I know, and it just everywhere, isn't it? It just goes everywhere. What happened to that?
I think it was one of the ones that you left there, so I didn't get it back, I don't know.
Oh.
There were a lot of quilts that I made that I hope went to happy homes. But yeah,
Honestly,
I don't know what
such a
happened.
long time, I don't know what happened to them all.
They sold. I think a few of them were sold off.
Okay.
I think for charity. I think at the end, but I remembered that you just had rails and rails of them because you didn't know what to do with them.
We did have a lot of quilts, to be fair. I don't know what happened to them all in the end.
Right, so then when you've taken your papers out, you can see now it's all nice and soft and you've got all those perfect points.
Yeah, it is absolutely stunning. And
so then once your panel, all the papers are out, attach those two side seams, so they're just white strips of white. And again, you can just use your 1/4 inch foot to do that.
oh yes, so it's got borders. Does it have borders on the? Just
on
on
the
the
sides.
sides. Oh, you can see on here.
So then you can quilt it.
I'll show
So
you, look.
I've used a
It's
white.
got. Let me bring this over because it's probably easier for you to show what you did.
Okay, so there's just a thin border either side that you just attach to the panel. So all your white bits will be uneven still, so you can just layer that onto your white
Let me
wadding.
show it on the overhead. So there's a few people asking about the fabric. It's only available in the kits. If you want the fabric, you have to buy the kit.
Yes.
It's all been specially curated by Louisa. So you've got those borders just down
Borders
there.
on there, so then when you're ready to quilt, I've used a white wadding so that it keeps that nice white crisp
Oh, of course, yeah.
rather than a cream wadding.
And you've just done lines.
So that one is a wavy line. I think one of the others is a parallel straight line. Or you could hand quilt it. You could go around each of the arrows.
Yes,
or
that one's
peaks.
parallel.
Yeah. You could hand quilt it with big stitch quilting, which is also another favourite of mine, which I would have done if I had time.
What is that then?
So it's just big stitch quilting. So it's similar to Sashko. So
Right.
Just with a contrasting thread, so probably white, and then just echo quilt each of the arrows. That would be lovely.
Oh, so it's just like a normal quilting
normal
running stitch.
Or you could do a canther stitch, which is just a running stitch all the way across. So that would be lovely.
But by hand.
By hand, yeah. Don't look like that. Yes, by hand.
No. I love hand quilting. I don't do it very often, but I really love
I like
it.
big stitch hand quilt.
I much prefer the look of hand quilting.
Yeah.
Always.
Yeah.
But a lot of your designs, you do hand quilt.
Yes, I do.
And I really love it. And I used to always be a bit sniffy about machine quilting, but then when you're in a rush, you know.
Yeah, no,
But
exactly.
I think hand quilting it does look lovely. So actually, if you're only doing a cushion anyway.
Well, yeah, I mean, yes, and it's a nice smaller project to practice your hand quilting on because it's small enough to be able to hold in your hand.
So if you were hand quilting, would you stitch within those?
I'd echo quilt each of the arrows.
Okay.
Or peaks, or whatever you want to call them. And then all the way down. Or you could.
And
you
what
could keep
thread
the
do you use
zigzag.
for that?
Just a normal anchor embroidery thread.
Oh,
And then
okay.
split it into 3 lengths.
Right.
Or you could use an Aurifil.
So not like a special quilting thread or anything?
No, I don't. I use
just normal
embroidery
stranded
thread,
cotton.
Yeah.
Fabulous.
Or the wavy quilting, that is another favourite of mine. This is very forgiving. So for machine quilting,
Right.
when you baste it up, I don't tend to put anything behind the wadding if I'm machine quilting. I know you should because you get a lot of fluff in your machine, but
No, I don't
I
either.
don't tend
No, I don't. I don't know why. Can't be bothered. Is that it?
yeah. If
I'll
you're hand
clean my
quilting,
machine after.
Yeah. If you're hand quilting, I do put some butter muslin on the back because it's just nicer to quilt through. But if you're machine quilting, so with your walking foot on, so it's not free motion or anything, you just guide the thing yourself all the way through, just a nice arch.
Do you
sweeping
draw any
curve.
line at
No.
all? Just guess.
And I always start in the middle of whatever I'm doing. So even if it's a quilt, I'll start at the top in the middle, do a nice wavy quilt line yourself, so you're guiding it, and then break thread, go back up to the top, about 1/4 of an inch to the right of the first line, and then do another line. So you can echo the first line, you can mirror the first line, but just try and keep it an even sort of a 1/2 an inch away from the first line. Keep going all the way down there. So you've obviously you've basted it well, so that your layers
It's not
shouldn't
moving.
move. Yeah.
Yeah.
And if you do go too far out, fill it in with an eye, and it was supposed to be tree bark.
Yeah, good
So it's
point.
the most forgiving machine quilting technique. I mean, you can do parallel lines, and you do have your straight seams here.
Yeah,
to
that's
keep you in
true.
line.
But
If you wanted to do a wavy,
I think it actually works really well. So you've got the real straight geometry of the patchwork, and then by putting the wave of the quilting, it's a nice mixture. I'm liking that. I've never tried that.
there you go.
I've never
Or
tried.
there's-
'Cause I'm a bit of a. No, I don't know. I'm just not very good at random.
Yeah.
I'm not very good at that.
Well, do the parallel lines then.
No, but I'd like to have a go at that. I think I'd have to draw a line and sort of go either
Follow
side
it.
of it,
Yeah,
sort
you
of.
can do that.
And then, yeah.
But yeah.
I'm not very good at curves, I don't think. But I like the look of that. I'm going to give that a go. Right, let me just go back through these kits one more time. So the yellow has been the most popular.
Oh, that's good.
Right, there's 36 of you with this in baskets, which means that 4 of you are going to miss out. So you need to be very quick with this one. You're not going to miss any demo because Louisa's not going to do anything while I'm doing this, so don't worry. In the kit, you get all of the FPP papers, which are pre-printed for you. All the templates are there. When you then want to do some more, you could photocopy these and use them again, or there is a special link to download more so that you can make even more cushions. Or if you're feeling really adventurous, a whole quilt.
Yes, why not?
Why
Send
not?
me a picture.
Just do it and send a picture to Louisa, and then she can be really jealous.
Yeah.
Yes,
Yes.
I should have done it after all, which would be really nice. You can also enlarge them. I discovered that with FB. You could just make it bigger, can't
Yeah,
you?
yeah.
Which is like genius.
Which maybe I should have done to make the quilt. But
Yeah,
There's
it
another
wouldn't be as lovely though, would it?
No.
But it would take you forever.
it would have taken me forever.
Yeah. Right. Then you've got all of the macaw fabrics. These are gorgeous. Now, these fabrics you can only get in the kits. We don't sell these. So you can only get these. So you've got the pale grey, the light mustard, the kind of citrine lichen, because I love that word, light grey and dark grey. These are beautiful. Macaw was very good at this colour.
Yeah, yeah, you're right.
They've done it in other collections in the past, and it's a beautiful colour.
Alison Glass uses it a lot.
Yes, Alison Glass is brilliant at that colour, isn't she? I just really like it, and I always think of that when I see trees with lichen growing on, think, that's that colour. And obviously you get full instructions as well, which I've managed to mix up, so I'm going to have to put that over there. I know I've got instructions mixed up with the things, and probably not in all the kits. Let's go blue next. So do check out on that one. There are loads if you've got it in your baskets. You're going to miss out. All right, blue. Bluey green. That makes this one. Let me show you. That makes this one. Which is the right way up?
Well, I've said peaks, so I have them with the pointing upwards.
It depends whether you want to be
But it
peaks
does
or
look
troughs.
quite nice down, yeah.
See, I think these would be lovely on your bed. Wouldn't they?
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
Be lovely. But you could choose what colour you had. You could have a his and hers.
Or just in the back of the,
Yeah, really nice.
lumber.
Well, they're a nice, it's a nice shape, isn't it?
Yeah, yeah.
I went to one of those posh cinemas on Saturday night, you know, the ones that have sort of posh sofas and they bring you drinks. And they had, it was so
Wow.
nice. So nice. We got one, it was lovely. They have lovely sofas and then they have a menu and then they bring you a drink.
Wow. Oh, that sounds good.
Really nice. And they had cushions exactly this size on the side of the sofa, and it was so comfy because you could just put your arm on it. Because I've only got square ones. I thought that's actually a really good idea in this posh sofa with the drinks and everything. I'm not sure the film was that great, but the cinema was
what
lovely.
did you say?
Oh, do you know, I can't remember what it was called. Something small that had Cillian Murphy in about Irish convents that took mothers and babies.
Okay.
Very bleak.
Oh, God.
The good thing about it was Cillian Murphy. But it was quite a dark, bleak. It was a lot of rain.
That's
It was
Ireland.
raining a lot, but you know,
Rain a lot in
I
Ireland.
came out, I'm not quite cheered up, but I'm sure it was beautifully cinematographically, if you see what I mean, cinematography. Well, the other film I was going to see was Heretic, and it looked like a horror film, and I thought that's just going to scare the pants off me, so I didn't go and see that one. Right, blue and green. I don't want to talk about horror films. So you've got the light blue. I love this. This is almost like some kind of patchwork print, isn't it? It's like
Drunkard's Path.
I'm thinking which Drunkard's Path in swirls. Then you've got the gorgeous swirl of that mid blue, and then this one goes from blue to green, and then you've got green. So that's perfect for this one because it's got a patchwork print on it. Obviously, you get the templates in there and you get full instructions. I'm going to have everything in my kits by the end of this. Then we have the pink and orange version. So again, full templates, all the white fabric for the front and the back. You haven't got to provide any fabric. You will need to put some wadding in if you want to quilt it. I would put a bit of wadding in, and obviously a cushion pad. The cushion pads are a standard size, so they're really inexpensive, very easy to get hold of. So you've got that lovely bright fuchsia pink that goes for the binding. And then you've got these 5 fabrics. So you've got that lovely pink, mid pink, you've got the Drunkard's Path pink, then the orange, and then that sort of peachy, apricot-y orange, and full instructions. Now, we've also got, if you want to use your own fabrics, we do have the instructions and the templates together. There are only 24 of these left. And 29 are in baskets. So if you want, so that's what you need to get checked out on these. So that's all the templates and all the instructions. So you can use your own fabrics. You can use this, the colours that Louisa's chosen as inspiration. And in the instructions, see, these are the colours, the 3 sets of colourways that she's used. But you could cut out little swatches of your colourways to see how they move through the colours, because obviously what Louisa's done is not only use different shades, she's used 2 different colours as well, so you can see how they move. So you could use just pop the swatches in, you can move them around to see what your cushion's going to look like. $9.99 for those. I'm going to put the right ones because I've got them all mixed up. And then finally, I love this. This is honestly, I wouldn't say definitely but I think the only way you'd ever get tiny flying geese like that. There's only 7 of these instructions left and 20 in baskets. So in this, you get full FPP templates. You get the full instructions, including how to make the pouch. And that's really important because Louisa also shows you how to do the open wide zip top, which is marvellous because it means that when you're putting a lot of stuff in here, which you will be, whether you're using it for your craft stuff or cosmetics or whatever, you can open it fully. Because mostly, if you've got a zip that goes like that, you can only get it to there, but this will open fully. It's got nice bright coloured pockets.
You can choose what size pockets you want as well, depending on what you want to put.
Oh, I see. So you can do it to fit your crafting needs.
Yeah.
It's gorgeous. And look at that. That would be, when you take that out, that is a pouch to be proud of. I mean, you could even have that with all your travel documents.
Yeah.
Do stand with it in the
Your
queue at
sewing
the airport and go.
project, I made an iPad laptop thing when we went travelling around the world.
You.
And a lady at the passport control, she went, oh, I like that. And I said, I made it.
Did you? Exactly. So that I would be there. I'd be there in the queue.
Yeah.
Passport. Actually, I've got a little EPP Hexi passport cover.
Oh, have you?
That I'm very proud of. And I was going, look, and no one ever says anything. They go, could you take it out of the fabric thing? And you go, no, I actually made this. It says on it, I'm embroidered on it, take me anywhere. I think it was a song at the time.
I like that.
Anyway, they always make me take it out, which is very disappointing.
Yes.
Anyways, it's been so nice working with you today. I've learned loads.
Excellent.
Fab. I love working with the experts.
Oh.
I just sit here and absorb it and go, that's such a good idea. When are you back on Sewing Street?
15th of December.
Ooh,
yes.
Nearly Christmas.
Nearly Christmas. So
Lovely.
Yes, I have
Excellent.
no idea what I'm doing. So
Doesn't
don't
matter.
ask.
You need to recover from the show first.
Oh my word, yes, I do.
You do. You need to go and lie down in a darkened
In a
room
very
for
dark
a couple of weeks. Anyway, it's lovely being with you. We'll see Louisa back here in December. Have we got any jumpers left, Ben? One jumper left. It's not this one. This is a sample. Don't worry. You will not be receiving this one. There might be one extra large jumper left. Yes, please someone buy that one just so that we can make Ian's year. There's one. Someone's going to buy it. It's not this. These are samples. Don't you worry. And there's now 546 people who have them in baskets waiting for that one. That's mad, isn't it? Anyway, I will be back with you in just a few minutes' time with the lovely Steffi Stern from The Makers, who has got some absolutely gorgeous kits. I love them. Absolutely love them. And we've got some special offers on them. And exclusive to Sewing Street as well. Just say the stocking kit, exclusive. Have a look in the break at all the kits. They're all on the website. They're all on pre-order. Go and have a look at them, check out, and then you can just watch Steffi's demo in the next hour. I'll see you back here in a few minutes.
Shopping with Sewing Street couldn't be easier. You can shop via our website at www.sewingstreet.com, where you can watch our live shows and see all the products from that day. We also have a huge amount of products on our website, from your sewing room essentials to fabrics, sewing machines and much more. You can download and shop on the go with our Sewing Street app. Simply head over to your app store and search Sewing Street. Alternatively, you can contact our UK-based call centre 24 hours a day on 0800 001 4433. Shopping made easy at Sewing Street.
Hi everyone, Andy here with some exciting news. On the back of our first Craftopia weekend retreat in conjunction with Hobbymaker, Sewing Street and Jewellery Maker, we're pleased to announce that tickets are available for the next one, taking place this November. Tickets are now available for the weekend of the Saturday the 9th and Sunday the 10th of November at the Abbey Hotel in Redditch, here in Worcestershire. Now, if you've been to one before, you know what to expect. But if you haven't, what can you look forward to? Over the weekend, you'll be taking part in 4 exclusive workshops with some of the best tutors in the business. From Hobbymaker, we have Carla Bagshaw and Julie Peplow. From Sewing Street, we have Jenny Jackson. And from Jewellery Maker, Debbie Kershaw will be joining us once again. Your tickets include your accommodation, all workshops, all materials, all refreshments, lunches, dinners and Saturday night entertainment. Plus, you'll get an exclusive 20% discount just for you to use across any of our channels over the weekend. We have single, double and for the first time, day tickets available. To buy those tickets or find out more information, check out the website below or call the call centre. Now remember, as always, spaces are limited, so make sure you join us for the next Craftopia event, taking place on Saturday the 9th and Sunday the 10th of November at the Abbey Hotel here in Redditch. We'll see you then.
Did you know at Sewing Street that on various products we offer split pay? That means on certain items you can spread the cost over 2, 3, 4 or sometimes even 5 interest-free monthly payments. Just pay the first instalment when you purchase and you're away. So shop your way with split pay. Never miss a show by watching on the go with the Sewing Street app. Head over to your app store now and search Sewing Street and simply download to your smartphone or tablet. You can watch the shows live and see your favourite presenters and guests. Click on the Today button to shop all of the products that are featured in today's show. Want to know what's hot? Then click here to see today's bestsellers and highlights. Have you missed a show or want to watch one back? Then click the schedule button and you can go back 7 days to watch and shop, and you can also see what's coming up over the next 7 days. Want to say hello or ask a question to our guests? Then send a message to the studio. You can also keep in touch with all the latest news, events, product launches, and much more by clicking here for our social media pages. Never miss a show by watching on the go with Sewing Street. Every day, our experts will bring you a wealth of knowledge. They'll take you through the steps of making projects, and we feature fabulous tips along the way. Whether you're new to sewing or a seasoned pro, you're sure to learn something new. We're live every day from 8 a.m. till 1 p.m, and you can also watch back all of the demonstrations featured on the show on our YouTube channel.
Our UK-based call centre is always on hand to assist you 24 hours a day, 7 days a week.
Not only is Sewing Street live from 8 a.m. till 1 p.m. on Sky 670, Freeview Channel 73, YouTube and the Sewing Street app, now Virgin subscribers can watch on Channel 754, which means there are more ways to watch your way with Sewing Street. Did you know that we can deliver to over 20 different countries worldwide, spanning 4 continents from the UK to Australia? Check out our website for the list of countries and delivery costs. Sewing Street, stitching the world together.
Keep up to date with what's on Sewing Street, as well as all the latest news and special offers by signing up to our email newsletter. Go to sewingstreet.com and scroll down to the bottom of the homepage. Type in your email address and click the envelope. That's it. You'll never miss out on the latest news and special offers ever again.
Never miss a show by watching on the go with the Sewing Street app. Head over to your App Store now and search Sewing Street and simply download to your smartphone or tablet. You can watch the shows live and see your favourite presenters and guests. Click on the Today button to shop all of the products that are featured in today's show. Want to know what's hot? Then click here to see today's bestsellers and highlights. Have you missed a show or want to watch one back? Then click the schedule button and you can go back 7 days to watch and shop, and you can also see what's coming up over the next 7 days. Want to say hello or ask a question to our guests? Then send a message to the studio. You can also keep in touch with all the latest news, events, product launches, and much more by clicking here for our social media pages. Never miss a show by watching on the go with Sewing Street.
Welcome back to Sewing Street and to Steffi.
Yes,
from the
hello.
Makers. Lovely to see you, and you've got some amazing designs for us. So if you've never met Steffi before, if you are new to Sewing Street, well, firstly, welcome, and secondly, you are the Queen of Needle felting.
Well, yes, I am.
Just
I
say
guess
yes.
so. Yes,
Go
yes,
yes.
Some people call me the fluff godmother.
The fluff god, I like that one. I love that one. So all of your kits involve needle felting.
Yes.
And some are they all for people who've never done it before? Or some
Pretty
better?
much, yeah.
Okay.
My whole ambition in the business is to introduce people to needle felting.
Okay.
But then also to teach them lots and lots of useful skills so they can take it further if they want to.
Okay.
And I'm here to support.
So if you've seen needle felting before, this is a good way to start. If you've not, what is needle felting for someone who has no idea what it is?
So it's a craft that's relatively new because you are using a felting needle, which obviously hasn't sort of been around before the industrialization, and they're not even now. They're not even designed to be held in the hand. They're still manufactured for felting machines, so proper industrial felting machines.
Okay.
So I think it's just somebody in the 80s used it by hand. It's a little bit as imagine you use a sewing machine needle by hand. It's the same concept.
Okay.
And you basically stab the wool with the felting needle. There's a special trick to the needle in that the working shaft of the needle has got notches in it. And so when you stab that into the wool, it pulls the fibers downward. It catches the fibers and pulls it down. And of course, sheep fiber, everybody knows this, they love being felted. Remember your woolly jumper that ended up in the hot wash by accident?
Yes, they love being
So
felted.
they love doing this, and then they hang on to dear life forever. And with every step that you take, often when people come and see me, I'm often at craft shows, they always say, "Oh, it's this craft," you know. They just make. You just can always tell what they mean when they make the hand motion of stabbing. And that's basically it. So everything is sculpted from wool. And the one thing that I will say, it always looks a lot more difficult than it is, because wool is very forgiving. It sort of is quite fuzzy.
Well, it looks
and
extremely artistic, doesn't
yes,
it?
but you don't have to be extremely artistic.
Which is fantastic for someone like me, because I'm really not.
Oh.
So it is. I mean, this is amazing. So you're going to show us a little
Yes,
bit.
I will, yeah.
But we're going to start with this amazing Christmas stocking. This is exclusive to Sewing Street. This is the only place to get it. Look, let me just show you. Look at this. You are, not only is it exclusive to Sewing Street, but we have taken 10% off it, that's already applied. So £53.10 includes your 10% saving. So this is beautiful.
It's several projects all in one box, basically.
So in the kit, is there everything?
Everything except for the tools,
Actually,
yes.
yeah, let's put it on the overhead and we can have a proper look at it. So everything, so the stocking is in there?
Yeah, so you start out, that's probably the only thing that's literally made for you, is a stocking that looks like that.
Okay,
it's
nice
a working stocking.
neutral
Yeah,
stocking.
you can definitely put lots of things in it.
Oh yeah, that's a
I
proper
have
stocking.
tried to put it on my foot once and it's got stuck. But I've got big feet, so it does fit.
So you've got the Christmas tree
Yep.
with all the decorations
That's right.
and
So
the star.
That's right. So the project is split into 4 different parts. So you make the plain tree, which looks a little bit like this when you start out. And then you start making the tree decorations. You get some DMC embroidery thread. So there's actually a little bit of embroidery in there. And then
of course, to put all the little baubles
yeah,
on.
so it's just nice to have a little bit of detail. And then you get all the wool to make the presents, which are here. And they're fastened onto the stocking so that you can needle felt them on. And then as a special proper sort of top, the icing on the cake, you make this little posable teddy bear. And he's a proper 3D teddy bear. And you get these pins in there so you can pin him on the tree. But if you don't want him to be on there during the rest of the year, then you can, he's even stuck on it with a needle.
So you can take the teddy off?
Yes, you can, and he's a proper jointed
wow.
bear. So it's like every child's
So this is amazing. So
dream.
for £53.10, you're getting the full stocking with
Mm-hmm.
all of
That's
this
right.
decoration. And look at these baubles. You need to look, I mean, they're not just any old bauble. Look at them. They've got little designs and patterns on them, and they're all unique. I love that
Mm-hmm.
one. And the presents. And then you get the teddy bear that you can then have as a separate item. I mean, this is an heirloom stocking.
It is,
Or
absolutely.
it's a decoration. You might not want to put
Well,
presents in
you
it.
could maybe sneak a little something in there, yeah.
But it would look, to have this hanging up, this is a beautiful
It
print.
is,
It's a real
absolutely.
talking piece,
It is,
isn't it?
absolutely. And I think it's also really fun making it, and just the anticipation that it will be hanging up on Christmas
yes,
Eve.
exactly.
Ready for
It's a
Christmas
lovely
Day.
thing to buy if you're in a group and you want to do needle felting together as a workshop. Maybe not, as a group, if you've never tried it, think, right, we'll all buy one of these kits and give it a go. Or maybe one of you have done it and you want to teach the others. Or you just get it for yourself. So let's have a look at the kit.
Okay,
It's
right.
always nice. I mean, it's just absolutely stunning. And the fact that you say that I can do this even if I'm not very artistic.
No, you definitely can. Oh, I didn't mention, but you get actually every single part of the tree is a tutorial on our YouTube channel as well.
Right, okay.
So you get the instructions.
So you have got full
Yeah,
tutorials.
you get the instructions, but you also get, and there's a lot of instructions because you have so many different projects. This is all the wool that you get in there. Which is everything that you need to make the project. So the one at the bottom is
And this
probably...
is like sheep's wool.
Yes, it is.
This is the blue sheep.
100%
Yeah, that's
dyed.
the white sheep and that's the yellow sheep.
That's it. And the brown wool here is obviously for the bear.
Yes.
The green is mostly for the tree, but you use a little bit of green in some of the decorations as well. And then the rest is sort of a mix for the decorations and for the gifts.
Okay.
And it is really thought out right to the very, very last details. So you get your
Brilliant. So you've got everything. You've
yeah,
got the stranded
you get
cotton
your
for the
threads
decorations.
in there. Then you also get, well, let's start with this. You get a little bit of silk clay to make the nose for the teddy bear. Have you noticed how
I was
he
looking
has-
at his nose thinking,
Yeah.
how is that? Oh, it's clay.
That's it. So you get the silk
Look
clay.
at his nose. He's got nostrils.
That's it.
This is exclusive to Sewing Street, by the way. You cannot buy this anywhere else. And it's 10% off.
And then you get the red felt to make his scarf.
Right.
You get his little glue-in eyes. Seem to have lost one. There it is.
Of course, yeah, because he's
Yeah,
got little
so you have
eyes.
the little glue-in eyes, which are made
Love
from
his little
glass.
nose.
Then you get the 2 pins that I mentioned, so you can pin him on the stocking or not. The thread and the felt is to make him jointed, so it's very clearly explained. And then also remember, there is a free tutorial on our YouTube channel, The Makers. And, oh yes, and not to forget, you get the stocking.
Ah, yes, you get the
All,
stocking as
all
well.
important, the stocking.
So that's all of that there.
That's it.
It's absolutely gorgeous, and it's even got little hanging rope. We just need to change your mic a moment. So this is what you get to make. I mean, have you ever seen anything quite as delicious? I love the fact that all the baubles are different. Look at the drum. You've got everything to create that. I mean, that's just beautiful as a decoration on its own. And Steffi's actually safety pinned these all on, so you could take them off or move them around or do whatever you like with them. And you've got the star on top as well.
Yeah, absolutely.
So
Everything's
it's fab.
there.
So everything is there. And I love this wool.
And what I like also about it is it's tried and tested. So we have had a couple of hundred people last winter made their stockings,
Right.
because it was our Advent project, and so we know it works. And we've kept it safe until this year to bring it out as a separate project and bring it here, launch it here on the Sewing Street.
Oh, well, I think that's lovely. So it's exclusive to Sewing Street and it's 10% off. £53.10, that's everything you need. Obviously, it doesn't include the tools because many of you will have them already, some of you don't. So by providing them separately, it means that you don't have 2 sets.
But we have an amazing toolkit that we're bringing, and there's a particular special tool in there.
Right,
which I'm
so
very-
let's see if I can get all this in.
That's it.
Probably not very neatly,
You
but
never
you know.
get it in the way they pack
So if you have never done needle felting before, then you will need the toolkit. But the reason it's separate is because obviously some people have it and some people don't. So I think it's much better because you don't want 2 sets of tools. So what do I need? Having never done felting, what do we need to have that's in this?
We're giving you a big eco wool mat. Now, those of you who've watched me here before, we have brought them in several sizes, but this one is actually a really big one. And what I think is really nice about this is that these mats, they last forever. And if you don't want them as big as this, you can actually cut them up yourself. Remember, they get used doubled up, so you have to sandwich them together, and that's your base.
And is this wool?
It is. It's made from recycled wool, and it's fully compostable at the end of its life. You also get a needle, wooden needle holder, which, we've brought this before as well. It comes with 1 needle, and you just.
I've never seen those.
Have you not?
No, I've only ever seen you have to hold the needle with your hands.
This makes all the difference to people who find it hard to hold the needle. Remember, the needle is not really.
Because I did a needle felting course once, but I just had those.
Yes, and the needle is not really hand friendly, especially if you're struggling to hold
Yes, and
something.
I just had to go like that with
That's right. I use it like that, but I don't mind. But there are lots of people who find it hard to hold a needle. So you get that.
Perfect.
You also get 3 felting needles, which is 1 of each size, and they're marked at the back with a little coloured. With a little colour.
Are they different?
Yes, they are, and it tells you on the tube. So the white is the coarse, the orange is the medium, and the green is the fine. And in the instructions, we refer to the different needle sizes.
Right. So you use different needles for different sections.
The next one, this is my favourite, and it looks like what on earth is this? It looks like nothing. This is what is called.
It looks like a circle.
It does. This is called the Maker's Edging Tool. Now it won't look like that forever because you have to take.
For edging.
Yes, you have to take your paper off. Just peel it off. You know, it's very satisfying to peel these papers off. And it is an edging tool where you can wedge your shapes. So there's one of the leaves that I made earlier, and then you stab into the 2 this, and you can see where your needle is going, and it gives it a really, really
Yeah,
neat
because otherwise
edge.
you would stab your fingers.
You would, and some people have used, they've sort of makeshift cardboard, and so the concept of using a contraption like this isn't new, but what is new and unique to the makers is that I just thought, why not use something that's see-through, so you can actually see
what you're
where your
doing.
needle is going, and it makes a huge difference because you want to get these edges really neat
Yeah,
and
so that's
fine.
used to create, yes, because so I guess before this you would just use card or...
Well,
or,
not even that. You would just constantly try and either sometimes like this,
and
and
then
it's really,
stab
you get your
yourself.
fingers caught in it. So to have the edging tool is revolutionary. It really is.
No, it's fabulous.
I always feel a little bit like it is such a great tool, but often it's the unobvious things. And
Oh,
for crafter,
honestly,
it's the bits that you only appreciate once you use it. And you
yeah,
think,
and
what a
it's
simple
sometimes
idea.
that when you get a
it.
tool like that, it just does one job, but it does it brilliantly.
Exactly. So I think
perfect.
you have to be a crafter to appreciate it because you're using it. As a non-crafter, you look at it and you think, what the heck is that? So that
Yeah,
comes...
it's a bit like the wooden seam presser.
Oh, right, okay.
It's just a bit of wood.
That's it.
But it's genius.
It's
and
exactly
it does it brilliantly.
and this is exactly the same.
Yeah.
Every needle felter needs this,
Yes.
because you will always at some point end up having to make neat edges. Think of birds' tails. Think of leaves. Think of flower petals. There's always something
Yes,
flat
that
that you need to.
If you've ever
neaten out.
stabbed yourself while doing your edging, this is the answer.
This is the answer. Yeah, you just have to make sure that the needle is actually between the two halves,
yeah.
and then
So that's in the
stab
kit.
away.
So basically, if you've got the toolkit,
Yeah.
that's everything you need.
That's all you need for the Advent. Obviously, you need a sewing needle for doing the embroidered details, and then for the teddy bear to make the eyes stay in, you need a little bit of clear drying glue.
Okay,
But
but really,
Nothing really major. So
if you've done needle felting before, you'll have these tools, so you won't need them. But if you haven't, and this is your first ever time, and you think, right, let's do this, get yourself the toolkit, £32, and it includes the mat, the needles, with the handle, and the edging tool as well.
that's
Absolutely fabulous.
And I think you will end up having to cut this mat up if you haven't got any other mats, because you're going to have to put the mat inside the stocking.
Okay.
So otherwise you felt the two parts together.
Yeah, which would be kind of annoying.
There's not much you can fit in
But
the
that's
stocking.
fine.
Yes, you can cut the mat up easily and just make it into 4 quarters.
Okay.
So or make it
But
into
it's all
2
there, so
quarters
you
and a
can
half.
choose.
Yeah, absolutely.
Now, don't forget that this is exclusive to Sewing Street, and the 10% has already been taken off. £53.10. Look at what you can create. And all of these little pieces are removable as well.
Well, they get
Because I've
felted.
noticed you've pinned them all on.
Yes, I think you only get the 2 pins for the teddy bear, so you would probably felt them on. We've just pinned them on because this stocking
Yeah, so it's entirely up to
is
you,
transported. That's
What,
absolutely.
whether you want to pin them on or
that's
felt
it.
them on.
But it's so much fun to make these sort of semi 2D or 3D shapes. And then with a little gift. I mean, you don't have to do this combination. You can make up your own variety, but it's
Well,
really
also
fun
once
to-
you've started, and I think the fact that these baubles are all different as well, that's going to encourage you. You might think, well, actually, I might make one of those for my own Christmas tree.
Yes, well, this is it. And then the instructions in the true maker style are very... so this is the tree decorations.
Yeah.
So there are step-by-step instructions. So you make that little hanging... Where's it gone? That one.
Oh, the little
You make
bauble
the
that
little
goes on the
bauble
top.
here at the top. Make candy cane, and then you've got templates as well, so that you can measure your shape against it, so it's not out of proportion.
Oh, I think this is a lovely
And,
thing to do at home, because you don't need loads of stuff. You just need the kit, the tools, and you can sit there at the kitchen table.
Yeah, that's right. And just take your time,
Oh,
work your way through
lovely.
it. If it doesn't get done for this year, it'll be fine next year.
It'll be fine.
And,
it can
and
wait.
then
In
for
fact,
all
you
of the
could
years
start it
going
on Christmas
forward.
Day after dinner.
That's right, yes. There's never a rush for Christmas stocking, because it can be an ongoing project,
Yes,
because it comes out,
absolutely.
it's meant to be an heirloom and can come out every year. That's it.
Right. Shall we? Do you want to show us what we do? How do we make it?
So I'm going to show you how the
Obviously not take
leaves
the whole
are
thing.
done.
We'll be here for several
Yes, I'm
hours,
just gonna-
if not tomorrow.
I'm going to put this to one side for now. So I've got my own mat. You might be wondering why I've got a felt piece on there, but I'll reveal that later, because there's another another trick to this mat to keep it nice and undisturbed with fiber. So I've actually put a felt piece over it. There's something else coming later. So to make the tree, the leaves, you have 2 different sizes, in fact 3 different sizes, I'm lying, small, medium and large. And it tells you in the instructions how to portion out your wool to do this. But you start out by making the leaf shape. Need a felting needle, that one. And just get the shape flat felted on your mat, like this. And then obviously you have to at some point check it against your template. And also when you felt something flat on your mat, you're in effect felting it onto your mat, which you don't want really, because you don't want it to stay there. So you're going to have to peel it off gently, but it just gives you a start to fasten that shape into.
Okay.
So I'm going to go for a small leaf shape. So I keep checking it against.
Oh, so you just do it and think
That's right.
that looks sort
because
of okay.
whenever you overlay the leaf, I can tell that, yeah, right, it's maybe the right length, but it's still a little bit wide.
Okay.
So get
So
this
this is the
felted.
bit where you don't have to be artistic.
No, you don't have to be artistic. Everybody can stab a needle into wool. The main thing with needle felting is not so much about how skillful you are, it's more about how confident you are in knowing what you can do with a needle when you stab it into wool. Because the actual stabbing is something that everybody can learn within a couple of seconds. It is not difficult. So get your shape established first. In the instructions we tell you what needles to use. We'll probably start out with a coarse. I've picked a medium, so it's a little bit slower. And you've got to make an awful lot of leaves. So be prepared. This is quite a repetitive part of the
but then you probably
work.
get really good at it, don't you?
You get good at it, and sometimes you just want something that doesn't challenge your mind too much.
Yes.
I know people always talk about mindful crafting. I always talk about mindless crafting, because sometimes you just don't want to think about anything.
No, I'm with you. And I think that's why I quite like crochet, because sometimes it's very intricate and you have to think, and other times you just do it. And that's the mind where that's lovely.
Yeah, that's right. Sometimes you don't want to think. You just want to do and let your mind be completely empty.
And also you get really good at it then, don't you?
That's it.
It's the repetition.
It is, yeah. So I am now using that edging tool. So I'm stabbing into the edge to neaten out that edge. And you can't really go wrong with needle felting, because if it's too small, you add more wool. If it's too big, you felt it down.
Okay.
It's the simple principles to it. So keep stabbing into it. You can see where the shape is going. And you keep the wispy bits, because they get eventually fastened onto. Prior to what I'm doing here now, you will have made a big triangular shape, which is also the template in here. So you're going to make a big triangular shape of a tree.
Ah, okay.
And that's all the green wool, so that is underneath it.
Ah,
and it gets attached later on. That's it. So so you have a base as well, so that when you put the leaves on it, or they're almost branches, aren't they? They don't overlap. They don't show gaps. They will overlap, but they don't show gaps where they don't overlap. And
it's lovely. It's such a soft and squidgy tree, isn't it?
That's it.
It just feels lovely.
The main thing is, remember that all of this, because this is what we do with our Advent project from last year, every week I go through the stages.
Right. Okay.
So the first stage is making the tree, and that is on our YouTube channel.
Brilliant.
From beginning to end.
Obviously, all the information about this is on the YouTube channel. You've got all the instructions.
But you don't need it. You can just use.
You don't even need
to
it's
watch.
just if you want to.
That's right.
All
it's
of
an extra resource.
And Steffi's shown you now exactly the.
That's it.
The process. So £53.10. That is exclusive to Sewing Street. That's 10% off already. It's a beautiful project. You can make it in time for Christmas. You can just do it gradually. It's a lovely thing that you just sit there and make it. It's got lots and lots of little different bits and pieces. So it's going to be such an enjoyable item to make. Obviously, if you don't have the tools, you will need to buy the tool set separately. But if you do have them, you just need to buy the kit, because all the materials are in the kit. So the tool sets, which includes the mat, the needles, the needle holder, and the tool.
Edging tool.
And the edging tool, couldn't think of the word. Can we put that one? That is just coming on screen at the moment. There we go, £32. Now, obviously, that's the tools that you can use for any of the kits. So, being aware of time, let me just go and get the nutcracker.
Okay, so
There's so many here that I have to walk around. The nutcracker is glorious. So this is the only other one that you need to buy the toolkit with.
that's the stocking and the nutcracker. You don't get any tools.
Right.
All the other products that are following later on, they all have the tools included.
That's gorgeous.
I know, isn't it amazing? So he does actually stand unaided, but he won't do it for me
Oh,
today.
turn him round. There we go, look. Hang on, look.
So he has got big feet, and if you tweak him nicely,
Then he will stand.
He will stand unaided. But like I say, he probably almost.
He's amazing,
He
isn't
is,
he?
yeah. So you get to make all of this out of needle felt, but if you look very carefully, there is some embroidery in there.
Oh
as
yeah,
well.
well it's got
Now,
his epaulets.
I will say this is a design of a colleague of mine. Colette designed him, and I worked out that I'm absolutely rubbish at embroidering. I actually on the stocking you had to do some French knots, and I couldn't do them to save my life, so I started calling them German knots because they didn't look like French knots in the slightest. So I assumed they must be German knots. So if you love a bit of embroidery, this is your project. But I've also worked out if you don't love it, you can make up your own stitches.
Yeah, you
call
can
them
just do-
something else.
You just call them something else, doesn't really matter, does it?
Yes, so there's
Love
a
his
reason
teeth.
why I need
The
a felt.
nutcracker always has teeth like that, doesn't it?
Yes, yeah, well, it is literally a nutcracker, so it looks like it's cracking
Right,
the nuts with the teeth. But they are meant to be, even though they sometimes look a bit scary and sinister, they're meant to be a good omen to have in your house.
are they?
Yes, I
Oh, I
think
didn't
they're...
know that.
I read up the story ages ago, and I can't quite piece it together, but do look it up if you're interested in the history of the nutcracker, and because he is like guarding the house, so it's he's
a
meant
lovely
to
thing
be
to have.
a good
So again, this
present.
kit is a lovely kit to gift. It's a lovely nutcracker made up to gift, and it's just a lovely thing to have for yourself.
That's it. Won't crack any nuts, but
£27, that's all the materials. 10% saving. How fab is that? You will need the toolkit for this one. But 10% saving, don't forget that.
do you want to have a quick look at
Right,
the back?
we need to talk about your book.
Oh, okay. We're not looking inside.
Oh, yes, look, can we have
Can
a
we
look?
have a
Have we got
quick
time to look inside? He says we can quickly.
Okay. So
rushing
the
me.
nutcracker has actually got a wire base. But again, what you get is the full set of instructions.
Right.
You get the eyes, you get the embroidery thread. There's a lot of embroidery. And then you have the wire is right inside there.
Ah, I see. And this is what makes the frame.
That's what makes him
So that he stands up.
sturdy. Is it gone? Oh, there.
There we go. So
That's
it's got
it.
the wire in there,
It
and that's
does.
what makes him stand
That's
up.
it, yeah. So
Fabulous. So all the materials you need will be in there. Obviously, you will need tools as well. But it's nice that you've got the eyes as well.
yes, everything we tend to sort of our attention is to detail.
Very
much. We don't want you to end up with only half a project.
Well, it's a shame if you say, well, you've got to put this in, and you think, well, I haven't got the embroidery thread. So.
No, I know. So we're always trying to think of everything.
Brilliant. Right, so this is your amazing book.
Yes, so this is one of my amazing books, but it's probably the one that tells the story of how I started needle felting
Okay.
best. I've needle felted for over 20 years, and I actually started, when I started, I made little decorations for my children at home. I will say that needle felted items are never toys, but they're decorative items.
Right,
But
okay.
I loved needle felting through the seasons with my children, so I did, in the autumn, I did autumn leaves, and we also collected autumn leaves. I loved making little, I mean, if you look closely, the snail shell on there is
gorgeous.
actually a real snail
Okay,
snail
so
shell.
the book is $16.99. Let's have a look at the project. So it talks all about the basics.
Yes, it's like a needle felting Bible, that's what I always say. It's sort of for the basics
Right,
of
okay.
explaining the different types of wools and tools and
Yes, okay.
what you need to do.
What all the different, what
That's
the mats
right,
are
exactly.
and all the different things.
That's it. This was prior to the time when we've switched to wool mats, but that's just how it goes. You move on. Bit of crocheting there to make curls.
Okay.
Did you spot that?
Yes, I did. Yeah, no, that's good. That's all the crochet with the
That's it.
crochet to make it
That's it.
lovely. And then you go through all of the different sorts. So this
Yes.
is all the technique and the tools, which is really important.
Then there's a section on how to make fairies and people, a separate section. And once you've gone through that section, you the book is split into the seasons.
Okay.
So it starts with spring, and
Look at
then
the angel. So there, so then you go through the seasons.
That's
so
right.
butterflies, bunnies, owls, primroses.
that's it. And the idea is that there's over 40 projects in there.
There is loads in
And
here.
some of them are really, really super simple.
Gorgeous.
And some of them are a little bit more advanced. So when you want to set yourself a greater challenge, then you
Okay.
can do that too. Or maybe you have progressed from a total beginner, never needle felted at all, and you want to do something a little bit more challenging, then you can do that.
I mean, this is a lovely thing, isn't it? If you've not needle felted, or if you know, we all know someone goes, "Oh, I'd like to have a go at that." This is like the complete book.
It
Isn't
is,
You
yes.
don't really need anything else.
Not really.
Hairy
no.
spider.
You have.
Love that. The hairy spider.
That's it. Yeah, I know. I have a spider phobia, and this is the closest I can. get
Brilliant,
to
isn't it? I
making a
love the
spider.
apple girl. That's gorgeous. Oh, that's nice. What is that one?
It's a toadstool boy.
Oh, the toadstool boy and the apple girl.
It's quite playful and a little
It
bit
is.
whimsical.
It's
So
beautiful.
if I've never really, when I had children, it was lovely because I could take my children into my little fantasy world, and it was theirs as well. Now my children are grown up, I've got to take my customers to it.
Yeah,
And just-
well, I think that's fair enough.
I haven't
Oh,
really changed.
I love
I'm still
the snail.
I'm still looking out for fairies and little things in nature.
They're just charming.
Yes,
Aren't they?
yes,
And I love little. And that's what it's about, isn't it? It's by making a little gnome and just putting him on the short corner of the shelf,
that's
isn't
right,
it?
exactly. And whilst you're making him, you'd sort of imagine, oh, where have you come from? How old are you? I used to, this is what I used to do with my children. I used to go out and this is the way to do this footprint, is you put your fist into the snow like this. So you get that part. And then you dab your fingers to make 5 little toes. And then you can say, oh, look, the gnomes have been in our garden.
No, that's absolutely
And you can go like
brilliant.
this. I know, I told you I'm never quite good.
That's brilliant.
Yeah.
You'd have to do that in the mud now.
Yeah, well, yes, yes.
But that's so good.
But you can do it in the mud.
No,
But you
I
can
think-
also do it in the snow. We might get snow.
You never know. Let's keep our fingers crossed.
That's it.
Oh, it is absolutely gorgeous.
So with the winter section, you can make the whole nativity, including the donkey and sheep and Mary and Joseph and baby
yeah,
Jesus.
I think that's absolutely gorgeous. There's so much. So this book is only $16.99. There is a lot in it.
Yes, yeah, I know. It's literally everything that I have sort of been doing
Look at the
since I
sheep.
needle felted.
And the lamb.
That's it.
Oh, it's gorgeous. And I like the fact that you've got all of the technical info in it as well at the front. So that
Yes.
if anyone needs to know how to do any of it, or like the
But
Christmas
if you
pudding
got the
bauble.
technical information, it is educational, but also it sets you off to start creating your own
Yes.
designs.
Well, because you might look at something and think, well, how do I do it if I want to? I love the Christmas pudding bauble. Now, we've got
all
a
the books
special
are signed.
set to go with this.
Yes, and all the books are signed.
And all the books are signed. Even better. Worth even more.
So we have a special set to go with this, and
Right, we've only got 20 minutes. Gosh, where's today gone?
I don't really know. Don't know where the year has gone. Never mind the day.
Yeah, that's true. We've got still. Oh, wow, we've got a lot to get through.
Right. So this is a color mix of wool that really helps with. If
So
you look
if
at the
you
front
if you've got the
page-
book,
That's right. So it sets you out. If you look at the front page, you can see flowers. You can make the toadstool. You can see a lot of. You can make the little rabbit. You can make the owl. So it's a color mix where I thought actually this is probably the closest that we can get to the book.
right? Okay,
To
so that's
a
a really
beginner.
good set. So again, you know, there's so many options here. You might want to buy yourself a kit or someone else, or you think, well, actually, I want to get the book and I want to get the pack that goes with
That's
it.
right. I also got it. I also brought it here today because we have more kits to come, and there's landscape needle felted kits there. Needle felted landscapes that way
Right.
around. So there's also a felt sheet in there. But remember when I said earlier about
Yes.
the felt sheet on your felting mat? I now always cover my felting mats with a felt sheet because it stops them from getting contaminated with fibre.
Right.
And it actually is a really good way to keep them nice and clean because after a while you can replace the felt sheet.
Yes, okay, and you don't get all the fibres,
exactly.
the other colours in.
We also use a lot of wire in some of our work, so I thought putting a nice all-around wire in there.
Okay,
really,
and that's what makes them all
handy.
stand up.
And of course, not everybody's used to working with wire, so you get some wire cutters as well.
Fabulous. So for £30, this is the bundle.
This is the bundle,
This is
yes.
kind of your, so if you can get the book, you've got the book, so you've got the wool, the needle,
That's right.
the felt, the wire, and the wire cutters as well.
That's right. So you can actually make some of the people in the book. You don't always have to use pipe cleaners. Actually, just using wire is just as
But it's a really good, so there's a lot of nice options here. So obviously we've got a toolkit, we've got a materials bundle, we've got the book,
That's
we've got
right.
the kits on their own.
And they're all kind of fit together.
Yes, depending on what you want to
That's
do.
right. And if you bought the lot, you wouldn't duplicate anything because you've got it.
Oh, well, that's true. And it's nice
all...
that it's available like that. So which kit do we do next? We've got 2 robin kits. Oh, I love these. And I bet these are really popular. I bet they are. I love these. So you have to choose. So should we do realistic robin first?
Yes. So the realistic robin at this time of the year is definitely one of our best sellers. So it's a charming little copy of a robin, but it follows sort of the realistic colours. It's got the beautiful little orange chest.
Oh, he's
and then you get to make the
gorgeous.
legs. You have
Have
the
you
legs.
seen the John Lewis advert?
No, I haven't actually yet.
It came out yesterday and it features a robin.
Does it?
That's the main person.
Well,
the
they're-
main hero of the whole John Lewis advert is.
Well, they are the birds of this time of the
And it
year,
looks
aren't
just
they?
like that as
Oh,
well.
does it? Oh, what, needle felted?
No, it's a real one.
Oh, it looks
but
like
it
that.
looks
That's
exactly.
an even better compliment.
Yes, and no, it looks exactly like that.
Yeah.
And so when you've seen that,
I
you're,
have to have a
you're
look.
ahead of them.
Well, this is it, yeah.
So what do we get in the kit? That is
So you get everything to make him,
absolutely
basically.
beautiful.
You get your full set of instructions. You get your white wool that goes on the inside, and then you colour it in. You get your felting wool, felting mat. Remember, this comes with tools. You get your bird legs.
it comes with a little leg.
It does. So the bird legs, you can actually, even though they're totally straight, you can actually bend them. And then if you want to, you can either paint them or cover them with florist tape. You get your felting needles. There's 3 felting needles in there. And most of all, you get your eyes, and we make for you these little beaks.
I mean, I think £22.50, that's 10% off. Okay, £22.50. This is just a lovely gift.
That's it,
For
yeah.
someone who's never needle felted before, or someone who loves needle felting, who's not going to want that little robin?
I know.
Or you could make it and give it to someone. But I encourage them, encourage everyone to make. You know, this is something you could give someone and say,
Yeah,
never tried
absolutely.
needle
And
felting.
please do never be afraid to think all of this, turning it into that, I can't do this. Look,
can, it's got instructions.
You get the really easy, I always say to people, start at the beginning. Don't look at the middle, just start at the beginning and then compare yours to the steps, and it will look like this, because when you look at it, you think, how is this ever going to be a robin?
And it will do.
It will.
Well,
it
I
will,
think
because
if you
just-
are struggling to know what to give somebody, this is gorgeous. But we have 2 robins. So let's
robins.
go through the next one. Now, the next one, again, look at this one. I'm going to put the real robin there because I love it. The round robin.
Yeah, sorry, he's got wobbly legs.
He's like a Christmas pudding
I
robin.
have been I'm often impatient, too impatient. I don't wait for things to dry.
So the round robin has everything in the kit that you need.
It does, yes. So with this one, you get a bit of, sorry, I'll do it for you.
Okay.
You get a bit of a head start with a round robin because you get a wool ball ready-made for you.
Oh.
And so this is so this one you just have to decorate with.
Yeah, so if you think, oh, am I going to be able to do this or not? £22.50, 10% off. So that's a 10% saving, which we've already applied for you. But you can make this beautiful. Look at it. Look, it's got, and so I presume the legs come in the kit. So
Yes,
you get the ball
legs,
in the kit. So that's
felting
already
tools,
done.
yeah. For this one, you don't actually need a felting mat because you don't felt anything on your felting mat.
'cause
You
you're
felt
felting
straight
the-
into the ball.
Okay.
But you do get the eyes, and you get our handmade beaks.
I
there.
love the little
Get the
beak.
felting needles, and you get the full set of instructions for this one as well. So
Fabulous. I love that. That's gorgeous, isn't it? I won't put him back in there. Which one should we do next? Do you mind? We do the winter wreath.
Oh yes, let's do that.
I love the winter wreath. That's
So-
gorgeous.
So what I love about the winter wreath, or even the autumn wreath, which we've got with us as well, is that,
Let me show you.
you have a combination of 2D and 3D needle felting.
So you've got the wreath that's like a whole landscape because it's got the sky. And then look at the little snowman. He's attached.
That's it. So you make the 3D shapes separately, and then you felt them onto the wreath.
Oh, that is
so
beautiful,
I think
isn't it?
that is what makes it so special. Is
Oh,
that it's
it's-
actually not all flat.
No,
that
it's
you have some 3D
beautiful.
bits on there. Again, you get in there everything you need to make the project, including the instructions. You start out with a wire wreath, but all this wool is for you to prep.
So
the wreath.
everything is in this kit?
Yes, everything's in the kit.
So you've got the wiring, you've got the wool to go around here, and then all of the colours
Are in your hand.
are in there,
Yeah.
and you've got the mats.
You get the mat. You have a slightly bigger mat for this one, so 2 on top of each other. We put a bit of raffia in there for you to hang it up.
Oh,
They
just
do
to-
colour they do change in colour.
Okay, and the needles.
Felting needles, yeah.
So again, complete kit. You don't
Complete.
need anything else. I mean, that is beautiful. That's a fantastic price. £34.20. Again, the 10% discount has already been applied. I think that's beautiful.
Never going to get that in again, but
No, I know, it's a bit like we're rushing now. Let me do the next wreath. The wreath is the woodland wreath. I'm sorry we're having to go so fast, but don't. We've gone through so much. Look at this. Wow. Look, honestly,
There's a
look.
little robin
It's got, look, can you see the robin? Well, if I hold it like that, it's because I'm not holding it up. The robin is flying. It's hanging from the branch, so he's flying.
that's it.
Isn't that beautiful? You've got the owl in the tree, the little fox, the hedgehogs.
Yeah, you get that little hedgehog fabric in there, so
Oh,
that's like
wow.
spiked fabric. You got your little toadstools that you felt flat on there, and then just to give it again a little bit of a 3D dimension, you get this this very densely covered pipe cleaner that actually makes a pretty good tree. And then you get the fox in there as well.
I think it's beautiful. So you could just hang this on a door, or it could be just a picture.
And it can be outside because wool is completely waterproof.
yes.
Otherwise,
Yeah.
you wouldn't have the sheep. in
No,
the
that
field.
is true. But you could have this just hanging as a piece of visual art.
Yeah.
I mean, it is.
It is
a
art.
piece
It
of
is
art,
a piece
isn't
of
it?
art, absolutely. And again, you get everything in the kit, and it has also got the wire wreath in there again, or the metal frame, and you get a full bag where you cover it with the wool that is your base, and then you needle felt on top of it.
Oh, it's
It's
absolutely.
like painting with wool, but you also get the 3D aspects.
Yeah,
in
I
there.
think it is. I mean, it's the sort of thing, if you hung this up, I think this is the flying robin, it's a real piece of tactile art.
It is,
When
yeah.
people see it and you have it in your own home, you're going, wow, look at how, it's, I
Yeah.
want to touch it. And then the 3D-ness of this stream, I think it's really clever.
Yeah, yeah, and it sort of it kind of catches your attention, and it makes it's intriguing.
No,
isn't
no,
it?
absolutely. Well, I'm looking at it. And also when you look at it, because I'm looking at it on screen and here, from a distance, it changes.
It does, yes, absolutely. That is actually spot on with needle felted landscapes. You have to look at them from a distance, because sometimes when you needle felt onto it, get so close that you can't see the big picture anymore. But you do need.
Oh, so
the
we've
big
got a
picture.
question. Can you get the makers making simple needle felt bundle without the book, as I would have the book? Yes, they're
Yes, you can.
completely separate. They don't come together.
No, that's right. It's just in support of the book, but also
Yes.
I think it's in support of anything that you're doing needle felting.
Yes, that's true. They're not. In
So-
fact, you've been quite careful not to put things together, so that
Yes, I always think like you guys. I always think, what would I want? What would I want? Oh, I could maybe just have this or this. Oh, I don't want to commit to all of this because I've got this already. But you can pick and mix, basically.
or you
and
might,
put it
or
all
like
together.
for me, I'd be thinking, oh, well, I could buy that for someone. Oh, but so I want everything.
Yes, that's right, exactly.
But you can choose.
That's it.
I mean, I think that's my favourite. I think that is the sort of thing you'd hang up and never you'd keep looking at. Right, what haven't we done now?
The landscape.
We've got 4 landscapes,
We do.
and we've got like 5 minutes.
And the landscapes are always so popular.
Right,
They are,
so we
literally-
won't open the kits, but
Yes.
have they got everything in
They
them?
do, they do.
Right.
And they have everything in there.
Poppy
to
landscape.
That's it. You don't get this back.
Right, no, we just put them on
So
there.
you do felt onto felt, and it looks like this from the wrong side, but you get everything to make everything. And this one has a particular technique. You get a bit of water.
And it's up to you how you frame it. You could buy a picture frame to put it in, couldn't you?
I really like it if they're framed in box frames, so that you leave it open.
And they see, but box frames you can buy really inexpensive,
yes,
can't you?
absolutely.
The sort of the big retailers do them now. They're
they
not
do.
specialists.
No, that's
I mean,
right.
that, again, when you look at it close up, it's completely different to that distance there.
It is, yeah. Oh, it just
Only £27, and has it got everything in it?
It does. So everything that comes in it is on the picture. Save opening it.
Yes,
and,
let's say, because
save a
we
bit
are
of
running out of time.
So you get a bit of water-soluble paper in there because you make that structure in the picture separately. It's really hard to freestyle an architectural building.
Right.
Even though it's not very architectural, but like a straight line.
house.
A house, yeah, sorry, that's the simple word. And then you get a whole palette of colours. You get your felting needle, you get the felting mat to needle felt onto, and obviously also your working felt mat. And every single landscape kit is the same. So it's the same in terms of what you get in them.
Okay, so let's look at the other landscapes then. So that's
the poppy one here.
Yes, so let's do this one, which
They all have sheep in it, by the way.
I love that one.
It's when people say, "Well, I want."
This is warm landscape.
Yes, this is the warm one, best-selling one. Actually, this one.
Oh, is it?
It's all. This is the best-selling landscape that we've ever done.
I think it's absolutely charming.
It's got sort of a very picture book.
I think that's what it is. I'm trying to work out. I think it's the little floaty clouds, the sheep in the front, and it is happy and joyful.
That's right. Yeah, exactly. So
and who wouldn't want that in their house?
Exactly. And when we sell these, people come to us and they say, "Oh, I want the one with the sheep." It's like they've all
got
sheep. All sheep.
I think there's a lot of joy in curves. I think you're right. It's like a storybook, isn't it? It's little Bo Peep running through the hills.
Yeah, it's a very happy picture.
Beautiful. Right. The next one, I'm looking at the pictures. This, I think, is
the
stormy. So look at the back. Oh, now I do like that one. I love the look at the wind in the trees.
I know. So it's
surprised those sheep are still standing still.
Well, they're under the tree.
Yes.
They're sheltered. There's one on the wall.
And the sky, I mean, that is, when you look out and you go, it's really going to rain in a minute.
The lovely thing about this is that the wool does the work for you. You don't need to be artistic in any way or form because the wool has so much textile, what's the word, tactile.
Yeah, it's got texture and
exactly.
Yeah, and you've got
there are no straight lines. It's always fluffy.
And you've got fluffy clouds.
That's it.
And then you've made the tree really fluffy, so it is.
That's right.
Blowing in the wind.
But it is the wool that does it. It's because it's slightly 3D. It's not completely flat. It's slightly 3D. The wool will always be so that.
I mean, I'm really inspired now. I feel like I could do this. You've encouraged me.
Oh, you definitely.
Because I'm really not a drawer. I'm not artistic at all.
You don't need to be painting or anything like this. For starters, you have a kit, so it tells you that basically you don't put a big sheep in the background and a tiny sheep in the foreground.
Yeah,
so there are some very basic rules, but the kit takes you through it. But you will be surprising yourself 100%. When I teach landscape pictures, people are always amazed how they
I think this is gorgeous. And then this is morning.
Is the morning landscape.
Oh, that is beautiful, isn't it?
So you've got
absolutely beautiful.
You've got slightly bigger sheep, and we actually put these little curls in there, and they are blue-faced Leicester curls. So they give that sheep the instant texture. And if you look at the details, there is actually no detail on the sheep. It's literally
it's just the texture, and I love the colours in the river. Only £27, and remember, you're getting everything. You're getting all the materials and the tools as well. I think that's gorgeous. Why not have all 4 of them?
Yeah, definitely.
I feel like you need them. I mean, and I think textile art is, for me, much lovelier than any other art. Just because you can feel like you want to touch it, and I think it always catches somebody's It does,
eye.
absolutely. Yeah, it really does. Right, we've only got a few minutes left, so I just want to return to our exclusive offer for you from Steffi. Brand new, exclusive to Sewing Street, £53.10. That includes your 10% saving. Now, you are getting everything to make this Christmas stocking. You need the tools, doesn't come with the tools, but it comes with all of the materials.
It does, yes.
And you get the bear, which you can attach to your stocking or you keep. And look, he's a proper, fully functioning, alive bear. It's even got the little bit of clay to make his little nose.
That's it. And I think sometimes we wonder, can we do something that's actually practical in needle felting? And yes, you can, because you,
Of course,
you
yes,
can
yeah.
have a stocking.
I mean, this is an heirloom stocking.
It is,
isn't
yes,
it?
absolutely.
I
yeah.
think it's gorgeous. Do check out on that. It is exclusive to Sewing Street. You can't get this anywhere else. I love it. Absolutely gorgeous. Thank you so much, Steffi.
Oh,
I'm
no,
sorry
thank
rushed
you.
through everything, but I think we've done it. We've
Okay,
done it.
excellent.
And if you don't get anything else, you need to get the robin. I love the robin. You wait till you see that advert. You're really in now.
I
you
will
are.
have to, yeah.
It's gorgeous. Do you know when you're coming back?
I come back in December, but I knew you were going to ask me that, and I can't remember the
No, I
date.
can never remember.
I don't even know what I'm doing
No,
tomorrow.
I just said that to Louisa. She goes, yeah, December, I don't know what I'm doing yet. But, you know.
Yes,
So
I
we'll
know.
see Steffi back
Yeah,
in
I will be
December.
back, yeah.
Thank you so much for joining me today. And congratulations, total sellout, everyone who bought Ian's Christmas jumper.
Wow, you can take it off now.
I know, luckily this is a sample, it's not a sold
It's,
one.
it's hot.
It is,
hot
I'm
in
really,
here, yeah.
I think they've turned the heat down, it's a bit better. Tomorrow on Sewing Street, I was going to say who's presenting, it's me. I forgot that. Of course it's me. Yeah, so I'll be here tomorrow morning at 8 o'clock with Extra Wide Fabrics. At 9 o'clock, Rebecca Harrison will be joining me to make the Merchant & Mills factory dress. Delphine will be in at 10 doing the K Facet Flower Field line quilt kit. Rebecca Harrison will be back again with the Merchant Mills the Sunday. And at 12 o'clock, Treasure Cave with Catherine Savage. Nice bit of cross stitch. So what a wonderful day. Thank you so much for joining me today. Don't forget, when you get your Christmas jumper, take a photo of you in it, put it on the Facebook fans page because we want to show Ian. Have a wonderful afternoon, whatever you're doing. And I'll see you back here bright and early, 8 o'clock tomorrow morning.
Shopping with Sewing Street couldn't be easier. You can shop via our website at www.sewingstreet.com, where you can watch our live shows and see all the products from that day. We also have a huge amount of products on our website, from your sewing room essentials to fabrics, sewing machines and much more. You can download and shop on the go with our Sewing Street app. Simply head over to your app store and search Sewing Street. Alternatively, you can contact our UK-based call centre 24 hours a day on 0800 001 4433. Shopping made easy at Sewing Street.
Here at Sewing Street, we only charge 1 P&P throughout the day. You can add as many items to your basket and check out and still only be charged once. Once you've checked out the first time and want to order again, you simply add the item to the basket and click on the Combine Order button. Remember, standard P&P is £4.95. Charges may differ for outside the UK. Or upgrade to our premium option for £6.95 on certain items. Shopping made easy at Sewing Street.
We're proud to have some of the most skilled and experienced experts in the industry. They're brought to you here every day on Sewing Street. Our UK-based call centre is always on hand to assist you 24 hours a day, 7 days a week.
Hi everyone, Andy here with some exciting news. On the back of our first Craftopia weekend retreat in conjunction with Hobbymaker, Sewing Street and Jewellery Maker, we're pleased to announce that tickets are available for the next one, taking place this November. Tickets are now available for the weekend of the Saturday the 9th and Sunday the 10th of November at the Abbey Hotel in Redditch, here in Worcestershire. Now, if you've been to one before, you know what to expect, but if you haven't, what can you look forward to? Over the weekend, you'll be taking part in 4 exclusive workshops with some of the best tutors in the business. From Hobbymaker, we have Carla Bagshaw and Julie Peplow. From Sewing Street, we have Jenny Jackson. And from Jewellery Maker, Debbie Kershaw will be joining us once again. Your tickets include your accommodation, all workshops, all materials,